Chapter 31, Detour from Hell. Or Heaven. It was still pitch dark out as dawn had yet to rise over the seas, and Naruto stood near the helm of the ship with a rather perturbed look on his face. Standing in front of him was the Princess of Alabasta, Nefertari Vivi, fidgeting under his unflinching gaze. "I said I was sorry, Naruto," she said rather shamefacedly over the whole matter. "It's not that I'm mad, because I'm really not," Naruto said, calming the young princess down even though his face didn't change from the look he was steadily giving her. "If I was honest, I really couldn't care any less if you paid me to, but the thing is, Noji-chan will care, and she will freak right the fuck out in about 3 or 4 hours when she wakes up and comes outside. We are not going to be able to flip a U-turn and go back the way we came, and if we're going to get back on course the right way, we need to get the log pose. The log pose that Noji-chan keeps on her person, on her wrist at all times, and we will not be able to touch without getting a sleepwalking gunshot fired at us." Vivi raised an eyebrow. "Why'd you teach her how to shoot things in her sleep anyway?" Naruto shrugged his shoulders. "It seemed like a good idea at the time. But that's not important. I want to know how in the hell you managed to get us all the way off course, into the middle of the goddamn calm belt." "Well, Vivi found her boots and the deck of the ship very, very interesting. I was on night watch the way I usually offer to do, since you know it's kind of hard for me to get to sleep at night." Naruto nodded. "Right, because you're a cute little night owl." Vivi blushed but continued explaining, "And I got kind of bored, so I went down to the steering wheel and played with it for a bit, but I swear I put it back the way I found it and didn't make it go off course, honest. I know how to run the ship by now." Naruto stared at her for a moment, not sensing any lie in her voice. "Did you make sure to lock the wheel in place before you left it alone?" He saw Vivi's eyes widen and sighed. "That's a no." Vivi held her hands in front of her mouth, looking terrified at Naruto's reaction to her mistake. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it. I completely forgot to do that when I wasn't using the wheel," she exclaimed, steadily getting more upset about her blunder. "It's okay. Everything is still fine, Vivi-hime," Naruto assured her, rubbing her back to calm her down. "Once you get a good feel for the ship, the ocean, the breeze, you'll know when you do things like leave the wheel unlocked. Just chill out, okay? Relax." Vivi simmered down at his behest. "Yeah, there you go." Vivi let out one last deep breath before turning her brown eyes up at Naruto. "Are you sure?" Naruto nodded, smiling in a disarming manner. "Good. Thank you." Naruto waved off her thanks. "It's really not as big a deal as Noji-chan makes it out to be. I'll kill a sea king if one attacks us, no matter how big it is. I'm still me, and by now you all know that I'm awesome, right?" Vivi giggled when he posed in a grandiose manner. "If Noji-chan starts acting up, I'll take the heat for this one, but be more careful next time, okay? And don't play with the wheel. I don't even do that." Vivi pouted and turned away from him. "Well, it's boring all alone at night. Karu is good company, but he can actually sleep, so it's mean to make him stay up with me. What exactly am I supposed to do all night? And don't say train. I train enough during the day. It's never a bad time to train," Naruto said, sitting against the back of the steering wheel in the grass. "But then again, you don't have my stamina, so maybe it's not a good idea for you to drive yourself into the ground. But I'm not a doctor, so what do I know?" He then snapped his fingers. "That's it, go see Murit. Maybe she has something for you to help with that, and if not, my door's always open, you can come to me if you can't sleep." Vivi raised an eyebrow. "What on earth would I do there except keep you up like me?" Naruto laughed. "I don't need sleep, Vivi-hime. I just sleep because it's more fun sometimes than not sleeping. If I had to, I could stay up forever maybe. But that might be exaggerating." Their conversation came to an end when they heard footsteps on the grass coming towards them. "Nice. I got rid of the heavy footsteps of people walking on the deck. No early morning migraines." Soren appeared, walking up the stairs with a yawn. "What's up, you jerks? What are you guys doing up so early?" Naruto rolled his eyes at Soren's morning greeting. "We could ask you the same thing. What the hell are you about to do? Train?" "Duh. I'm going to get those bastard Rokushiki moves down. Tekai's really coming along, and Jeppu ain't none too shabby either," Soren said, starting to stretch himself out. "I know why the princess is up and about, because she's got bad insomnia, but why are you up? Shouldn't you be unconscious with the rest of the lazy people on the ship?" "Vivi-hime woke me up with some news," Naruto said calmly while Vivi poked her fingers together nearby. "Guess where we are?" Soren blinked before looking around and taking a distinct note of the lack of decent waves and wind. Narrowing his eyes, he turned back towards Naruto. "We're on the calm belt, aren't we?" Naruto and Vivi both nodded. "Nojiko's going to have a coronary, you know that, right?" "Oh hell yes, I know that," Naruto said, standing back up off the ground, walking over to Vivi, who looked rather unnerved at the prospect of facing down a gun-toting Nojiko, and explaining where they were and why. "Vivi-hime, come here." Vivi quickly snapped to attention and did as he asked. Once she got close he put a hand on her shoulder. Do you want to tell Noji-chan why we're on the comm belt? He didn't even need to hear her answer, just seeing the fear in her eyes gave him one. Okay, then sleep. A quick motion of his hand to the side of her neck followed by a squeeze put Vivi into sweet unconsciousness. Soren held back a laugh when he saw Vivi go out like a light. You're a better man than me, Uzumaki. You do know that after what you did to her guns, she's 10 times more dangerous with those damn things now, don't you? Naruto picked up Vivi bridal style and began walking towards the door leading inside. She still can't hit me yet if I try to dodge. I think I'll just jump off the ship and run away for a bit. I think I'd rather fight a Sea King than deal with a scared and pissed off Noji-chan anyway. Soren grinned ferally. She can still hit you with the scoped rifle in the canopy if she wanted to, unless you're really willing to run more than 3 miles away from the ship. Naruto blinked and gave him a dry look. Bullshit. That thing only has a range of 2,500 meters. It doesn't even see half of that distance. It can't see that distance, but Nojiko's the one actually aiming and shooting Uzumaki and she can see just fine, especially with that hockey of hers. She'd consider that practice. Soren said with a laugh, on the open ocean unless you're making tracks to really get away from the ship and stay away, there's nowhere you can go that she can't hit you, so good luck with that. He said before laughing again, letting Naruto carry Vivi to her room. Fine. Naruto said shakily before coughing the sound of fear out of his voice. I'll just stand still for a moment and use Sage mode for a split second and dodge from a distance. Besides, she wouldn't really shoot at me for real. XXX. Several hours later. Vivi and her pet duck were stirred back to the waking world after a booming blast rang out on deck. Vivi immediately grabbed her gear and ran up to the deck prepared for a fight, only to see everyone lazing around on deck with the exception of Polly and Nojiko, the latter of them looking out over the side of the deck through a pair of binoculars and frowning at whatever she saw in the distance. Reload it. Nojiko said, as Polly seemed a little too eager to grab another cannonball and load it. Johnny and Yasaku were standing near the edge of the ship with the latter holding onto a pair of binoculars as he looked out over the ocean. Johnny tapped his foot on the ground impatiently. What's he doing? Yasaku ignored him for a moment before registering what was going on after a cannon blast. What? I said what's he doing now? Johnny yelled at him, making damn sure he heard him that time. Yasaku bared his teeth angrily as he kept the binoculars to his face. Goddamn, I'm getting so sick of answering that stupid fucking question dashed. Okay, look. Johnny said, you have the binoculars, I can't see shit. So don't bitch at me, because I'm not just going to stand here all day and play with my dick. I want to be kept in the fucking loop. Fine. Yasaku yelled, taking the binoculars away from his face and holding them out as if he were pointing out over the ocean. He's running away, okay? That's all he's doing. That's what he was doing when you asked me 10 minutes ago. That's what he was doing when you asked me 2 minutes ago. So in 30 seconds when you ask me, what's he doing, my answer's still going to be he's still running away. Johnny just looked at him for a moment before speaking. Where does he think he's running to? He asked. Yasaku just snorted like a bull and kept looking out at the ocean through the binoculars. You know what? I fucking hate you. What's going on? Vivi asked, scratching the side of her head as she wondered what they were shooting at so casually. Cannon fire usually meant battles. Despite her inexperience with it, she knew for a fact that battles weren't ever nearly this calm. Nojiko looked through the binoculars and adjusted the cannon according to her estimations of aim. Naruto-kun said that he got us lost in the comm belt and then he jumped off of the ship before I could even say anything dashed. Johnny scoffed, maybe the fact that you had your fingers on the shotgun before he even finished talking had something to do with it. I'm just saying. Anyway. Nojiko continued, and now I'm shooting at him until he decides to stop being stupid and come back on board so we can get back on course. I mean, did he really think I'd be that mad at him for just telling me what was wrong? She said as she lit the small wick at the top of the cannon. Fire. The cannon blasted off another shot out at the ocean. Soren yelled down from the canopy crow's nest, you're shooting a goddamned cannon at him as we speak, and you say you're not mad? What the fuck? Nojiko got a tick mark on her head at the thought by the others that she would ever actually try to hurt Naruto for real and turned to yell at Soren. None of these are even going to come close to hitting him. If you had eyes you could see that he's dodging everything by a mile. Literally. He's even blowing kisses at me every time I miss too. If really I wanted to try and hit him I wouldn't use the cannon, I'd use the rifle. She then stopped yelling and pulled out her pistol, holding it over her shoulder just as she felt someone wrap their arms around her waist. You done playing Naruto-kun? Are you? He asked in return, ignoring the barrel of the gun tucked under his chin. Nojiko's body shook with silent laughter as she nodded yes. Anything to play with the cannon, huh, Noji-chan? You were the one that ran away. Nojiko said, moving away from him and towards the helm. All you had to do was stand there and let me verbally freak out for a minute or two, but you ran away like a kid trying to avoid a spanking. Naruto shook his head as he followed her. And you shoot a cannon at me? Miss Valentine laughed from her place sitting under the branches sticking from the mast. Stop acting all offended. You know you liked it, crazy. Whatever. Naruto replied dismissively, Noji-chan's just lucky that a Sea King didn't sense the vibrations of the cannonballs hitting the water, or else we'd be fighting one right now, and by we, I mean me. Nojiko looked at the log pose and showed Naruto so he could get the ship back on course. Vivi, the next time something like this happens just wake Naruto-kun and me up, since we can't redirect the ship without the log pose and I can't power the ship's auxiliary controls. Vivi paled at hearing Nojiko speak to her about the ship. You know it was me? Nojiko nodded. You're the only other person that really steers the ship, and if Naruto-kun had really done it he would have tried to carry me to the deck without even trying to wake me up so he could redirect the ship that way, hoping that no one found out about it. She said, smiling at Naruto rolling his eyes. We back on course, Naruto-kun? Getting there. He said as he locked the wheel in place. I don't know how long it'll take though, since I don't know when Vivi tried playing with the wheel. It's going to take at least all day to get back on the Grand Line, so get comfortable, we're going to be at least a whole day off schedule. Sorry everyone. Vivi said sadly. She was finally making strides towards being useful to them in her mind and just took a huge step back by hindering them, knocking them off course into dangerous waters. Yusaku shrugged off the situation. It's alright Vivi, all of us mess up. Especially you. Murit chimed in at Yusaku's expense, getting him to tear up at how mean his beloved was. Polly put a cigar in his mouth and lit it up. I haven't messed up yet, because I'm cooler than all of you. Naruto stared at him blankly. You've been here for 3 weeks, how could you mess up in 3 weeks when you don't even have a real job, you bum? Polly growled and got in Naruto's face. You want to fight, you blonde sack of shit? I'll come up with my own job, sinus cleaner, by shoving my foot so far up your ass I clean your damn nose out. Naruto just stared at the glaring shipwright before speaking. I wonder I'd look cool with facial hair. Polly face faulted out of his stare down with Naruto as the captain continued his random thought. A mustache would suck, but maybe a beard. He turned towards Miss Valentine. Valentine-chan, would I be sexy with facial hair? Miss Valentine put her green eyes on him and thought about it before speaking. I think you'd look scraggly. I'm not sure you could pull it off, Naruto. I don't like facial hair anyway. You're cuter without it, she said, winking at him. Polly walked off with a sigh, shoving his hands into his jacket pockets. I swear you are the most random guy I've ever met in my entire life. Yo Uzumaki! Soren suddenly yelled from the crow's nest. Get your ass up here and check this out. He shouted as if it was something really important. Seriously, you're going to want to see this. At the behest of his acid-spitting ally, Naruto ran up the mast until he reached the top where Soren was looking out with one of the pairs of binoculars provided at the station. What's the matter? Soren smirked as he looked through the binoculars. We're going loot the shit out of that ship over there is what we're going to do. Naruto did the same and frowned as he did indeed see a ship in the distance. I'm not to burst your bubble or anything, but what part of I am not a goddamn pirate do you not understand? I am not attacking a random ship. Soren bared his teeth. Look closer, assface. Do you see any life on that ship? There isn't any motion on that ship at all. They must have drifted out here, but didn't have the ways to escape like we do. He shook his head in pity. Poor bastards didn't even get to die in a cool way like in a Sea King attack. If I kick the bucket out here, that's how I want to go. Don't we all? Naruto said in a sarcastic manner. Still, if they could salvage something useful from that ship, then there was no reason to let it all go to waste, and maybe he could at least give them a decent burial at sea if there was even anyone on the ship. Alright, let's do it. He then yelled down the mast at the others. Vivheim, turn us 35 degrees starboard and hold that direction. We're going to make a quick detour, not even out of the way. Okay, Naruto. She yelled back to him as she did what had been asked of her. XXX. As Vivi stayed aboard the natural disaster with Nojiko, the others jumped ship and boarded the one that Soren had spotted in the distance. Yusaku walked around the deck, reporting from the hold as he was the first aboard. Okay, there isn't anything on this ship worth taking. Soren smiled sheepishly as he scratched his head through his bandana. Well, that's the risk you run when you try to grab stuff from an abandoned ship. Sometimes somebody already looted it before you got there. He shrugged and planned to jump back onto their ship. No harm, no foul, let's roll. That's the thing. Miss Valentine said as she looked around. It's abandoned. There's no blood, no signs of battle, there's just... She pointed at the statues of people littering the upper deck, those. Due to the motion of the ship at times some had crumbled, some were broken into segments. Most were whole however, but there were so many statues of humans that much to their horror they were all fairly certain they used to be the crew. Murid poked at the statues, as she noticed them frozen in time with lustful looks on their faces. Okay, what the fuck? Look at these poor suckers, whatever they saw last must have been damn good for them to look like this in stone. Johnny came back up from the hold after a more through sweep. Bad news Naruto and Ikki. There are two things on this ship, Jack and shit. It's a bust. Fuck. Naruto muttered, stroking his chin. Who did this? Soren gave him a dry look as he pulled out his flask and took a sip. Do you really want to find that out for yourself, Uzumaki? Some things are just better left a mystery sometime. This ain't our problem and there ain't nothing we can do about it now. Sometimes you live and keep walking around, sometimes you get turned to stone, that's just how things work. He made a whirling motion with his finger. World keeps on turning, baby. Naruto gestured to the ghost ship they were on. And what if this happens to someone else? Yasaku and Johnny looked at each other before answering in an unsure manner simultaneously. Sorry about their damn luck? Murid picked up a disembodied stone head and waved it at Naruto. You want to go look for the person who did this? I wish I could slap you for your stupid hero complex, Naruto-sama, but you would probably kill me for it. Naruto frowned at her. I'd never kill any of you, and my hero complex isn't stupid. It's a habit cultivated over years and years of combat with dickheads and jerkasses that take over countries, kill thousands, and have god complexes that inspire them to try and take over the world. Right? Miss Valentine said with a smile. Anyway, I think we should get away from the creepy, bad omen ship with human statues stuck in the middle of the comm belt so that we all don't die a nameless death like this. All for getting the hell out of here? Aye. Everyone on board said, eliciting a sigh out of Naruto, who relented and allowed everyone to leave. Fine, but this isn't over. Naruto said, walking to the edge of the ship and jumping back aboard theirs. Yes it is. Soren said cheerfully, because we aren't going looking for a stupid, useless fight that will cripple half of us and you don't have any idea on how to find who did this. It's way over, Uzumaki. Deal with it. He was suddenly splashed by a wave of water, asshole. Soren muttered as he wiped the sea water out of his face. XXX. In the distance. On board another ship, a woman walked calmly towards her destination. She wore a black short jacket with orange frills that remained open to reveal her bosom and torso, as well as a black and yellow cloth around her waist with an orange belt and long black stockings going down her legs. She had her short black hair in a bun on top of her head and a cigarette in her mouth. Eventually she reached her destination. Hebeheim, we found another ship near the one that we just finished sacking. A woman replied in a rather detached manner. Any colors, Rindo? The woman, Rindo, responded with a nod. Well, the ship is orange, and they're flying a Jolly Roger. So what are our orders? Change course to give chase to that ship. If we can get two ships back to back so quickly, then that's just our luck, isn't it? Rindo again nodded and turned to go and change their trajectory so that they could pursue. Another set of fools have drifted into the comm belt, it seems. Unfortunately they won't be making it out, but it's okay, they will forgive me. Because I am beautiful. XXX. Hours later, with the Foxhound pirates. Johnny had taken a pair of binoculars and was looking through them with a massive stupid grin on his face, snickering every few seconds. Although everyone else just played off his behavior as no more stranger than how anyone else acted most of the time, he eventually felt he had to discover his find with someone. Hey, someone come and look at this really quick. Being the closest to him as they were all around the helm, Nojiko and Miss Valentine, who had been sunbathing, got up and went over to him with the blonde woman looking through the ocular device first, quickly smiling and letting off a rather amused laugh before passing the binoculars to Nojiko and going back to laying down. Nojiko frowned as all she saw in the distance was an island. It's an island. What's the big deal about it? Johnny pointed out in the direction of the distant island. You're telling me you really don't see that? How can't you see it? It's right in front of your face. Miss Valentine saw it in 5 seconds. It's so great. Nojiko passed him the binoculars back. No, I don't see it, Johnny, so what's out there? Johnny started excitedly hopping up and down as he kept pointing. It is an island that is literally giving us the middle finger. He shouted loudly. What? Every other man on the ship exclaimed before rushing over to Johnny as they began fighting over the binoculars, a fight that was won by Naruto as he was the first to look. Holy shit, he's right. That island is totally flipping us off. Naruto said as he passed the binoculars off to Yasaku, who looked through them next, grinning like a 10-year-old. Nojiko rolled her eyes. I really doubt that an island looks like that, and even if it does, who cares? It's a natural formation, the island isn't really flipping you off. But it is. Naruto exclaimed, running to the wheel to change course to that particular island. It's Mother Nature saying, fuck you, in its most pure form. As if it's mocking ships that got caught in the calm belt. Nojiko blinked before waving her arms around animatedly. What do you think you're doing? Are you really going to make us go to this island because of you wanting to see a stupid rock formation? Yes, I am. Naruto said as he turned the wheel with not a second thought. Are you honestly surprised by this? We're only going to be there for a little while anyway. He gestured towards the direction the island was in. That island called me out. I bend nature to my will, not the other way around. I'm going to fucking own that island. What's it called? Nojiko crossed her arms and gave him a stern look that he ignored. How should I know? The Grand Line in general is mostly rumor and speculation. Do you really think I know anything about the stuff that might be in the calm belt? Naruto then smirked. Cool, then I'm going to go name that island. Nojiko palmed her face hard enough to let off a harsh smacking noise. Why can't you just name it from here and let me get the latitude and longitude down for it? Naruto scoffed in reply. How can you name something that you didn't even explore? That's really messed up, Noji-chan, and besides, how will I know what to call it without going there? Nojiko just stared at him blankly as he happily steered the ship towards the mystery island. XXX. On the new island. Oh Kami, look at this place, it's so awesome. Naruto yelled as they all walked further inland from where the ship was on the backside of the island. Once they landed, they found that the outsides of the island was surrounded by trees in a rather wilder setup. The rock formation was exactly what it had appeared to be from a distance, a mountainous hand sticking up in the air giving off the middle finger sign. I've got to climb that thing and put a Hiraition kunai at the top, let's go. Vivi stared up at the obscenely gesturing land formation rather distastefully. Why? Why not? Soren answered in the captain's place as they walked through the forest. I can see why he'd want to come back here. As far as I can see, it's a really nature-heavy island, untouched by anyone, so this meditating fool would feel right at home here, wouldn't he? Murat had funk-freed out in his elephant form as he carried her on his back, happily looking around at his surroundings. Murat rubbed the sword/elephant on top of his head. Funk-freed seems to like it too. It's really peaceful here, look. She said as she pointed at a monkey that was sitting in a tree watching them. Soren walked towards the tree that the monkey was in with a smirk on his face. Well, would you look at that? This thing doesn't seem to be scared of us at all. The monkey then proceeded to calmly flip Soren off with both hands. What the fuck? You stupid monkey! Soren! Naruto yelled, keeping the man from possibly attempting to kill the poor creature. It's a monkey. It lives by a mountain with a hand that does that 24/7. Don't you think it would have picked up how to do that itself? Soren growled as he looked between his crew and the monkey. It flipped me off right after I said something. I think it knows what that means, and it's calling me out. Vivi shouted indignantly. Why is everyone on this crew so crazy? A monkey can't call you out, it's a monkey. It doesn't even know what it's doing. That's just what it wants you to think. Soren yelled, pointing angrily at the monkey that had by now dropped its hands and was looking to leave. It lures you in with it being a cute, exotic animal, and then bam. It's making all kinds of inside jokes behind your back. It knows. It totally knows. I don't like it. Polly smirked at Soren's anger. It doesn't like you either, because it just told you to go fuck yourself. As everyone went further into the forest towards the rock formation, they found something quite amusing. Every single animal they saw had the capability, no matter what it was, bird, bear, wolf, it didn't matter, if it had paws it was able to mimic the gesture of the island's most prolific trait, the hand giving the middle finger. By the time they had actually reached the foot of the mountain, Naruto didn't think he could actually climb it. Because he was laughing so hard. By this time, Naruto was crawling on his hands and knees out of breath, but still laughing his ass off. I love this island. He managed to say between bouts of laughter as he pushed himself to his feet against the mountain itself. Alright, I'm going to go dominate nature, you guys can do whatever you want until I'm done. Polly walked over as well. I'm going too. Having animals flip me off was funny at first, but now it's starting to piss me off. He ignored Soren's shout of, see, to keep talking. Besides, who knows what would happen to you if you fell off, idiot. Murat turned Funk-freed back into a sword and headed over to the mountain climbers. Can one of you take me? I want to see if there are any decent medicinal herbs up there that I can use. We found a few walking through the forest. Naruto nodded before turning to the others. So anyone else want to go? Everyone else shook their heads. Vivi looked over at a nearby pair of flamingos. That flipped them all off. I don't feel like climbing a mountain. I'd rather just stay down here until you guys come back. She said as Karu returned the gesture back to the flamingos. I want to look for a lake. If there are flamingos, then there must be a lake somewhere. Miss Valentine waved him off. I could just float up there if I really wanted to. Why would I climb? Soren glared at the previously mentioned flamingos. I swear to God, if I see one more animal flip me the bird, I am going to hurt it. Animal rights be damned. Just climb the damn mountain and hurry up so we can leave. Nojiko smiled at Naruto, having gotten over going out of their way again as it was a pleasant little side trip all things considered. Get going, Naruto-kun. We'll all stick around nearby for whenever you finish climbing. Naruto looked over at Polly. Okay, you heard her. Tie yourself and mirror it to me so we can go. Yeah, you bossy bastard. Polly muttered, rolling his shoulders out before doing as he was told. Rupwakashan, Moai Musubi, rope action, Bolin knot. From the sleeves of his jacket shot a pair of ropes, one that wrapped around Naruto's waist, the other around Murit's. Polly detached the ropes from himself and tied them together around his own waist, keeping them all stuck together. He gave a thumbs up to Naruto, all good to go. Naruto rubbed his hands together before channeling chakra to his feet and walking directly up the wall, dragging Polly and Murit behind him as he climbed that way. I'll be back before you know it, he said to the others as Murit and Polly eventually found themselves lifted off of the ground, suspended in the air. Hold on tight, you guys. Murit started to look fearful as the ground got further and further away. This rope better not break, she said timidly. Polly didn't seem to care at all and decided to light himself a cigar as he allowed Naruto to drag him to the summit. These ropes don't break, I've woven them myself. He took a puff and enjoyed the ride. It's fine, just calm down. Hey Uzumaki, easy does it, yeah? I want a brisk, smooth pace here. Naruto turned his head and flipped him off, getting a chuckle out of Polly. This island's rubbing off on you, isn't it? XXX. At the shore of the island, a large ship being pulled by a pair of large green sea serpents with black manes going down their backs sat near land. On the deck sat a mansion-like structure and the color scheme of the ship was pink, black, and dark brown. The main sail had a Jolly Roger of a skull surrounded by 9 snakes centering from it, while the back sail had Kuja written on it in kanji. As much of the crew were disembarking onto the island from the ship in the bay, observations were being made. What an ugly ship, a woman said amusedly in reference to Naruto's ship that was nearby. She was a rather tall woman that had long blue-green hair, a long forked tongue, and her head was somewhat disproportionately larger than her body. She wore a green bikini and a white cape over her back. Does the captain of this thing want every marine on the seas to be able to see him from anywhere? A large, physically imposing-looking woman with long orange hair that wore a blue top and a blue cloth around her waist spoke up next. You saw just how fast this ship was. If it had noticed us and kept going, they would have gotten away for sure, she said in a stern manner. I think there is something strange about this crew, Sandersonia. Sandersonia laughed a little bit. There's something weird about most of the crews that ever get to the Grand Line. It doesn't matter who they are, Marigold, you know that. As they spoke, the small vessel carrying most of the other pirates of the crew made it to land. The unique thing about this crew, however, was the fact that there wasn't a single male among them. Everyone that had traveled on the main ship that had come to this island was a woman. Steady the vessel for Hebeheim. Don't let any drop of the ocean touch our pirate empress. From the small ship, a woman stepped off at the behest of her underlings. Unlike the 2 women that were already ashore, she was heart-stoppingly beautiful. A tall, slender woman with long black hair and light brown eyes that held an aloof tint to them. She had a figure most men would fight to the death over, with large breasts that accentuated every curve that already existed on her frame. She wore a revealing red blouse that showed much of her chest and her body, as well as a long dress with a slit cut in it that showed off her long legs. Around her body, a white snake with red dots that had a skull on top of its head and blue hair was wrapped around her body, sporting a perpetual smile. As she walked off towards the 2 women that had already been there, she stopped as she found a baby monkey in her path. Who left this monkey here? She asked as she punted the monkey aside out of her way. Sorry, Hebeheim. One of the other female pirates apologized as she held on to the monkey to keep it from attempting to maul her in response. You should be more careful in the future, she said as she continued on. As she walked towards the 2 other lead women, she looked up at the rock that consisted of the hand giving the middle finger. What an obscene place. Boa nodded, thinking the same thing about the island before they had even landed. We'll find the crew that left their ship here so that we can dispose of them lest they attempt something while we take their things. Sandersonia and Marigold fell into step with their beautiful apparent leader as Sandersonia took this moment to speak. So how many do you think there are? She asked. Marigold smirked at her question. You're asking like that matters. We're the Kuja Pirates, led by Pirate Empress Boa Hancock. Do you really think a ragtag group of pirates are going to be worth anything here? XXX. With Naruto. I rule this mountain with an iron fist. Naruto shouted, echoing through the empty air as he continued to climb upwards by way of walking. He tried to run, but he kept smashing Polly and Murit against the cliffside whenever he did, so they both berated him to walk like he had been before. Are we there yet? Murit said, checking over her nails out of boredom. The novel terror of constantly ascending the side of a sheer cliff left her not too long after they left the ground, thus from this point she was more bored than anything else. I wonder if I'm getting used to this kind of thing? God, I hope not. She was hoping that once they got higher she would find something worth taking in a medical view of things. I think my legs are falling asleep. Then kick them. Naruto replied, keeping his steady walking pace. You're supposed to be a doctor, shouldn't you know to move them for blood flow? Shut up. Murat replied, I knew that. She exclaimed before a loud snore broke through their conversation. How can Polly sleep right now? She asked about the man hanging above her by his waist, snoozing away. You want me to wake him up? Naruto asked her with a raised eyebrow. I can always start running again. I'd rather you didn't. Murat said with a sweat drop. Cheer up. Naruto told her, we passed the knuckles and now we're climbing the single finger. We're almost to the top. He yelled again at the top of his lungs, echo. Naruto shouted just to hear his own voice reverberate out over the middle of nowhere. Murat palmed her face as she dangled precariously by the rope around her waist. XXX. With the Foxhound Pirates. It hadn't taken long after Naruto, Murat, and Polly had departed up the mountain for Vivi to find the lake she had been looking for, not far from the foot of the mountain back through the forest. So the Foxhound Pirates took to lounging about, waiting for Naruto to finish up and come back down so that they could leave. Miss Valentine just sat down by the lake and lay down on the grass, relaxing in the pleasant climate. Nojiko was close by, soaking her feet and legs in the water and taking in the beautiful scenery as she cleaned her guns. She had already marked the island's location on her smaller scale model of a map of the area and planned to place it on the large world map on the ship once they returned. Soren was interacting with the wildlife, much to Vivi's amusement. Soren was crouched down, staring at a small ocelot. The small wildcat just blinked at Soren blankly as he eyed it down. Go ahead. Go ahead and do it and see what happens. I dare you. Vivi sat nearby, petting Karoo as they both took in the scene before them. It's a little cat, Soren. How would it even pull it off? As if directly responding to Vivi's question, the ocelot stuck up its paw and flashed its middle toe at Soren, forcing the man to growl and take a swing at it. A swing that missed the nimble creature. You little bastard. Soren yelled over Vivi's laughter. Eat this. Rankyaku, storm leg. Soren threw a kick that sent off an air blade but missed. Growling at his miss, he began to chase the cat that had gone over near Nojiko and Miss Valentine. Once he began to disrupt the girls in his pursuit of the animal, Miss Valentine grabbed a hold of his leg, holding him in place. Kilo henkan, kilogram conversion. She said disinterestedly as Soren found his body weighing him down more than enough to let the ocelot get away. He stopped trying to chase after it and stomped over to Miss Valentine, who smiled at him innocently as she grabbed his leg again and turned off the effect of her technique. I wasn't going to hurt it. I was just going to teach it a lesson. Sure you were. Nojiko said in a deadpan voice, showing just how much she knew he was lying. From the water, Johnny and Yasaku emerged, shirts off with their weapons attached to them, Johnny smirking while Yasaku glared at him. Damn you. You think you're better than me? Well, judging from the fact that I touched the bottom of the lake and was able to stay down there longer than you, yes I am. Johnny taunted, even with that anchor on your back you still couldn't stay down there longer. Rematch? Yasaku suggested. Loser sharpens the winner's sword. Johnny confirmed as they both dove back down under the water to renew their challenge. Vivi and Karoo walked around the lakeside, content with the lazy feeling of the day's events. She honestly loved being a part of the crew. All of the places she had seen, all of the weird situations she had found herself in. She almost wouldn't have believed she could do it if she hadn't lived through it all. They didn't baby her or treat her like royalty either, they just treated her like a normal girl. She had first felt that way with the Straw Hat Pirates, but Vivi could now honestly say that she felt like the Foxhound Pirates were akin to family. They even felt fine with bearing the onus of kidnapping her just to keep her country safe. This is nice, isn't it, Karoo? She asked her feathered companion, getting a positive quack from him before his head turned towards the forest in suspicion. While cleaning her guns, Nojiko's ears picked up sounds of people moving closer that broke the tranquility. Miss Valentine picked up the tension on Nojiko's face seeing the younger woman put all of her guns back in their rightful places on her person as she drew her go-to guns, her pistols. What's the matter, Nojiko? Nojiko put her waver skates on her feet and lifted her guns towards the forest near them. Everybody get ready to move, now. Soren heard the seriousness in her voice and cracked his neck as he loosened his body up. We're backed up against the lake so we can't really run away here. Me and Valentine can't swim and the idiot brothers are holding their breath underwater as we speak. A smirk crossed his face. Guess we've got to fight, huh? Miss Valentine stood up, twirling her umbrella before setting it over her shoulder, a frown on her pretty face. Wildlife? Nojiko shook her head as Vivi and Karu made their way back over to the others. Nope, definitely people. The footsteps aren't anything like an animal's. It's not Naruto-kun, Murit, and Polly either. There are way more of them. Vivi gulped as she grabbed the weapon that doubled as her belt. Maybe Naruto's playing around with his clones or something like that. Soren let out a laugh. You can keep thinking like that if you want to. The rest of us will settle for staying alive. Vivi puffed out her cheeks indignantly at being made fun of by the former thief. Dodge! Nojiko shouted, turning her waver skates on and breaking away just as a mass of arrows ripped from the forest at them, prompting them to take evasive maneuvers. Soren aptly dodged the arrows fired at him, and was glad that he did as he saw them make contact with the ground and smash small craters into the earth. Man, I'm glad I'm faster than those stupid arrows. Vivi and Karu on the other hand were using every single scrap of Naruto's critical edge dodging training that they had to keep out of contact with the arrows as well as avoiding slipping into the craters formed. Who's attacking us? Nojiko could tell from the trajectory of the arrows flying at them where they were coming from and reached into her supplies to pull out a pair of grenades that she quickly bit down on the wicks with to shorten explosion time. Lighting the explosive orbs, she hurled them into the forest and produced a mighty explosion. She smirked as she saw the fires she managed to start. That should smoke them out. The end to the barrage of arrows came as a relief to Vivi and Karu, who were able to stop their deadly dance with the projectiles, allowing Vivi to draw her ranged jewelry belt weapon, Kujaki Ga Shinradiata, Peacock Ranged Slasher. Vivi linked 3 of the long chains together and slung it out at the woods in a lightning-fast manner, the razor-sharp blades cutting down trees and the like. Way to clear-cut, princess. Soren said before puffing his cheeks out, timing the fall of the trees with the launching of his attack. Hide from this. IBI no aim, rot rain. A rainstorm of acid rained down from above directly over what had been the edge of the forest as Soren cackled once the alarmed cries of their attackers sounded out. He stopped after taking a minute to listen to the voices. Wait a minute, those are all chick voices. Not a dude in the bunch. From what was left of the forest, all of the people cleared out, revealing them to all be women as Soren suspected, scantily clad women. Awesome. Soren said before blinking, I mean not awesome. I almost melted a ton of women. Nojiko narrowed her eyes at them. There were so many, at least 100 in all. What do you all want? Why did you attack us? To test you all to see if the Gorgon sisters would be needed for you. One of the women said, holding up a stiffened-out snake as if it were a staff. The acid-spitting man that you all have with you melted most of our arrows with his last attack. Yeah. Soren said in a smug manner with his tongue sticking out of his mouth. I'm just awesome like that. Leave us alone. Nojiko said, holding her pistols up towards them. We don't want to fight, we're just resting up. The women all started laughing at her. You don't have a choice in the matter. Do you think you can tell the Kuja pirates to do what you want us to do? Fine. Nojiko said, lifting one of her guns into the air and firing it, smirking for an unknown reason. 10,000 kilo Ashitsukuru, 10,000 kilogram press. Miss Valentine dropped from the sky above them and smashed into the ground between the two groups. The Foxhound pirates had all been prepared and thusly had braced for impact, however the Kuja pirates had not, and they were knocked to the ground by the tremor created by Miss Valentine. Kaya ha ha ha, I love doing that so much. While the others were prepared to continue the fight, Soren was thinking about something. Kuja pirates? I swear I've heard that somewhere before. Yo Valentine, have you heard of the Kuja pirates before? The blonde woman stopped laughing and nodded. Yeah, why? We're fighting them. Soren explained to her. Due to her being so high in the air, Miss Valentine had missed hearing that part of the conversation between the two crews, but when she heard that fact her eyes widened. What? What's wrong? That's a Shichibukai's crew. She said, with no humor or amusement in her tone at all, like Crocodile or Doflamingo. Vivi and Nojiko's jaws dropped at that revelation. Another one? Vivi questioned, why the hell do they keep running into us like that? Our luck fucking sucks. The others all looked at the princess, not used to ever really hearing her curse. Sweet. Soren said, excited at getting a chance to fight another Shichibukai with no Naruto in sight to take the battle over. Who's the government dog I'm putting down today? Because I'm young, I'm violent, and I've been good. I haven't killed anybody in weeks. Don't you talk about our Hebeheim that way, you foolish man. Hebeheim will destroy you when she finds what you've done. Soren stood mimicking the irate women, unafraid of whoever it was he was about to prepare to fight, while Miss Valentine racked her brain trying to think of who the captain of this crew was. So this is the crew that sails on that ship with the horridly offensive colors. The entire crew seemed to cheer at the sound of the rather aristocratic-sounding voice as they cleared a path. Hebeheim. Yes, finish them off. You're so beautiful. The most gorgeous woman in the world. Pirate Empress Boa Hancock. And once they all got a glimpse of her, the Foxhound pirates had to agree. Nojiko and Miss Valentine felt rather jealous of her good looks, as she seemed to be far more attractive than they were. It almost wasn't fair. As weird as it was, they were strangely attracted to her, and they could never let Naruto know that they had that kind of inclination of attraction towards other women as well, because he would never let it die. Vivi was moved by how noble she looked. If she was a real princess, she wished that she could move with such a gait one day. Soren, on the other hand, stood with his jaw almost hitting the ground. So hot. Like, so hot. It's not even funny. He said in an awestruck manner, "This is the Shichibukai I said I was going to beat up? I think I have to take that one back, you know?" Hancock stood, flanked by Sandersonia and Marigold, as she looked at the Foxhound pirates and the looks in their eyes that she found familiar. Everyone that had ever seen her had looked at her much the way that they all had. "You all find me to be beautiful, don't you?" Soren nodded furiously. "That's like asking me if this island flipped us off." "Yes. Why are you telling us obvious stuff?" "Oh, no reason," she said with a small smile as she formed a heart shape with her hands and aimed at them all. All of the crew members were aware of how important the placement of one's hands were for attacks, having spent enough time around Naruto to know how dangerous his hand seals were. Nojiko turned on her waver skates to move, and Miss Valentine extended her umbrella to float away, while Vivi hopped on Karu to retreat away, but it was too late. Mero mero mellow, falling down drunk sweet wind. A beam in the shape of hearts came from her hands that expanded and caught everyone in its radius with the exception of Soren, who hit the deck and used his powers to melt a hole into the ground and avoid being hit with it. The other crew members that were hit with the beam were turned to stone, freezing them in place. Miss Valentine never even got off of the ground to attempt to fly. Nojiko's skates deactivated and she landed back on her feet. Vivi was frozen as she sat on Karu, who was also frozen. Marigold looked at the hole in the ground that Soren had carved out with narrowed eyes. He managed to avoid our dear sister's attack. Hancock said dismissively, "It doesn't matter. One useless coward of a man running away from my beauty and strength doesn't matter." Sandersonia smirked. "He's not planning a counterattack as far as I can see. He really must have run away." At that moment from the lake, Johnny and Yasaku emerged, with the latter carrying the former to shore before dropping him and stepping on his stomach. "Breathe, you idiot, breathe," Yasaku said in a breathless manner as Johnny spat up water like a spigot. "You shouldn't have made me punch you in the stomach, stupid." He yelled at him, ignoring the others before them. Johnny's head snapped up and he jumped to his feet, kicking Yasaku and driving his foot far into his stomach. "That doesn't count as your win, asshole. You were about to crack. 10 minutes is your limit. You went out like a cheater." Ignoring the Kuja pirates, the two got into each other's faces and shouted, "There weren't any rules," Yasaku yelled. Johnny gripped the hilt of his sword at his waist. "Let's settle this." Yasaku quickly brandished Kubikirabuchu in response. "Anytime you're ready, little man." They both jumped back and faced off from each other, preparing to fight until they finally noticed the audience they had for their friendly little scrap. "Whoa," both of them said with wide eyes once they saw the Kuja pirates. Johnny took off his sunglasses for a moment to make sure what he was seeing was real. Once he confirmed it was indeed real, he placed them back on and grinned. "Well, hello there." Yasaku followed his lead and put his sword up. Hancock just looked at them and slowly raised her hands up in her heart shape again. "Mero mero mellow, falling down drunk sweet wind." And just like that, they were turned to stone. With that done, Hancock turned on her heel and walked away back towards her ship. "Take those men. We can find use for them and then dispose of them," she said without much care over the matter, with the exception of the distaste she said "them" with, referring to Johnny and Yasaku. XXX. With Naruto. Naruto finally reached the summit of the mountain and threw his hands in the air in victory. "Yes. Yes. Oh Kami, yes," he exclaimed. "Who's the man?" He waited for his echo to dissipate. "I'm the man," he finished, exclamating his point by stabbing a Hiraishin kunai directly into the rock. Murat was happily collecting the herbs that she found in what would have been the fingernail of the middle finger. Yes, Naruto-sama, you're the man," she said in a placating fashion. "So what are you going to call the island since you made it up here?" Polly jolted awake. "How about, Go Fuck Yourself Island?" "Nah," Naruto said swiftly, "that's not creative or cool at all." "Up Yours Island?" Polly suggested again. "Nope," Naruto said, pacing about back and forth waiting for something to come to him. "One Finger Island. That's the name." Murat shook her head as she finished loading up on medicinal herbs. "You're so dumb, Naruto-sama, I swear." "Alright, time to go back down," Naruto said, bouncing on his toes as if he were preparing for something. "I'm gonna jump," he said with a feral grin. "No," Polly and Murat both pleaded as they were still tied to him. "Ah," Naruto said, having had his bubble burst by his crewmates, "you guys are no fun at all." XXX. At the foot of the mountain, Soren had managed to dig himself far enough away to escape the Kuja pirates. With Boa Hancock's powers, it was way too dangerous to try and fight them all by himself, even if the ability of the crew severely dropped off after that point. The girls were all petrified and the idiot brothers were petrified and taken, probably as trophies of war or something. He couldn't do anything about this by himself. Fighting by himself would be stupid. He was pacing around impatiently, looking up and waiting for Naruto to get back down with the others. Climbing up would take longer than just waiting for him to finish climbing and drop back down, and there was a chance he would miss him on the way up. Come on Uzumaki, get your ass down here, this isn't a good time to fuck around. XXX. Johnny and Yasaku found themselves in a daze as they had just been depetrified and swiftly tied up, their weapons taken away from them. Johnny was the first to recover as he glared at the Kuja pirates aboard their ship. What do you all think you're going to do to us? He growled out. All he knew was that they had better not sleep on them or else they'd break out and tear that ship down around them. The two swordsmen were not to be fucked with, in their own minds anyway. Yasaku felt much the same way, in disbelief and anger that they had been captured. We're not going to cooperate with anything you guys say. He smirked darkly. We're shitty prisoners, we're sorry to say. All of the women just stared down at them. We're not going to do anything to you. Only a few of us are actually in need of anything from you. Johnny growled lowly. You think you're going to get anything from us? It'll be a cold day in hell. One of the women shook her head. You don't get a choice in the matter. You're going to sire the offspring of a select few women of Amazon Lily whether you like it or not. The two swordsmen quickly put an end to their pseudo-tough guy prisoner act once their brains registered the words sire and offspring. They looked at each other before turning back towards the Kuja pirates and disputing their fate vehemently. Yeah right. No. Johnny said in a deadpan voice. Yasaku followed suit, speaking much the same way. You monsters, how could you? Have mercy. Johnny followed up in monotone. In their heads however they were singing a different song. Da 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 da, da 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 da, da 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 da, da 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 da. Foxtrot. Uniform. Charlie. Kilo. Man, what was so bad about being a prisoner? This was going to be great. I don't think we made it out of that lake. Maybe we drowned and went to heaven? They thought. Chapter 32, Don't Poke the Fox. The walk down the mountain was far quicker than the walk up, mostly because they didn't need to stop every time Murat spotted an herb worth collecting for later. As soon as his feet touched the ground after walking down the mountain, Naruto found himself hoisted off of the ground by the collar of his flak jacket and shaken frantically by Soren. Uzumaki, what the fuck took so long? I need your goddamn help right fucking now, no joke. Naruto got Soren to stop shaking him and also got him to let go of his flak jacket. Damn Soren, grip. What's the matter? We are fucked, that's what the matter is. Soren exclaimed more animatedly than Naruto had ever seen him before in his time knowing him. Johnny and Yasaku's dumb asses got captured and the girls and the duck got turned to stone by that bitch. At this point his eyes glassed over in remembrance. Bitch she was, but she was so hot, like, so hot. Naruto's mind however, had stopped on the part where his swordsmen got captured and the girls were turned to stone. The girls got turned to stone? He said with an unreadable tint in his voice, like those guys we found on that ship? Soren nodded. What the fuck happened? Where the fuck are they? Who the fuck did it? How the fuck did they do it? And how the fuck did you get away? He ordered. Follow me. Soren instructed, prompting Naruto, Polly, and Murat to quickly follow after him towards the site of the short conflict between the Kuja and Foxhound pirates. XXX. At the lakeside, right where he left them, Soren led Naruto and the others to the statuesque forms of Nojiko, Miss Valentine, Vivi, and Karu. This is it. He said lowly. There wasn't anything I could do. By the time we realized something was up it was pretty much too late. I got lucky and dodged the beam she used but they couldn't, it was a wide shot. I had to melt my way into the ground to escape. Sorry. Naruto remained silent for a moment as he touched Nojiko's stone face. No, it wasn't your fault. If you were going to be turned to stone like the rest of them then how could you have stayed and fought? Soren let out a grunt, letting Naruto know that he certainly was not okay with deserting the others and retreating. How long ago? 20 minutes. Soren responded tersely as he watched Murat walk over to the petrified crew members. So what do you think? Murat frowned. She actually really liked the crew, they were definitely better than Bellamy's for sure. But if this was just like what had befallen the sailors on the ship they had found, she had no clue of what to do. I don't have any idea of what to do. The best thing I can think of is to take them with us dashed. While we look for who did this. Naruto finished for her, a growl in his voice, so I can beat the fuck out of them. He noticed that the others could see how angry he was. No, I'm not going to kill who did it though, then everyone would be stuck like this. I'm going to make sure they live so they can turn them all back, and if they hurt Johnny or Yasaku then they're going to pay double. He said as he made clones to carefully lift the statues to carry back to the ship. He himself took on the task of carrying Nojiko's himself. Then let's go. Polly said, if we're going to chase them, a 20-minute head start is nothing for our ship to close the distance on. Naruto held onto Nojiko in statue form tightly, then what the hell are we waiting for? Let's go already. He muttered rather darkly in a manner that sent a shiver down Murit's spine. Naruto-sama seems, perturbed. She commented as she turned Funkfried into his elephant form to keep up with the faster crew members that were still being left in the dust by Naruto and his clones. Duh. Soren said with a steely gaze directed at nothing in particular. Why wouldn't he be pissed? Hell, I'm pissed. I just hope Uzumaki doesn't kill the bitch that did this by accident. She might be the only way the girls can turn back to normal. He cracked his knuckles. Besides, I've got a bone to pick with those bitches. XXX. Kuja Pirate's main ship. Johnny and Yasaku were both still totally tied up, their arms and legs bound to four corners of a bed as they lay there in their boxers. Oi! Johnny said, speaking up loudly to the multiple women in the room, can you take one of us to a different room? If this is going to happen, having it happen while I'm in the same room as him would mess with my stroke. He said, nudging his head towards Yasaku. Agreed. Yasaku said before mustering up some fake anger, you evil women. How could you do this to us? We're people, not cattle. Silence. One of the Kuja pirates said, now we've worked out how this will go as far as your usefulness will go. She pointed towards Johnny, you are the more aesthetically pleasing one. Johnny smirked and looked over at a growling Yasaku, you know what that means Yasaku? It means I'm the sexy one, too bad for you. The woman then continued, pointing at Yasaku, yes, however from what we've seen he is the one that is far more powerful. Johnny's jaw dropped in shock as Yasaku began laughing, it's just a fact. The ladies know quality awesome when they see it. It's no one's fault, but do be jealous, I like that. What the fuck? Johnny tried to argue, how does he seem stronger than me? It's the sword isn't it? He got a series of unanimous nods from the women, oh come on. He's totally overcompensating with that big piece of crap. Don't take that at face value here. Ignoring him, the Kuja pirate in command of the situation continued her explanation, as a result of these things it has been decided that the pirate named Yasaku will be with the least desirable of our crew. So that his good stock may possibly improve the quality of their offspring. Meanwhile Johnny will be given to the most enviable of our crew looking to bear children due to their already dominant good genes. Johnny's face lit up, sweet. Boo! Yasaku said in displeasure, fuck you Johnny. Karma's a motherfucker, you'll see. I'm sorry buddy. Johnny said, wishing he could dance right now just to rub his victory in that much more, but my suffering will be that much greater than yours. Just so you know. The women broke into two groups with the one running the show pointing to one side that was standing around Yasaku's bed. The more shapely, smaller women gathered around him and picked his bed up to take into another room with Yasaku's tongue hanging out and hearts in his eyes the entire way. Pirate number 1 will be used by the petite women with lesser physical ability. And I'm just a-okay with that. Yasaku happily interrupted as he was taken into a room with the door shutting behind him. She then pointed at the ones that surrounded Johnny's bed, as his eyes were bulging out from behind his sunglasses at the size of the women. Pirate number 2 will be used by the women with the optimum strength, the cream of the crop. She said about the gargantuan women, one of whom lifted Johnny's bed to carry into the room designated for them. Johnny struggled against his restraints in an attempt to get away. Can't we switch? Why would you want your best to breed with my weak ass? Let them go with Yasaku, let me have the weak ones? Please? Please? Can't we just cuddle? He let out one last scream as his door closed. No. Naruto Aniki save me. Be a good wingman Johnny. Fuck you Yasaku. No thanks, I've got women willing to do that for me. XXX. Meanwhile, on board the natural disaster. Soren's head snapped up as he sat in the crow's nest with a pair of binoculars in his hands. Something good and or hilarious is happening to someone I know very well right now and I'm clearly missing the punchline of the joke. This day just keeps getting worse and worse. Soren. The man in question looked down from his roost at Naruto who was sitting under the tree-like mast that Soren was at the top of. How close are we? Give me a timetable of us catching up. Soren held up one open hand. 5 minutes Uzumaki. In 5 minutes we'll be there. When we actually do get there, what's the plan? Naruto replied in a robotic monotone, get on board their ship, beat their asses unmercifully until we find who petrified the girls, make them turn them back, get Johnny and Yasaku, leave, and maybe blow up their ship on the way out. Right. Soren said with a sweat drop before pointing down, not that Naruto could see it from his angle, by the way when this all goes down you're the one fighting Boa Hancock. I'd rather not risk my neck with getting petrified if I can help it, especially after dodging that bullet the first time. That's what I wanted anyway. Naruto said, agreeing to the terms of engagement. Can you take whoever else will fight? Soren grinned ferally. I can certainly try, can't I? There's no way I'm running away twice in one day. His grin dropped when he thought of something else. What about the others? Murid is no fighter and we don't have a clue about what Polly can do other than the little scrum you had out with him back in Water 7. Naruto thought about Soren's words before letting off a shrug. This is what we've got. They're not attacking anyway. We are, or should I say I am. You're getting the idiot brothers out all sneaky-like while I'm running amok looking for that Hancock woman. His eyes angrily flickered gold for a second, then I'm going to force her to turn my girl's back. Good luck with that. Soren said honestly. Unless Naruto utterly abused his Hiraishin the way he had planned to against Akiji, then he would eventually get turned to stone. The beam Hancock used was very encompassing of space, but Naruto was probably wily enough to find some way to overcome it. If that's what you want, Uzumaki, you've got it. XXX. Inside, Murid had the statues of the girls and Kuru all safely held in her medical bay area attached to her room. They were on beds and secured so that they wouldn't fall easily and break like the statues she had seen on the ghost ship a ways back. Is there anything I can even do here? She asked herself and her pet elephant/sword rather desperately as he sat near Kuru, trumpeting sadly over what seemed to be the loss of his fellow crew pet. This isn't even medical. This is supernatural, I can't do anything with this. She paced around and looked over all of her stone-encased patients before letting out an indignant yell. Gah! What is Naruto-sama even paying me for if I can't even help when I'm needed? Can't our medical problems be actual medical problems for once? At least you could have been of some use. Murid turned to the door of the room to see Polly standing there with a cigar in his mouth. What good am I in this situation? I'm a damn shipwright if you haven't noticed. Murid gave him a dry look. The medical bay is a no smoking. Oh, I don't really care right now. She said to no one in particular. Murid sank to the ground, leaning against Vivi's bed and put her hand on the stone princess. I hope Naruto-sama beats the hell out of every last one of those stupid Kuja pirates. Shichibukai or not, I don't really care who did this. It's going to be tough. Polly remarked, leaning against the doorframe. Murid smirked and looked up at him with a gleam in her eye. You didn't watch him during the stuff that happened at Eni's lobby, did you? Polly shook his head as he had in fact not. He had gotten away before Naruto's eventual trouncing of the marine forces. I'm not saying a word about it then. Just watch and see. XXX. On board the Kuja ship? Naruto's ship didn't bring much of a haul for the Kuja pirates, all things considered. The most that they were able to steal were valuable pieces of jewelry from Vivi's room, and the more expensive clothes that Vivi, Nojiko, and Miss Valentine kept for themselves. None of the men really had anything worth value, to the untrained eye. For example, in Naruto's room all of his valuables were kept in scrolls that were left out in the open, because no one could open them except for him. At face value they looked useless, so no one took them. What they had taken, however, were the very well-crafted and valuable-looking weapons that Naruto kept up in a display on his wall. Small knives with wooden hilts that had something inscribed on them, the blades of which had 3 prongs. As the Kuja pirates on deck looked over the little they had taken from the natural disaster, attention turned to the weapons. The weapons there happened to be Kubikirabuchu, which all of them found difficult to even begin to try and wield, the Kusanagi no Tsurugi that seemed like regular ornate sword to them, and the weird knives that garnered the most speculation from the women. How does anyone even use these things in battle? They don't look very applicable towards a fight. Another of the pirates grabbed the weapon from the first one's hand. Maybe that's why they were on display, because they're useless in battle. She said with a laugh before tossing the weapon aside, sticking it in the deck blade first. Finally, everyone's head turned towards the knife that had just been thrown to see a veritable small squad of 5 blonde men all looking exactly the same, standing there with serious looks on their faces. I wondered when one of you idiots would throw one so I could make sure you actually took my entire batch of Hiraishin kunai. You're what? One on the female pirates asked before the group that had been hoarding around their ill-gotten goods found themselves all knocked away by a single Naruto who appeared in the middle of them, standing over all of his remaining kunai. Naruto calmly bent down and picked up all of his kunai, sticking them inside of the pockets of his flak jacket that had been set with the same pocket seals that his sage coat possessed. Now I'll ask you all nicely one time. I want you to bring me Boa Hancock so she can turn my crew back to normal, and I want the crew members that you guys took. Give M up now and I'll be nice, don't give M up and I'll just take M. Laughter erupted from all of the women on deck. Who do you think you are? I'm glad you asked. Naruto said as his clones sprang into action and began taking on the crew members that thought it was smart to laugh instead of pay attention to a potential threat. Naruto's 4 clones had more than enough chakra between them to make clones of their own that matched the numbers of the Kuja pirates and then some. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, and you're not getting a full introduction from me when you're not even going to be conscious long enough for it to sink in. How dare you? One of the larger female pirates swung their snake weapon at him like a club only for Naruto to deliver a punch to her stomach that sent her flying back into the mansion-like construct built on the deck of the ship to house the more elite crew members. How dare I? Naruto asked with his fist still outstretched from the punch. His clones were definitely doing some damage to the crew, but dispelling after only one hit was problematic when his goal was to leave them alive to find the person that petrified his girls. Still, the authoritative show of physical force done by his punch stopped the fighting females in their tracks as he continued to speak. You should be asking your own fucking selves that question. What the hell were all of you thinking, attacking and turning my precious people to stone for no reason? I would kill you right now if I didn't need you alive to unfreeze them. He shouted, radiating nothing but pure anger from his person. Naruto's clones all shared his sentiment from the stern looks on their faces, though on a lesser scale, as they dispelled to have Naruto save his chakra for his own battle, seeing as how he could take more than one hit and they couldn't. With only one target to take aim at, the Kuja pirates turned their snake weapons into bows and all pointed their arrows at Naruto, who shut his eyes as he felt his clones leave him. You've come to the wrong place to try and give orders, fool. Naruto shook his head as an orange pigment appeared around his eyes, signifying him entering sage mode by standing still for as long as he had been. They opened back up to reveal the Rinnegan out and about as he extended his hands and spoke the name of his jutsu, Shinra Tensei, heavenly subjugation of the omnipresent god. Before they could fire their arrows at him, Naruto knocked them all away with an unseen force before lifting one hand towards one of the women that he sent flying away. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, Banzhou Tenin, heavenly attraction of all creation. A woman of average size flew into Naruto's grip as he held her by her collar. She tried to draw another arrow to attack him, only for him to snatch the snake weapon from her with his free hand and throw it overboard before it could bite him. The woman found herself unnerved once she looked into his strangely patterned and felt paralyzed under his demanding gaze. What do you want with me? Name. Naruto ordered, getting nothing but nervous quivering from her until he gave her a shake. Name or I'll just take it from you, and that's the last thing you want. Ran. The woman said, my name is Ran. She saw a frown cross his face that scared her as to her fate. What are you going to do? Nothing, since you're not Boa Hancock. Naruto said informatively, noticing Ran's eyes widen at something, and that something wasn't anything that he had done, it was behind him. Avoiding something that would have smashed him into the deck, Naruto jumped out of the way and turned, still holding on to Ran, to stare down his attacker. Boa Hancock? He asked hopefully as he looked at the woman that stood a full body taller than him, only for her to shake her head at him. Not Boa Hancock, then I don't really want to deal with you. It's true that I'm not my sister. Naruto's ears perked up at hearing that the new arrival to the battle was Hancock's sister. I am Boa Sandersonia, and there's no reason for my sister to have to personally handle a suicidal man like you that thinks he can attack the Kuja pirates and live. Naruto held Ran up to eye level and looked at her. Well, the good news is I'm going to stop scaring the hell out of you now. I have a better hostage to pick with, unless you still want to fight too. He asked with a dangerous tint to his voice as he looked around at the slowly recovering Kuja pirates he and his clones had beaten back. I'm in a really bad mood right now and I might just kill you. He began emitting pure killing intent as the women could nearly see him tearing their ship asunder and sucking it underneath the ocean in a massive whirlpool in their minds. What is this feeling? Sandersonia thought, at first attributing it to the rarest of the 3 existing haki out there, but it seemed full of a more specific purpose, not based on his will, but on his intentions, and it only seemed heightened by the power he was radiating. The Kuja pirates backed away even further from Naruto than before. Some dropped to their knees as if they were being strangled, others dropped their weapons, and an unlucky set of them even fainted from the pressure they felt like they were under. Unaware, or uncaring of the effect he was having on the women far weaker than him, Naruto unceremoniously tossed the now unconscious Ran aside and dropped into a fighting stance directed at Sandersonia. The bad news is that I'm going to kick your ass until your sister gets out here and makes everything right. I'd love to see you try. Sandersonia said, getting her swagger back as her already tall body turned into a green human-snake hybrid, her body lengthening immensely as well, taking on the form of part anaconda. How do you like this? She asked in amusement as her body had already begun to trap Naruto, cutting off parts of his area to move about. I don't like this. Naruto said matter-of-factly, tapping his foot impatiently, because beating the crap out of you isn't going to do anything for my crew. Sandersonia's tail lunged towards Naruto in an attempt to ensnare him. Oh boo-hoo, I'm so sorry. Let me give you a hug to make you feel better. Naruto jumped into the air and descended with a Rasengan in his hand that the snake woman escaped from easily, too easy. Give me a challenge, would you? Naruto growled to himself, in sage mode. She shouldn't be able to keep up with me. Kami knows she's not faster than me. She's just hard to anticipate and scout with that body of hers. He observed as he kept missing his kicks and punches that he swore were coming right for her head. Even when he started attacking at her body itself, he couldn't land a hit. Even the Kawazu Kumite, frog kata, backlash didn't hit her, as if she could see it before he threw it, just like dash. Damn it, she can do the hockey thing that Noji-chan can do, can't she? Just face it, it's over. Sonya said as she kept up her game face and teased him. The fact was, she was concentrating as hard as she could to stay less than one step ahead of him. He was criminally fast, and if it wasn't for the fact that they were fighting on a ship, she probably wouldn't have been able to avoid damage. If you surrender now, you might not die. We'll probably just take you to the Marines to see how much you're worth. Yeah, whatever. Naruto said as he brandished a Hiraishin kunai. It wasn't like he didn't know how to overwhelm people with that particular haki. Nojiko complained about her weakness with it all the time. When someone moved faster than she could keep up with, there was nothing she could do. He threw the kunai, missing her head by inches before disappearing in a yellow flash. What? Sonya said as she felt something grab the end of her tail tightly in an iron-like grip. She felt herself lifted from the ground and swung around before she was let go of and thrown into the water. No. I can't dash. She tried to shout before she landed into the water with a splash. Naruto rolled his eyes as he heard the women that he hadn't knocked out exclaim about how he had thrown one of their beloved sisters into the ocean, unsealing Samahata and throwing it overboard into the ocean after pumping his own chakra into it to allow it to grow. Go fetch for me Samahata, just under the water. Jijijijijijai, Samahata is not a dog. The sentient sword communicated as it went under the surface of the water after Sonya. Naruto waited until he heard a splash and jumped into the air, running up the side of one of the masts on the ship as Sonya was thrown up over the deck of the ship, now turned back to normal. Samahata shot from the water like a missile and while in the air batted Sonya at Naruto, who jumped off of the mast at her with his right arm drawn back, an aura of chakra taking on the form of a fox, Rariato, lariat. And as Naruto's arm hit Sonya, they went flying into the wall of the mansion that had been built on the deck, destroying a portion of the wall. After picking the wreckage out of his hair and dusting off his clothes, Naruto looked down at an unconscious Sonya as he heard the Kuja pirates outside call out in alarm that he had just defeated her. Naruto walked to the hole he made in the wall and yelled out, "Samahata, stand guard, would you? Nobody gets in here until I come out." And just like that, the sword jetted to the front of the mansion, with the toothy mouth at the top of it growling threateningly at any pirate that was in half enough condition to fight. XXX. Inside the Kuja pirate's ship? When Naruto used Hiraishin to make his way over, he grabbed Soren and threw him away from him, using his clones as cover. Getting what he was meant to do, Soren went down to the hold intending to find and leave with Johnny and Yasaku. Now if I were a pair of idiots in statue form, where would I be? I don't know why these chicks decided to take these guys as spoils of war. The inside of the Kuja ship was well lit and rather ornate, with the light colors of the walls showing their femininity despite the fact that Soren knew they weren't weak. No way they were if they were on the Grand Line. It couldn't have just been the Boa Hancock woman that made the crew so good. As he pondered this, he heard heavier footsteps than his own walking towards him, bringing him to a stop as he looked around. Damn, nowhere to hide in this corridor. Not without making it obvious that I'm here. And Uzumaki is probably tearing shit up topside. Sighing, resigning himself to his fate to probably have to fight, he set himself in a fighting stance and cracked his neck loudly. Around the corner at the end of the corridor came the larger, more muscular woman that had been with Boa Hancock, and Soren inwardly swore it couldn't have been a crony. Someone I could have taken hostage. No, it had to be one of the stronger ones that don't need those stupid bows with the hockey arrows to fight. Ugh, fine. It isn't Hancock herself or I'd be in legit trouble. At least this is a fight I've got a better shot of winning. With this in mind, Soren spoke up. Hey, you guys took a pair of guys that might have had swords on them. One stupid, wears sunglasses, has a tattoo on his face, and has a really poor disposition. The other is really stupid, wears stupid headgear, and swears up and down that he's awesome. Can you just take me to them so I can leave? We need those men to propagate our tribe. Then we will dispose of them once it has been confirmed that they've given offspring to the women intending to carry. Marigold just gave him a serious look as she brandished her large halberd/axe weapon from her back. I could kill you or beat you until that's what you think happened though. Would that work for you? Not really. Soren said, now fully prepared to fight. The woman was twice his height and width, thus blocking him from taking any way around her except for through her to progress through the corridor. He hated fighting in places with little space to move, but there was no choice here. He had no angles to use for getting a blind spot shot at her. Melting through the walls would not really have helped him here in that regard. It was heads-up fighting, or he might as well got back up to the deck and ask Naruto for help. Yeah, right, as if he would ever live that down, and as if he would ever ask his dumbass captain for help in the first place. Yeah, fuck that, I'm pissed, let's fight. You're a vulgar one, aren't you? Marigold said as her body started to transform, turning herself into a snake-human hybrid the way Sandersonia did, only yellow in color instead of green. Seemingly in response, Soren turned and spit on the ground, his saliva burning into the floor. Very vulgar. I'm de facto first mate on my ship. Soren said with determination in his voice. You've got my friends down here somewhere and I'm getting them out. Then Uzumaki's going to make your leader turn everyone back to normal, because that's how we roll. I don't care what kind of weird devil fruit powers you have. Marigold narrowed her eyes at him. He had to die here before he started saying that around their crew. Otherwise the curse of the Gorgon story that they had been telling as the origin of their powers would be in jeopardy. Luckily there was no one there but she and he. She'd make this quick, you won't get away twice. Soren rushed directly at her to test the waters of just what he could do, going toe-to-toe after learning what he could over the last month of tough training. I was not retreating, I was advancing to future victories. Marigold spat a liquid substance at Soren that he dodged, not wanting to test out exactly what it was. Jumping onto and off of a wall, he delivered a hard punch right to her stomach that she couldn't dodge in the confined area, bringing a smirk to his face until he realized that his fist never sank into her belly. Soren blinked and looked up, only to find that Marigold was smirking down at him. That tickled. The end of her tail appeared over her shoulder, aimed like a spear. Hebe-boo, snake stick. Soren backstepped the hell out of dodge, using Saru for good measure as the tail of Marigold stabbed into the floor. Soren looked at his fist before glaring at Marigold. Let me guess, it's hockey again, isn't it? He wasn't really asking, he already knew. Fine, if Yusaku could bust a vice admiral's hockey with his big-ass sword, then I can do it after all of the bullshit I've been putting my body through. Feel free to try. Marigold said before spitting her substance at Soren again, only for him to spit his own acid in response that overpowered hers. Wait for it. She said as she let the acid hit her skin. After a small amount of sizzling, it dissipated to show nothing more than a slight amount of burning done, which didn't matter as her skin was easily shed anyway in that form. Soren chuckled, though it was more out of him having nerves than anything else. Guess I've got to go a little harder to win, don't I? He began dealing off multiple kicks that formed air blades heading towards Marigold. Rankyaku, storm leg. As the attacks bounced off of her body, Marigold laughed. Do you want to surrender now, or are you going to keep trying to make me laugh? Right now I'd rather make you cry. He shouted as he ran forward. If nothing short of major acid damage that might destroy the entire interior of the ship would beat her, then he would have to use his good old hands and feet all the way. You'd better use that stupid weapon of yours this time instead of just holding it and trying to belittle me. He yelled as he ran towards her, taking a deep breath before launching his attack. Saru, Hyaku Higuyama, 100 mountain strikes. Soren's arms whipped out at Marigold in blurs as he delivered punches that couldn't be seen singularly. He pounded away at Marigold hard enough to actually drive her backwards from the velocity of his fists bouncing off of her body and face. Still, her Busuku haki held strong as she lifted her weapon and cleaved at Soren, missing him and hitting the ground, hissing angrily at her miss when he flipped her off. Heh, that stupid island is rubbing off on me. Hearing her sound so angry at not being able to hit him, Soren started getting some bravado back after she hissed, Oh, what's up, Gigantier, you kiss your mother with that mouth? Still, he didn't hurt her with his attack, and that was a problem that he had to get around, or through in this case since there was no going around. Marigold had played with Soren for more than enough time. If Sandersonia were with her, the fool wouldn't have even survived for as long as he had, but the fact was that her sister wasn't with her, and all he had to do to avoid her was backstep out of her range. Even the poison that she spat at him was just negated and powered through by whatever he was spitting at her, something that seemed to be acidic in nature. Still, he couldn't break through her haki. That was something to take solace in at least. Soren looked at his right arm and flexed it out tentatively. Man, I wish I had tested this out on something alive before today, like on that stupid monkey on the island. He said, still remembering his less than pleasurable experience on what Naruto had dubbed One Finger Island, but I guess you'll have to do. You're going to wish you could have moved after this is over with. I wonder how much of a beating you can take once someone gets through your haki. Gets through my haki? Marigold thought amusedly, her forked tongue flickering out at Soren. Okay, I'll bite. He'll do his stupid attack and then I'll rip him in half when it clearly won't work. As if this no-name could break through my defenses. The muscles in Soren's right arm tensed to the max, bringing out every vein to be visible in the limb as it seemed to expand somewhat. He sighed, as if he knew what was about to happen. Learning Tekai, Iron Mass, is hard. He commented informatively, I had Valentine hit me while Polly kept me tied up every day for hours until I could learn to brace and harden my body. His eyes locked with Marigold's in a deadly serious glare. This is one of the things I learned how to do. He set himself in a traditional horse stance and set his right arm back to throw. If I miss I lose, but with you crammed into this hallway with nowhere to go there's no way I'm missing. 100 punches, let's see if you can stop all. He ran towards her with his arm ready to fly and began delivering his punches with the one tensed arm while the other held it, bracing it for the potential recoil it would provide. Kazu Iwaki Tora, Tiger Jackhammer. Madoku, Deadly Poison. Marigold spat a large amount of some corrosive liquid from her mouth, only for Soren to smirk darkly as he ran right through it, seemingly unfazed by any of it. No. I can't use my best move or it will destroy the ship. Soren's arm jetted out at Marigold with more force than his last physical attack, his right arm enhanced by his Tekai. The speed his arm flew at was even faster than his last move, only with the muscles in his arm hardened to the extent that each punch forced out a low booming noise as they ripped through the air before bouncing off of Marigold and her hockey shield. He's hitting the same exact spot. Is he really Dash? We're only halfway done, bitch. Soren shouted at the top of his lungs as he kept up the onslaught. Eventually, Marigold spat blood following his final punch. She stood straight up, her eyes rolled back in her head as there sat on her stomach where Soren's fist still remained, an angry red fist mark. On her back was an even bigger fist mark 3 times the size of the one on her front. Now we're done. It looks like your will isn't stronger than my body, he said as his arm fell limp and he stepped over her to continue looking for Johnny and Yasaku, holding his temporarily useless arm. XXX. With Naruto. Naruto walked through the Kuja mansion with a blank look on his face. Behind him he dragged Sandersonia by her hair as he searched. With him still being in sage mode he was easily able to traverse the mansion as he was able to find the person that had the strongest aura on the ship behind a set of doors that he walked to. Baring his canines in anticipation, he swung Sandersonia by her hair and threw her through the door, knocking it wide open. As he entered, he saw a woman enter from a room to the side, looking down at her Sandersonia's beaten frame before looking up and locking eyes with Naruto, Rinnegan seeming to stare into her very soul. And you are? Hancock asked him, no expression on her face in return. After a moment of no response from Naruto, she figured he had been paralyzed by her overwhelming beauty, just like all the others. It doesn't matter who I am, Naruto said, taking off his limiting hideate that let his bangs fall into his face as he slowly started walking into the room towards Hancock and Sandersonia, stopping at the ladder and placing his foot directly on top of her. It matters who you are, because you're Boa Hancock. I fought my way through this place just to get to you. How flattering, she said with a ghost of a smile on her face, seemingly ignoring Naruto's foot placed on her sister. And you defeated my sister all on your own. You're a dedicated fan. She gestured with a flourish to herself. Well, feel free to take in my beauty as a prize for coming so far. Naruto's eyes narrowed at her, as if to ask if she was serious. What I want as a prize is for you to give me my crew members back and turn my others back to normal. They didn't do anything to you and you just turned them to stone. His voice started coming out in a growl. You're going to turn them back, or I'm going to make you. And if you can't turn them back then you don't want to know what I'm going to do. At that, Hancock's eyes began to try and stare a hole through him, as if she was looking down on him with her impassive glance. Are you angry with me for what I did? She asked, beginning to walk a circle around Naruto. Are you upset with my actions? Naruto stayed silent as she walked back around to his front. It doesn't matter in the end, because no matter what I've done or will do to you, you will forgive me, because I am beautiful, she said as if it was a fact, standing in front of Naruto with a look of victory on her face. Naruto's face didn't change a bit. He simply lifted his foot that was placed on Sandersonia and stomped down on her hard, forcing out a yell of pain from the woman. Naruto didn't blink and neither did Hancock, though Naruto could see her aura spike with his legendary eyes. Really? Well, forgive me for that, because I'm blonde. He kicked again. Forgive me for that because I'm right-handed. Each kick he delivered her could see Hancock getting angrier. Lifting his leg one more time to deliver his point once and for all, he didn't let up. Forgive me for this because I'm Dash. Naruto's face didn't change a bit. He simply lifted his foot that was placed on Sandersonia and stomped down on her hard, forcing out a yell of pain from the woman. Naruto didn't blink and neither did Hancock, though Naruto could see her aura spike with his legendary eyes. Really? Well, forgive me for that, because I'm blonde. He kicked again. Forgive me for that because I'm right-handed. Each kick he delivered her could see Hancock getting angrier. Lifting his leg one more time to deliver his point once and for all, he didn't let up. Forgive me for this because I'm dash. Enough. Hancock finally shouted at him as her large snake weapon flew from the back room she came from, heading directly for Naruto to take a bite out of him. Naruto backflipped away to avoid the attack and stood crouched down, glaring at Hancock as the snake wrapped around her in a protective manner. You think I would let a despicable man like you lay a hand on my sister and I would just let you do as you please? Naruto sneered at her before responding in a biting, sarcastic way. No, because she's your sister, someone precious to you, right? So why the hell do you think I'd let you do what you want just because you're supposed to be beautiful? What kind of fool would forgive you just because of that? You can think about that while you're stoned like your friends. Hancock said as she lifted her hands quickly to take aim, and with her beam's widespread ability to cover area in a flash he wouldn't be able to avoid it. Marrow mellow, falling down drunk sweet wind. As the beam flew at Naruto he stayed crouched even though his Rinnegan eyes allowed him to see the power behind the move. As he was engulfed by the beam he merely held still, only tilting his head to the side in a curious manner as Hancock ended her attack. Why are you not stone? Anyone that falls prey to my beauty turns to stone when I perform that technique. That's easy. Naruto said lowly, still in his crouching position, because you could be right, you could be the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my life, but right now I couldn't care any less if you paid me to. Right now when I look at you all these eyes of mine can see is how ugly you are on the inside, and all I want is to make you turn my girls back to normal. In a puff of smoke, 2 Naruto copies rushed from the sight cover at her. He doesn't find me beautiful? Hancock thought, growing more outraged at the prospect of someone being immune to her charms. You obviously don't know who you're dealing with, she said as the clones got closer, planning to subdue her physically and force her to heal his crew. This was not to be however when Hancock lashed out with her long legs, kicking one clone in the stomach and inexplicably turning him to stone that broke in half before it disappeared in smoke. The other didn't do much better than its brethren as it missed a punch directed at her and wound up taking a kick to the face that did much the same. With both of his clones defeated, Naruto finally stood up from his crouch. Just heal the people that you froze, give me back the crew members that you took from me, and I'll leave. It's that simple. I'll take you to them and bring you right back. I just want everyone to be okay. I haven't killed any of your crew so just put mine back to normal. Do you really think I would set foot on your ship? Do you think me a fool? Hancock said with venom in her voice, so that you can say that you caught and enslaved the pirate Empress Boa Hancock? So that you can sell me off to the highest bidder? Slave? Naruto said in a confused manner, what are you talking about? The thought of having anyone as a slave made Naruto sick to his stomach. Hell, he treated his clones, constructs of chakra that he created to do his own bidding, with a good amount of cordiality. There were slaves out here in the world? He thought he had seen the last of that when the turmoil of the elemental nations ended. I would never do that to anyone. How could you say that? You don't even know me. I know enough of the nature of men to say these things, Hancock said, her voice full of allegation towards Naruto's intentions. As she spoke, her snake coiled underneath her like a spring, elevating her off of the ground as if it were a platform. Now disappear. Doria Yajirushi, slave arrow. Hancock breathed deeply and kissed out a large heart, pulling part of it like a bow before letting it loose at Naruto, shooting hundreds of heart arrows at him at a rapid-fire pace. Naruto got on his proverbial bike and took off to avoid getting hit, not wanting to risk or see what would happen if he were to take a hit from them. Naruto found that they were fast enough to begin tracking him down and he turned, pulling out a regular kunai and fishing a Hiraishin kunai from his pocket. Multitasking, he threw the Hiraishin kunai somewhere out of the line of fire, and bought it time to hit the wall by trying to defend against the arrows with his regular kunai. He managed to deflect them narrowly by hitting their sides and not the heads with his own weapon before they could stab into him, but the very first arrow that hit his kunai with the point turned the small blade to stone. Not good. Naruto thought as in the blink of an eye he tossed the stone kunai away in case it could move up and petrify his own hand and the rest of his body as well. Choosing to use Hiraishin to slip away, only for him to teleport right into Boa Hancock's beautiful face as she smirked victoriously. She blew a kiss into her hand and pointed at him with her index finger, a heart-shaped bullet on the tip of her finger. Kenju Seppun, pistol kiss. Her thumb acted like the hammer of the gun and prompted her heart bullet to go flying right at Naruto and charged with her Busuku Haki. Naruto ended up eating it head-on right into his body, sending him flying across the room, hitting the far wall with enough force to utterly crack it with his body. Sweet Kami, that fucking hurt! Naruto exclaimed, holding his chest where he took the damage. Gah, I haven't been hit that hard since I fought Akiji. Naruto decided to make a note to himself if he got out of this to seek out someone that readily knew things about hockey that wouldn't try to kill him on sight. There was no way she hit him that hard with a simple anything and harmed him in Sage mode. She didn't have overwhelming strength or speed behind her attacks as far as he had seen, so it had to be the Haki. This little ability was getting to be more troublesome than he thought it would be. Hancock crossed her arms over her ample bosom as she watched Naruto sit in the wall holding his chest. That bullet didn't pierce your body, Ja? I'm rather impressed, I should say. She said in a condescending way that grated on him rather heavily. Why do you fight so hard? Why not just leave? Nothing good can come of you attempting to fight me, a member of the Shichibukai, so why come all of this way just for that? Naruto pulled himself out of his hole in the wall and fell to his feet on the ground, having gotten over the impact that he had sustained moments ago, ready to keep fighting if he had to, because I want to. I would do anything for my friends, and I'm not as far away as you would think that I am. He said cryptically, although in his head he was cursing up a storm for the sheer fact that what he was about to do was stupid for 3 major reasons. In his right hand he charged up a Rasengan and prepared to charge Boa Hancock head on as he drew another Hiraishin from his pocket, getting her to narrow her eyes at the object that by now she had deduced was the point of focus for his little teleportation act. Naruto let the kunai fly from his hands and disappeared instantly. Hancock immediately got as far from the kunai as she could as she saw Naruto reappear and grab it out of the air, smirking to herself until she saw him disappear again. Gotcha. Her eyes widened when she heard the satisfied voice of the very man she had been fighting in her ear from behind her. His arms were wrapped firmly around her waist, eliciting a gasp from Hancock as she realized what he had done. The first one that he threw was still stuck to the wall in this room. Naruto had thrown the first one as a feint to get her to move and divert her attention. His real intention was to collect the other one he had thrown earlier before taking Hancock's hit. All he wanted was to retrieve his valuable weaponry. The fact that she all but jumped right near the wall his true aim was for was just a bonus he had to take advantage of to finish his plan. Welcome to Uzumaki Naruto's Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Please keep all arms and legs inside of the wormhole at all times and enjoy your trip through spacetime, he said before they vanished in a yellow flash. XXX. With Soren. Why the fuck is it so hard to find these 2 idiots? Soren asked no one in particular quietly as he kept skulking through the interior of the Kuja pirate's ship. Honestly, I've got nothing here. He thought until he heard 2 different voices yell out. Who hasn't enjoyed the fruits of my awesome yet? Yasaku exclaimed loudly, you've all seen that sword I carry? I've got more than enough stamina for all of you girls. Please no more, the spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak and spongy. A tired-sounding Johnny said, just give me 45 minutes, that's all I need. I think. This led Soren to 2 doors that were beside one another. He stood in front of them with a blank look on his face, pondering which one he should enter into first. He finally shrugged to himself as he picked Yasaku's door. Meh, what can I say? I'm a dick at heart. Ibi no hifu, rot skin. He said calmly as he pressed his body against the door and melted a human-shaped hole through to find a group of naked Kuja women inside. Holding his nose to stop a nosebleed he spoke, go get some clothes and get out of here now. He said, the women glaring at him as they left through the hole he made. Fighting like this would have sucked for them big time. Yasaku stared at Soren, untied at this point. Dude, what are you doing here? He asked. I'm here to get you out. Soren informed him before ducking out of the way of a punch. What the hell? You'll have to kill me. Yasaku said manically as he stood up and wrapped a blanket around his nudity. Today has been the greatest day of my entire life. I never want to leave, here I'm somebody. Did you see those chicks you chased out of here? Soren gave him a dry look. Yeah, I did, and you should know that once you get all of those girls pregnant they're going to kill you in a painful and probably humiliating way. He put his hand on Yasaku's shoulder. You've got to make a call here. Are you going to live in delight for a few days tops only to die for it, or are you going to keep trudging along until you find true happiness? Yasaku tried to argue with his eyes quivering, but I'll never get another shot like Dashed. I know. Soren assured him solemnly. Yasaku stomped his feet in place like a child, and they're so dashed. I know. Soren reinforced, making sure that Yasaku knew that he understood where he was trying to come from. Take it like this. A great love is a lot like a good memory. When it's there, and you know it's there, but it's just out of your reach, it can be all that you think about. Then you can focus on it and try to force it, but the more you do, the more you seem to push it away. But if you're patient and you hold still, well maybe, just maybe, it'll come to you. You just have to be somewhere she can find you. And I mean hell, if you have to live the rest of your life in a memory, you might as well make it a good one. Yasaku just stared at him for a long and hard time before sighing and going over to dig his clothes out of a pile. I'm going. He then added something as an afterthought. Where's my sword? On the deck. It should still be there actually since no one followed me down here. Soren said before pointing at the wall that led to Johnny's room. Are you ready to get him out now so we can leave? They both then heard Johnny shout out desperately, Oi. I said 45 minutes. If that was even 5, I'll eat my sunglasses. I am not a machine, I'm just a man. Both Soren and Yasaku sweat dropped before they both spoke simultaneously. We'll give it a little while longer. XXX. On board the natural disaster, Naruto's quarters. Naruto's plan in its most rudimentary form eventually devolved and was dumbed down to this: somehow grab Boa Hancock and flash back to his own ship where he would somehow either bargain with her, or beat her up until she agreed to turn Nojiko, Miss Valentine, and Vivi back to normal. Again, it must be reiterated that even Naruto, the mastermind of this foolproof strategy, understood this to be incredibly stupid. Reason number 1 on why it was stupid: from what he had seen, she could petrify him if she managed to hit him. That would suck getting any part of his body turned to stone for any reason. Reason number 2 as to why it was stupid: they were just taking the conflict from her ship, that he wouldn't have lost any sleep over destroying in and out, to his ship. If they wound up going a few more rounds and the pace of the fight picked up any more than it already had, they would tear his ship apart inside out, and while he could repair it, it would take time and a ton of chakra, even for him. Reason number 3 on why taking the fight from her ship to his was completely asinine: even though he beat the crap out of a good number of them and what he believed to be their best fighter outside of Hancock herself, he left Soren and Samahata alone on the Kuja pirate's ship. Does any more need to be said on why that's a horrible thing? Then we'll just move on to the story from here. In a flash, Naruto and Hancock dropped onto his bed with the Hirashin kunai stuck deeply into the headboard, marking his teleportation point. At this point, Hancock was able to get her legs loose to get her feet between herself and Naruto, enabling her to shove him harshly into the ceiling of his room with all of her force and righteous anger. You pig. All Naruto was able to get out was a confused meh before he found himself kicked right through his own ceiling, hard enough to go all the way through and land on the deck. Ugh, she kicked hard enough to drive me through the ship and the soil on the deck? Damn. Boa Hancock emerged through the hole she had created by way of her snake weapon, acting as a platform as she stepped off and stomped towards Naruto. Where am I? Welcome to the natural disaster. Naruto said as he stood back up. This is my ship. Now take the petrification off of my crew and I'll let you go back to your own ship. Otherwise you aren't going anywhere. He said as he made a Kage Bunshin and sent it to the helm to make sure the wheel was locked before dispelling. I'll make sure of that. He really should have thought that out before he said that out loud, especially considering how certain she was that he was going to try and enslave her before this moment. If she wasn't mad at all of the things that had preceded those words, she sure was at this point. Naruto could sense the dark shift in her emotions and was almost unprepared for her to lash out at him the way that she did. That thing that he said about her not being fast could not have been any further from the truth, he soon learned as he was forced to dodge her very quick and agile kicks lest he wind up like his clones did. I will kill you. Hancock screamed at him, trying her best to just hit him as hard as she could, to turn him to stone and smash him into pieces all with one shot. Naruto got sick of dodging her, but didn't want to harm her too badly. He needed her in good enough condition to help Nojiko, Vivi, and Miss Valentine, as he didn't know exactly what her freeing them would entail. Naruto dodged a kick and jumped onto the mast, sticking to the side of it as he made a few hand seals. That power of hers to turn things to stone wasn't natural, and if it wasn't natural he knew what it had to be, and how to stop it. Now that they were outside on the deck, he was free to utilize what he needed to finish this: Suetun, Suigaden, water release, water fang bullet. From both sides of the ship, Hancock saw that spinning masses of water surrounded her, that strange name Uzumaki. She thought to herself, so he's the one that can apparently control the force of the ocean itself. It isn't just hearsay and talk. Not showing any fear at the sight of the water coming for her, she formed her large heart in front of herself and drew it back to fire her rapid heart arrows at the water that was bearing down on her. Doryai Yajirushi, slave arrow. Naruto's jaw dropped as his attack was stopped in its tracks the moment that the arrows hit his water jutsu. She can freeze the momentum of things too? Damn it, this is one tough cookie. As the water fell back into the ocean, Naruto's patience was running out as he seemed to have made no headway in convincing her to undo her petrification on his crew. Put my crew back to normal, damn it, or I'll dash. He looked around for a significant threat he could use against her, only to find that he couldn't see anything useful, except dash. If you don't turn the girls back to normal and let me get my other crew members back, then I'll just strand you. Hancock's eyes widened in horror before narrowing on him. You're bluffing. And what do you mean strand me? Do you think I would really let you sail to a deserted island just to leave me there? I'm not even close to bluffing. Naruto asserted, crossing his arms as he walked down the side of the mast, and I don't need to sail, I left a kunai there as a marker. I'll Hiration over and drop you at One Finger Island and leave you there all by yourself until you do what I ask. You wouldn't dare. Hancock said, though she wasn't nearly as confident in that as she sounded. Naruto laughed humorlessly. Don't you get the news? I destroyed Eni's lobby for one woman that wasn't on my crew. Do you think I really care about leaving you on that island for the rest of your life? It's not like I'm killing you. You could easily survive there, you just probably won't ever see anyone again. It's pretty far out of the way of anything. As far as I know, I'm the only one that can find it, making me your warden. So you'll have to get used to seeing my face when I show up to gloat and ask you to help my friends, and each time you say no, I'll just make things worse for you. Hancock pointed at Naruto and tilted her body back, bending herself over almost completely backwards so that she was looking up at the sky, getting Naruto to tilt his head in confusion for the second time today. You believe that defeating me would be so easy? Are you unaware of who you're dealing with? Naruto shook his head, drawing a Hiration kunai as a threat. That's my line, because baby, you have no idea who you're dealing with. Do you really think I won't get you eventually? And what will you do if you actually beat me? You're going to steer the ship yourself with no way to navigate? Hancock gestured towards her snake weapon. Salome can help me with that. With a sigh, Naruto dropped into a fighting stance, ready to proceed with the battle. You're really not going to turn them back no matter what? You're absolutely heartless. How could anyone think you were beautiful after spending more than 5 minutes with you? There's no reason for you to leave them the way they are, you're just being nasty and hateful. He said, getting angry again, but don't worry, you'll have all the time in the world to think about how beautiful you are when you're all by yourself on my island. He said, extending his hand toward her and gesturing towards himself, Banzho Tenin, heavenly attraction of all creation. As she found herself inexplicably drawn towards him, her snake weapon Salome wrapped around her waist and then around a nearby banister that held her and kept her from flying towards Naruto, making him quite perturbed. As if he had put more chakra into the jutsu, he would have started ripping chunks of the ship away indiscriminately as long as it was in his radius. Naruto let go of the jutsu and decided to literally take matters into his own hands. She obviously couldn't paralyze him by just touching him, she had to hit him physically with force to do so, or else he would have been petrified when he grabbed her and teleported her there in the first place. He ran at her as Salome released her from his grip. Hancock saw him coming and attempted a handstand, beginning to spin around wildly to deliver kicks directed at him. Kosue Datai, perfume femur. She has to touch me to turn me to stone. Well, I don't have to touch her at all. Naruto thought as he enacted his own attack, Konoha Guriki Senpu, Leaf Strong Whirlwind. He shouted in response to her own attack as he concentrated his speed and power in a spinning back kick that traveled in the same direction of Hancock's kick, missing it by mere inches, but the chakra provided in Sage Mode did not, as it swatted her leg to the side and threw her off balance. Naruto took advantage by spinning through again and delivering an authoritative back kick right to her torso that sent her flying off of the ship. Don't you ever fuck with my crew. There was nothing she could do as she hit the water, only to find herself halfway submerged instead of drowning. Looking over at something that had a hold of her arm, she saw Naruto standing on the surface of the water. What? Naruto looked down at her, allowing Sage Mode to fade as she was no longer any kind of threat as long as she was at his mercy like this. Yeah, I can stand on the water. Big deal, I'm kind of tired of people being so shocked by it. Not that. Hancock said before continuing, why save me after defeating me? Naruto shrugged as he kept a firm grip on her lest she slip. I still need you to help my crew, and if you do that then we don't have to be enemies anymore. I just want everyone to be safe. I don't want to just hate you, hate is useless in the end. It just winds up making more hate that consumes the world. Hancock looked up at him, unable to even move as she was to try and break his grip. What are you talking about? Just rambling. Naruto said as he used Hiration and teleported back into his room, taking care to keep going towards Murit's room and the medical bay where he found Polly ready to fight in case it wasn't Naruto that entered. Tie her up. He ordered a dumbstruck Polly who shook it off and obeyed Naruto's order. I don't believe it. Murit said from where she was hiding behind Funkfried, you actually beat a Shichibukai. An admiral and a Shichibukai, just what are you Naruto-sama? Complicated. He said as he walked over to the petrified girls and put a hand on Miss Valentine before turning to Hancock, we'll talk about this once I get back. He then disappeared in another flash, leaving Hancock there with Murit and Polly. Polly lifted a finger limply and pointed at her, taking a gulp before speaking. Have you no shame? You should. He struggled to get out his next words. Cover yourself up. He said in an almost pained manner before passing out as if he wasn't getting enough air. Wow. Murit said, moving from behind her pet elephant to look at the captured Shichibukai. Boa Hancock, you really are gorgeous, I'm so jealous. Even soaked to the bone you're absolutely stunning. Polly coughed weakly from the floor, raising a hand in a thumbs up. The being wet part does tons for the sex appeal. He got out before passing out again. And he said he didn't have slaves. Hancock said, in reference to Murat. Huh? Murat asked, confused at what she was implying. Naruto-sama? Naruto-sama doesn't have slaves. He'd probably kill someone that had slaves with his bare hands. Hancock raised a delicate eyebrow questioningly. Then why do you refer to him in such a formal manner? Murat shrugged and sat down on one of the empty beds in the medical bay. Because he hired me, paid me handsomely, and is the captain of the ship and strongest man that I've ever seen. You really pissed him off, you know. He didn't kill anyone, did he? Or did he blow your ship to pieces by accident? She asked, worried that he might have gone overboard. Hancock blinked in realization of a fact. Now that you mention it, no. He didn't kill anyone on my ship, not even my sister who shares leadership responsibilities. And my ship is intact, for now. Murat then smiled at her. Well then, after you unfreeze our friends, everything will be fine. He'll take you back to your ship and leave you alone. He isn't the kind of man to hold grudges unless you're truly someone despicable, and seeing as how you don't really have a scratch on you, he doesn't really feel that way about you. He's just another man. Hancock said, her eyes turning cold. All they know is evil acts. This Uzumaki Naruto seems no different. Everything you hear is a lie. Murat said in full defense of her captain, other than the rumors about the things he can do, and the amount of people he's killed is probably actually close to whatever they say it is, but he only kills within reason. To protect us, to protect all of his friends. He searched you out and fought you without a second thought so you could help the other women. Hancock looked at this mere doctor that didn't seem to have any special abilities standing up to her. Even though she was drenched at the moment, she could probably still defeat her if she had to. What makes you worry so much about how others perceive him? Because there's nothing evil about him. Murat said as she crossed her legs and her arms, and he's more of a defender of any kind of justice than the Marines. He'll fight anyone if he thinks it's the right thing to do. God help us all. She said, thinking of the trouble they could get into in the future if this was any indicator or form of foreshadowing. A defender of justice? Hancock said to herself, almost in disbelief, what a naive concept. On board the Kuja pirate's ship? Johnny, Yasaku, and Soren stood back to back in the center of the deck of the ship along with Samahata. The two swordsmen had recovered their weapons and had them drawn while Soren had his acidic claws out and ready for action. How are we getting out of this? Yasaku asked. Soren smirked. Teamwork. It makes the dream work. Saves your keister. Speaking of teamwork, Johnny said, what has happened to me on this ship will never see the light of day, or I will kill you both in your sleep, understood? Fine. Yasaku said with a smirk, I won't talk about what we did at all, as long as we're saved in the next 10 seconds. A loud whistle got Samahata to grin with the teeth at the top of its figure as it rocketed into the air into the grasp of Naruto, who landed along with his crewmates. Naruto held Samahata over his shoulder and looked out at the Kuja pirates that were still willing to fight before baring his teeth at them. Boo. The Kuja pirates all took a step back and Naruto grinned. Group hug. Johnny and Yasaku immediately latched on and Naruto took a whiff of the air. It smells like a combination of triumph, sex, and lots of shame. Johnny frowned as Soren snickered, grabbing onto the group as well. Just take us back to the natural disaster, Naruto Aniki. Naruto nodded and turned his attention to the Kuja pirates. Ladies, always remember this day as the day that you almost captured. He stopped and thought about his choice of words for a second. As the day that you almost killed Dash. No, not that either. How about, as the day that you fought against, and survived a fight with Captain Uzumaki Naruto. And don't worry, hopefully Hancock will be back here in just a few minutes. With that, they disappeared in a flash, leaving the confused and stunned women behind. XXX. On board the natural disaster. Naruto marched with a purpose back to the medical bay, intent on convincing Hancock to somehow turn his girls back come hell or high water. As he turned the corner, his mouth wide open to begin arguing with her to somehow convince her to go with his request, he found himself surprised as all three girls that had previously been stoned were all sitting up on their beds holding their heads with Murat checking them over. Karu had also been saved and Funkfried couldn't have been happier about it. What? Naruto said, staring into the room blankly. Did Hancock dash? She turned them all back. Murat said with a smile to the captain before continuing to check up on the girls, it currently being Nojiko's turn. While you were gone she had me cut her free and she did it. Flashback, while Naruto was away. You want me to what? Murat asked disbelievingly. Can you say that to me again? Hancock rolled her eyes but did just that. If you free me from these ropes I will reverse the petrification I placed on these women. The other two men that were aboard my ship are not currently stone, it's just them. I can do this right now. Murat held a scalpel in her hand and looked at it tentatively. Even if I were to betray my word, would it truly matter? Uzumaki Naruto would return in a matter of moments and we would just wind up fighting again. A frown crossed Murat's delicate features before she stood up and cut away at the ropes that bound Hancock. If you kill me, then he would just find some way to defeat you again somehow, so at least my death wouldn't go unavenged. Murat joked darkly before realizing how messed up that sounded. God, that's horrible. What's wrong with me? She asked herself as the ropes fell to the floor. Hancock didn't bother to respond as she merely walked over to the women and looked them over before sighing, Mezumio, awaken. And with that she blew a kiss, causing small hearts to wash over their bodies, returning them to normal as if nothing had happened to them at all. There. It is done, she said, ignoring the shocked look on Murat's face as to how simple it was for her to change them back as she walked past her, stepping over Polly to leave the room. I will wait for Uzumaki to return to send me back to my crew on the deck. As Hancock left her medical bay, Murat turned her attention to the women that were regaining their bearings. Miss Valentine blinked her bright green eyes in confusion before looking to the only person in the room that seemed to be aware of what was going on. Murat, what on earth happened? The last thing I remember is us still on that island. Murat shook her head happily as she made her way over to them. I'll just say that it's been a very, very long day. End flashback. Naruto simply smiled and walked over to Miss Valentine, who was stretching out, feeling stiff after her petrification faded. Are you all okay? He asked, rubbing her shoulder in a comforting way. Yeah. Miss Valentine said with a small smile of her own. So, long day huh? You really have no idea. Naruto said with a chuckle as he headed towards the hallway, and it's still not over yet. Take care of them, Murat. Murat waved over her shoulder as she continued her work on Nojiko. You've got it, Naruto-sama. XXX. On deck, Naruto found Hancock, once again with her snake weapon wrapped around her, looking out over the railing of his ship as the sun was setting over the horizon. Her snake noticed his presence before she did, or at least it reacted to him by hissing at him dangerously, a clear warning to stay away. The snake's aggressive hissing was halted by Hancock's voice. Salome, that's enough. The fighting is over, and if Uzumaki is to hold up to his word, we will be going back to our ship in just a moment. I always keep my word, Naruto said, tying his hideate back onto his head as he walked up beside her. I didn't kick you too hard and injure you, did I? It was the cleanest hit I landed in the fight. Hancock let off a light, airy laugh, as if that would truly be enough to defeat me. Count your blessings that we were at sea, Uzumaki. On land it wouldn't be nearly that simple to win. Naruto shook his head and laughed as well. Hey, a win's a win no matter how you get it. Hancock just turned her head and stared at him for a moment as he kept looking out at sea, as if he didn't care that she was looking at him. You are confusing me, Uzumaki. I don't know how to feel about you. This got his attention as he looked over at her curiously. First you look as if you want my head, then you try to reason with me, then you try to threaten me, and finally you're talking with me as if we are friends. Do you want to be friends? Naruto asked, surprising her. I just say that because I really don't want to fight you and your crew again. And I'm a really useful friend to have, what with the teleporting and all that. Hancock gave him an impassive look that he couldn't see through as it wasn't one hiding anger. I am a Shichibukai and you are a pirate. Despite my low dash dot. Sorry to cut you off. Naruto said, grinning at her with squinted eyes, but I'm not a pirate, seriously. I don't steal stuff, I don't steal ships. I'm usually on the up and up when I'm not kicking marine ass. Hancock just blinked and picked up where she left off. Despite my loathing of the Marines, having a notable fugitive such as yourself as an acquaintance would bring me more trouble from the bossy government higher-ups. Naruto shrugged it off. Meh, whatever. Who cares about that? It doesn't matter, does it? After all, they'll forgive you, right? Why? The grin on his face stretched widely as he remembered the first memorable thing she said to him. Because I am beautiful, of course, ja? She said, finishing her own line, eliciting a laugh from Naruto and a small quirk of her own lips. She stiffened when Naruto put a hand on her shoulder. What do you think you're doing? Taking you back to your ship, remember? He asked, looking at her through squinted eyes. I have to be holding on to you or it won't work. He waited a moment and opened his eyes back up fully. Can we go now, or do you like my ship that much? He got a terse nod out of Hancock before they disappeared in a yellow flash. XXX. After Naruto and the remainder of his crew's final departure, the now fully awake and aware Kuja pirates all headed up into the mansion, in particular the room where Naruto had been fighting Hancock. The recovered Marigold and Sandersonia stood by the kunai that Naruto left stuck in the wall. They both simply stared at it, as other than the wounds that many of them were sporting, it was the remnant of the presence of the Foxhound pirates on their ship. Sandersonia spoke up. The man was incredibly powerful, but to disappear with our sister without a trace but this weapon. She will be fine. Marigold said with finality, as that was the last she wished to hear of what may become of her sister's fate. That crew is no laughing matter to trifle with. I was unable to use my best attacks lest they destroy the ship, but even with them I still may have lost. My opponent never seemed rattled for a moment. Sandersonia rubbed her collarbone area. I never even got the chance. The blonde man was not one for playing games against me. Before the conversation could continue, Naruto and Hancock appeared standing in front of the weapon in the wall. Instantly every Kuja warrior pointed their weapon at him, putting a deadpan look on his face. Are we really going to have to go through this again? He asked with a twitching eyebrow. Lower your weapons. Hancock said, and with her order they all did just that. This is merely the working out of a bargain between the two of us. No more fighting between our crews, for now. She directed at those she could feel were stinging from the events of the day. Is our business done, Uzumaki Naruto? In a rush to get rid of me? Naruto tried to joke, only for it to fall flat. Do not joke around with people that you have just gotten through beating up. Okay, fine. Yeah, we're all good here. Except for one more thing. He stepped out of the way and flicked the handle of the kunai stuck in the wall. You can keep that to summon me when you think you need me to by throwing it. And I gave you the frequency to my Den Den Mushi, so feel free to call if you need something. The Kuja pirates narrowed their eyes at him, not trusting his change in attitude from that afternoon. How could someone turn a switch like that and go from a bona fide killer to this? Hancock nodded to him. I will keep those things in mind, Uzumaki. Now if that is all? Naruto backed away against the wall with his hands up behind his neck. Yeah, that's everything. But I have to say before I go. He said, directing his eyes right at Hancock, if I weren't so pissed off earlier I probably would have been turned to stone when you used that beam of yours on me because you really are beautiful. Naruto didn't even allow time for his last statement to sink in. Later. He then flashed out of the area. Sandersonia just stared at the place that Naruto had been moments before as she addressed Hancock. Sister, who exactly was that man, Uzumaki Naruto? Hancock just spared one last glance at Naruto's former place before walking away, heading towards her own personal quarters. He's complicated. XXX. That night, on board the Natural Disaster. Naruto was standing at the helm banging his head on the wheel hard enough to awaken anyone that had been sleeping until that point. When shit goes bad? I swear to Kami. Naruto stopped banging his head on the wheel and rested it there. What's the matter, Naruto? Naruto didn't bother looking behind him as he felt Vivi standing there. You seem pretty upset. Naruto turned around and gave Vivi a thorough frown. All day long we've been watching over you girls that got petrified or fighting the Kuja pirates. Vivi nodded, understanding things so far. I set the ship on course to chase them down, but then they used one of my Hiraishin kunai and set off a beacon to let me know exactly where they were and that they had all of my kunai, so I took Soren to go get the party started. And? Vivi asked, still not getting it. Naruto pointed over the side of the ship at the rolling waves. What does that mean, Vivi-heim? She looked at the waves and then exclaimed happily, ah. We're back on the Grand Line. Her answer to Naruto's question only got her a slow pat on the head as he shook his head. Huh? Am I wrong? Where are we then? Naruto began crying anime tears. We're not even on the Grand Line anymore. The ship sailed off of the Grand Line and into the South Blue. How do you even get this lost? Now I need to get our bearings and find the way back onto the Grand Line where we were before we got lost in the comm belt. I need to Hiraishin back to the beacon I left on One Finger Island so I can set it for us to follow. Why would you do this to me? I love nature. Why? He asked the skies as if they would give him an answer, and it came in a clap of thunder and a sudden downpour. The whole world's against me, Vivi-heim, I swear to Kami. Well, Vivi said as she tried to brighten his mood and possibly get him, and herself, out of the rain. Look at it this way, it's just an extended detour. This only made him cry harder. You want to go inside? Naruto nodded faintly. Yeah? Okay, let's go inside. And Vivi led him inside like a child, patting him on the back all the way. Chapter 33, Round Trip. Nojiko stood at the helm directly behind Naruto, watching his every move like a hawk. Don't be so tense, Naruto-kun, I'm not mad. She said, resting her hands on his shoulders, massaging them gently before planting a kiss on the back of his neck. It's not your fault. You were worried about us being turned to stone. How could you have been paying attention to the ship when you were focused on saving us? The good news is that I can get us further along our actual route in the Grand Line from where I take us on the comm belt. Naruto said, grateful that Nojiko or anyone else on the crew didn't hold any anger towards being knocked so far off course by the events of yesterday. The Hiraishin kunai on One Finger Island is a really good status marker. I'll tell you when we get back on the comm belt so you can map out our trajectory to where we'll get back on at. Nojiko smiled and let go of Naruto, moving backwards off of him. Sounds like a plan to me. There's a good spot for us to use as a marker for getting onto the comm belt. She moved in front of Naruto and showed him a map of the South Blue, right here, this place Centauria. Like I told you this morning, we can use that as a good marker. It's the closest place to the comm belt, so we can begin getting back on our route from there. On it, Noji-chan. Naruto said as he already knew where to go. He had already been given coordinates and directions that morning and they had been en route for quite a while. We shouldn't take that long getting there. I've had the sails catching the breeze in this direction since last night basically. I actually feel really hungry because I'm using so much chakra. Nojiko rolled up the map and gave him a strange look. You're hungry? How could you be hungry? We just saw you inside not too long ago during breakfast. You absolutely killed it. In return, Naruto just gave her a blank stare. No? I've been out here all morning since the crack of dawn. I only got 2 hours of sleep last night and that was just so I could dry off from the rain. Tilting her head in confusion, Nojiko pointed back towards where the captain's quarters were situated. Seriously, I saw you at breakfast. You ate and then you went to take a nap with Miss Valentine. When I saw you out here I just figured you stayed there until she fell asleep and then came back outside. Nojiko looked around in suspicion. This is really creepy. Naruto just stood there racking his brain for a solution before his eyes finally widened in realization prior to narrowing to slits. He set the wheel in place and grabbed a hold of Nojiko. Come on, I think I know what happened. With that they disappeared in a flash of yellow and reappeared in Naruto's room at the foot of his bed to find another Naruto asleep with Miss Valentine holding on to him. I fucking knew it. Naruto hissed out in a whisper. The clone of Naruto cracked an eye before both shot open in alarm at seeing its creator and Nojiko, one giving it an angry look, the other one extremely amused. Hey boss. Noji-chan. What's up? The clone whispered, well aware of the sleeping Valentine wrapped around him. You ate my food. Naruto said in a low voice, the only reason I made you when I woke back up this morning was to leave a message for Polly. What do you think you're doing? Naruto's clone shrugged, not really caring about its fate at this point. I like to call it living the dream. The only response at first was a cracking of knuckles from the original Naruto. I wish I could do this more than once. He said before punching the clone hard enough to dispel it in a puff of smoke. Miss Valentine barely noticed the loss of the clone's presence and compensated by grabbing a pillow on the bed in place. Man, that looks comfortable though. He said in reference to sleeping in a bed with a pretty girl. Before he could move to actually attempt to join her, his stomach growled horribly. But I'm so hungry, and I can't go back to sleep yet. I've got work to do. Feeling compassion when it came to all three of Naruto's current grievances, Nojiko merely grabbed him by his hand and led him out of the room to the common area. Come on, let's see if we can find you some leftovers or something to actually eat, and maybe some coffee too. Coffee? Naruto said in a questioning voice as he blocked a yawn. What's coffee? XXX. 4 hours later. Johnny and Yasaku leaned against the tree-like main mast, covered in scratches and scuffs and panting heavily. No more. Johnny said, waving his hand out in front of him. That was just? I don't even know how to explain what just happened to us. He said before leaning his head back with a thud on the mast. Yasaku tried to stand up but just didn't feel like he had it in him to do so due to his lack of energy at the moment. I now know what it feels like to get my ass kicked in fast forward. In front of them, Naruto was swinging a very satisfied Samehada, full from draining Johnny and Yasaku's energy in battle, about in a grandiose samurai manner, while in the background Nojiko, Vivi, Polly, and Soren stood watching him act out, like all of his manic quirks decided to just come out all at once. God, that was violent. Polly said in reference to how Naruto had just handily dispatched both Johnny and Yasaku with Samehada. Were they paying attention when they came out here to challenge him? I'm not getting near that guy until his buzz dies. He said, taking a puff from his cigar. Soren merely stared at the scene while sucking on a tangerine from the tree outside. He then turned towards Nojiko, who was hiding her face with her hands. You gave him coffee, didn't you? His answer was a desperate moan from Nojiko that said she had, as if he needed it. Why do you think none of us ever turned him on to the stuff? I love coffee. Naruto shouted, holding Samehada over his head as it vibrated in agreement with its user. It's like a black, liquidy soldier pill. He then pointed Samehada at Vivi, who took an involuntary step back. Viviheim, get out here, it's your turn. Said Princess simply shook her head. No, it's time for your training though. He reasoned, resealing Samehada. Vivi laughed nervously as she continued to step backwards. I think I'll take the day off today. She then noticed him giving her a dry look. You're not giving me a choice, are you? Naruto shook his head. No, I didn't think you were. Vivi quickly pulled off her ranged jewelry belt weapon and sent the end of it out, stabbing into the mast to allow herself to escape up the side. Naruto growled and pointed up at the young woman. You're not getting away that easily. He prepared to run up the mast when he found a rope tied around his legs, tripping him up and holding him back. He turned to see that Polly had caught him with one of his ropes and tied him to the railing. "Why wasn't I paying attention to that?" "Because you trust us," Polly explained to him before flicking his tensed rope. "You can't break that rope with brute force, you'd just end up ripping the railing up before you broke the rope. Even cutting it would take a while. So just calm down until you get all of the caffeine out of your system. You're scaring more than a few of us." The caffeine was strong, however. Naruto jerked against the rope several times before the urge to go into sage mode or even further than that to free himself had to be quelled before he did damage to his own ship. He took a series of deep breaths to calm himself down. "Okay, I'm cool. Everything's alright. You can come down now, NaruHarem." Hearing him say that, Vivi dropped to the ground but kept a good distance away from Naruto as she jumped back almost 10 feet when Naruto twitched intensely. "Naruto, you're scaring me." "I think I'm scaring me too," Naruto replied honestly before he found himself dogpiled by a vengeful Johnny and Yasaku who began stomping away at a downed Naruto while they had their advantage over him. "What the hell are you guys doing?" Naruto asked over the blows raining down upon him. "You've been kicking our asses for the better part of a year," Johnny said as he stomped away. "We are never going to get a chance like this to get you back ever again." Yasaku jumped into the air for 3 elbow drops on the immortal blonde while Johnny kept stomping. "It's justifiable vengeance," Yasaku reasoned, relishing in getting Naruto back. "Ow!" Naruto shouted due to the attack on his person. "You know I'm going to get you two back for this, right? Ow! I'm going to get you both back so bad." Johnny and Yasaku stopped and looked at each other before looking back down at Naruto. "We don't care." They both yelled simultaneously before dropping simultaneous jumping elbows on Naruto. The other crewmates just watched until Soren finished his tangerine and climbed up on the banister, about to jump off until Nojiko grabbed his pant leg. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" she asked the acid-spitting former bounty hunter. Soren pointed down at Naruto. "How many other chances am I going to get to do this and get away with it?" he asked. Naruto heard him over his beatdown and yelled up at him. "You won't get away with it. That's not the point, Uzumaki," Soren yelled down to him. He then turned back to Nojiko. "Tell me that one time of them getting him back isn't worth the last ton of months of him getting one over on them, and me." Nojiko thought of all of the times when Naruto increased their weights without warning, beat them up during training, times that he just threw seawater on Soren, and everything else, prompting her to let go of Soren's leg. "Thank you," he said calmly before pointing down at Naruto. "Sweet, sweet revenge," Soren cried out before diving off of the banister down onto Naruto with an elbow drop, Tekai elbow drop. Everyone else flinched when Soren hit the ground and Naruto with a solid thud. Naruto just lay there as Soren got up and the punishment ended. "I'm going to get all 3 of you back for this," Naruto muttered as Soren spit acid on the rope keeping his ankles tied. "You guys are so dead when I figure out what I'm going to do to get you back," he said crawling on the ground towards the helm to wait for the feeling to come back to his legs. Yasaku looked at Naruto crawling away, stopping at the stairs to the helm to turn and glare at all of them, making the hand sign that he's watching them. "We're going to pay for that, aren't we?" "Oh hell yes," Johnny replied, not really concerned in the least with what could happen to him in the near future, "but tell me that it wasn't worth whatever he'll do to get us back." "I don't know yet," Yasaku said honestly, picking his nose absently. "I'll tell you after it happens. XXX. Later that evening, Centauria. On the shores of the island nation, a sentry posted as a lookout of sorts saw a strange orange ship based off of the design of the basic ship of the Marines, so they sent scouts out here to prepare to counter the rebellion. One of the men with him as his partner let out a laugh. "Ha! I didn't know the Marines were that stupid. Don't they know it's too late for that? They can't save their precious world government's hold on this island. We've already gotten rid of their representatives. We should tell our commander, he'll want to make an example out of them. To not stand against the Revolutionary Army." With that declaration the men all chattered in agreement. XXX. On board the natural disaster. Naruto was still manning the helm, only now he had Murit checking over the wounds that she had come outside to heal a few hours earlier after the caffeine incident. "I swear I never get over how fast you heal, Naruto-sama. You should still have a face covered in scrapes." "I'm fine," Naruto insisted the ship's medic. "You don't need to waste supplies on me, Murit. I don't think I'll ever be so far gone that I'll need you to get yourself in gear to help me out or I'll die." The worry was nice, but he didn't need her all stressed out for nothing when he could get over most of his injuries in a day or two. Murit in return gave him a dry look and gave Naruto a few pats on his cheek. "You gave me 1 million belly, up front, without even a second thought, and you still pay for things when I don't need you to. Like it or not, you've pretty much got my loyalty for life." I'm a doctor to the entire crew, and I treat everyone equally, not selectively. She finished with a smile. So you say that you work for me? Naruto asked her, getting a cheerful nod in response. Could I get you to drug Johnny, Yasaku, and Soren's food during the next meal? Nothing serious, I just need their awareness thrown off so I can get the drop on them. They beat the crap out of me. Murit gave Naruto a serious look. I'm not going to stick drugs in my patient's food, Naruto-sama. Murit heard Naruto mutter, damn it, getting her lips to quirk upwards. I can just give you the drugs to do it yourself. That cheered Naruto back up, and that works for me. Uzumaki. Hearing the voice of one of the people he had intentions of getting revenge on yelling down from the lookout point at him, Naruto looked out over the waters to his side to see 4 ships heading from the coast they were passing by. What's the plan? Soren asked from the crow's nest. Naruto grabbed a nearby pair of binoculars and looked at the ships. They didn't look like any kind of marine vessel, nor were they flying any pirate colors. He didn't feel like fighting an unknown quantity today for no reason. Naruto simply sat at his bench at the helm and formed the ram seal to begin forming chakra. They can't fire at us unless they're broadside. We're just going to speed back up and hop on into the calm belt from here. We'll lose them that way. With that, a breeze started waving through the leaves of the tree-like mast and through the sails with the seals inscribed in them, speeding up the ship even further. The natural disaster simply tore right past the slow-moving ships making their way out from the coast, unable to get into range to turn their cannons towards the Foxhound pirate ship. XXX. With the Revolutionary Army. The men on the ships attempting to pursue and engage the natural disaster were utterly stunned at the pure speed that the ship exhibited. That ship is so fast. The current isn't nearly strong enough to get that kind of speed, neither is the wind. We're right by the calm belt. That is one funky-looking marine ship. The comments ran rampant on all 4 ships until one spotter pointed something out coming from the coast further down the island. Look, that's Dragon's ship. Right there. Yeah, Dragon. He'll stop those government dogs. XXX. On board the natural disaster. One more ship coming, Uzumaki. Soren yelled down from the crow's nest as he saw a ship with a figurehead that appeared to be a dragon. It's going to cut us off, get ready for a fight. We're not fighting. Naruto said as he stood up and started making a long chain of hand seals. Suetun, Daibakufu no Jutsu, water release, great waterfall jutsu. A massive wave rose 50 feet in the air at the side of the natural disaster, surprising Murit, who hadn't seen Naruto's powers up close before, not even at Eni's lobby. Wow! Was all that the medic could say. Up in the crow's nest, Soren released a sweat drop and stared at the wave with a twitching eye. Tell me again how this doesn't qualify as fighting. This is why. Naruto said as he directed the wave to crash down a distance away from the dragon figurehead ship, making sure that all that occurred was the ship losing its momentum so that they didn't catch up with the natural disaster, and there you go. No fighting necessary. That was impressive. An unfamiliar voice said on board the ship, getting Naruto to turn around and stand in front of Murit protectively as she held her hand on Funkfried just in case. I don't think you caused an earthquake the way Whitebeard would have to do that, because his would have been bigger. You manipulated the water itself. Most devil fruit powers can't do that. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the strange man on his ship leaning against the banister nearby with a sinister grin on his face. I wasn't trying to hurt anyone. I just want to get to the calm belt. Naruto explained calmly. The man wore a long green cloak and had spiky black hair with a widow's peak of sorts. He had stubble on his face, no eyebrows, and a set of red tribal markings on the left side of his face. Who are you? He didn't even bother asking how he got there. Naruto could have done the same thing to any of the other ships himself. Well, that depends. The man said, his grin never dropping. Most people call me the world's most dangerous criminal, but you don't look like a marine. My men should have been paying attention to the fact that you fly a Jolly Roger. He then pointed to himself. In that case you can call me Dragon. Murit paled and took a step back, her hands shaking as she drew Funkfried from the sheath. What do you want with us? Dragon merely laughed and stepped off of the banister, taking a step forward. I didn't want anything other than to meet the new bane of the world government. You're quite an infamous man, Uzumaki Naruto. You don't look much like a butcher that delights in killing marines though. The silence emanating from Naruto started scaring Murit as she thought Naruto was intimidated. I've never seen Naruto-sama hesitate to speak to anyone before. Is he frightened? Naruto finally spoke up, a chuckle in his voice. I was thinking of something witty to say, but I just can't think of anything. All I can think about is how much I want to fight a guy like you to see how strong I really am. That probably sounds really weird, doesn't it? Are you really that insane? Murit and Soren both thought to themselves, hearing Naruto pretty much challenging the most dangerous man in the world to a fight. Soren wondered where on earth all of the others were. Was Dragon really able to get on board without alerting anyone to his presence? He only knew Naruto as someone that would have been able to pull that off. Actually, yeah. Dragon said, sounding amused at Naruto's confession, it does sound very weird that you would want to fight me. Hell, I know Marine Vice Admirals that don't want to fight me, and they actually have a reason to. He let out a laugh, but I can't fight you, mostly because we'd probably destroy your nice ship in the process and maybe hurt your nakama. He said, nodding his head towards Murat, who was still pretty scared, and I still have a lot of work to do. The world government isn't going to overthrow itself. Naruto blinked as he thought about who Dragon was. That's why you're so famous, because you're taking control away from the world government? Dragon nodded, yes. We've just now gotten Centauria free of their control. It took 2 years of fighting to do. A frown came onto Naruto's face. So you start insurrections and make wars happen? The blonde shinobi shook his head. I don't agree with that. He saw the grin drop from Dragon's face. If you keep pushing like that, then the world government is going to push back hard. I just saw them take out an entire island filled with their own agents and marines just to kill my crew and Straw Hat Luffy's crew. What would they do when you start knocking on their front door the way we did? The two stared each other down for a moment before Dragon's grin came back. So you know my boy Luffy? I like that. He needs a friend like you out in the world. He then saw Murat and Naruto's eyes widen. Ooh, I wasn't supposed to say that out loud. Could you just keep that a secret? He saw Naruto and Murat both nod slowly. Thanks. No problem. They both responded robotically. Dragon then looked out over the front of Naruto's ship where he saw the waves start to end. Well, I'd love to chat with you for a bit longer, but you seem to be headed into the calm belt and I just don't feel like going that far. I've got to stay with my men. Naruto and Murat turned and looked at how far they had gotten from the rest of the ships around Centauria before Naruto started fishing around in the pockets of his vest, turning back around to Dragon holding a Hiraishin kunai. I can just take dashed. He turned to find Dragon no longer there. Where'd he go? Soren, where'd he go? Soren looked down and scratched his head under his bandana. I've got no idea, Uzumaki. I was looking at Centauria. I wasn't keeping an eye on the guy. He's really fast. Murat said rather fearfully. I'm just as fast as he is. Naruto replied, looking over at the ships that were getting further away on the horizon, and I just met another person that's supposed to be one of the strongest men in the world. He smirked, you know, I still really want to fight him. Isn't that messed up? A frown then came over his face. I don't like the way he's trying to deal with the world government though, but someone like that isn't going to listen to someone like me. After letting silence settle for a moment, Murat let out a huge sigh and dropped to her backside on the deck. I just came face to face with the revolutionary dragon. I really don't think I'll ever get used to being on this ship. Naruto then frowned and stomped his foot on the deck angrily. Damn it, I can't even call Luffy and tell him. I promised that I wouldn't tell anyone that I knew he was Luffy's dad. I didn't even know Luffy had parents. Who has to get together to create a guy like Luffy? Naruto scratched his scalp. Luffy's got the weirdest family members. XXX. 2 days later. The Den Den Mushi belonging to the crew, complete with having its shell painted in crew colors of orange and blue with the crew Jolly Roger emblazoned on it in the common area, was steadily ringing off of the hook, eventually finding itself answered by Miss Valentine. Hello? She said, flipping herself over a nearby couch to lay down while she was talking. Where is Uzumaki Naruto? The voice on the other line said to her, getting straight to the point. Miss Valentine said in procrastination to the rather impatient-sounding voice, that's not the kind of tone you use when you want someone to do something for you. The right thing to say would have been, if it isn't any trouble, could you let me speak to Uzumaki Naruto? I would have also accepted anything with the word please in it as an answer. She said, a bright smile on her face as she let out a small laugh. It was so much fun messing with strangers, much more fun than messing with her friends. She could hear the voice growl at her on the other line and she had to take her mouth away from the receiver to keep from laughing into the line and pissing the person off even more. If she was going to upset him, then she wanted to make it more challenging for herself than just laughing at him. The gruff voice tried to regain his composure before trying again. Is Uzumaki Naruto there or not? I was told that this was how to reach him besides the other more direct way. Miss Valentine looked at her nails, pondering whether or not she had time to paint them and finish before she could get this guy to lose his cool and hang up. Naruto, well, he might be here. Then again, he might not be. He has a habit of jumping ship and showing back up whenever he wants to in the blink of an eye. For all I know, he could be 100 miles away or right in his room. I'm not feeling quite up for getting up to check though. His room is a long walk. She said, looking directly at the door that Naruto's quarters sat behind, not even 10 feet from where she was laying down at. Alright, I've had it up to here with you, woman. Uzumaki or not, if you don't tell me where he is, I don't care who you are to him, I will find you and turn you into a chew toy, do you understand? Tell Uzumaki that Jayabura of CP9 is asking for him. CP9? Oh, that just made this all the more fun for her. She didn't even care how they got this number. They had tried to kill her and her friends and haul her former boss Nico Robin off to impel down. She opened her mouth, about to come up with something to really piss the guy off, when she heard a voice that stopped her. Who are you talking to on the Den Den Mushy Valentine-chan? Miss Valentine leaned her head back on the arm of the couch and looked up owlishly at Naruto, who was standing over her looking down with a curious look on his face. A smile slowly broke out on Miss Valentine's face as they both heard the Den Den Mushy rant in the place of the person on the end of the line. Her bright green eyes shone with amusement as she handed the receiver over to Naruto. Someone for you, she said cheekily. Naruto rolled his eyes and took it from her. Hey, what are you doing talking to the CP9 anyway? Naruto forced her to scoot over on the couch so that he could sit down and begin speaking. This is Uzumaki, Naruto. It took long enough for you guys to call. I didn't think you would ever try to get in contact with me. I was getting ready to chalk that one up as a loss. Jayabura's voice on the other end noticeably calmed down as it began to speak to Naruto. Yeah, well, we ran into a few misadventures. We had to leave St. Poplar because we wound up annihilating a stupid group of pirates that went there to start trouble, then we went home. You guys have a home? Naruto asked incredulously. Well, it made sense. Everyone had to come from somewhere, so why would CP9 be any different? Never mind, what's going on now? Keep me in the loop here. Well, we've got a ship, Jayabura said, seeming like he didn't know what to say from there, and that's pretty much it. Lucci's all healed up, and he wants to go after Spandam. He's not dead, but your boy with the acid pretty much melted tons of his skin off. That's what we heard anyway. Naruto leaned back in the couch as Miss Valentine put her head on his shoulder and yawned. You're not going to find Spandam anytime soon. And is Lucci there with you right now? He asked, not really waiting for a response. I don't care, I hope he is, because he's an idiot for telling Spandam that you guys were still alive. Miss Valentine couldn't help but laugh at Naruto calling out CP9's strongest member. Now he's going to send someone after you to cover his own tracks and keep himself clean of everything that happened at Eni's lobby. I thought you guys were assassins. You don't tell your target you're coming. Silence reigned over the line for a moment before Jayabura spoke up again. Yeah, Lucci wants to kill you now for that crack you made about him. Tell him to get in line. Naruto quipped dryly, putting an arm around Miss Valentine. Just keep in touch, remember that you can call me anytime, and don't abuse the Hiraition kunai or summon me for something stupid. I'll call you guys sooner than later for more. Got it, Uzumaki? And with that the phone call ended. Miss Valentine turned her eyes towards Naruto's blue ones and decided to ask the question that her gaze was already doing for her. So why are you in contact with CP9? Why are you even helping them? They tried to kill the Straw Hats, remember? You tried to kill me, remember? Naruto replied before giving her a kiss on the forehead, and Spandam was the one of them that I had the most problem with. We have the same guy as a target, only they're actively seeking him. They're doing my job for me so that I don't go off looking for a ghost. If I find Spandam, I'll just tell them and they can handle him. Then they'll owe me. Understanding what he was trying to do, give the CP9 a purpose and get himself some form of allies, Miss Valentine nodded. You've got friends in low places, Naruto. You've got a group of assassins almost at your beck and call. A nod came from her fellow blonde. You say that like it's a bad thing, Valentine-chan. XXX. Sometime later. Are you sure you want to fight me? Soren asked Nojiko as he stood across from her on the portion of the deck cleared for training outside. I won't go easy on you the way Uzumaki does. I can lower my acid level enough to keep it from being fatal, but might end up ruining the fabric of the pretty little designer clothes you prance around in. A smirk then came over his face. I might get a free show out of this if I'm feeling mean, you know. Nojiko merely stepped into her waver skates and smacked her heels together to kickstart them, levitating her right off of the ground. First of all, I don't prance, she said with a dangerous lift in her voice as she drew her pistols from her holsters. Second of all, I never asked you to go easy on me. And third of all, she twirled her pistols around on her fingers before grabbing a tight hold of them, you have to hit me first to worry about doing anything to my clothes. I don't know where you're getting all of your dashed. Soren then stopped what would have been a smartass remark as he could see how confident she was and could only draw one real conclusion as to why she would be about fighting him, even in a spar. Crap, you can use those things the right way now, can't you? Aha. Nojiko said cheerfully. I called Nami for advice because she has an actual waiver. It turns out all I needed was a delicate touch. So what? Mobility was only half of the battle. She still had to be able to do him damage to beat him. Just so I know, how many special element shots can you do now? Soren asked her aloud out of curiosity. More. Nojiko said with a grin forming on her face, way more. But don't worry, I can't use the earth, lightning, or water elements yet. Just wind and fire. She finished with a wink, you're lucky. I don't feel lucky. Soren muttered, slapping himself across the face to psyche himself up, you inherited Uzumaki's mean streak, didn't you? Prior to a fight he just had to get in one jab, no matter how bad the outcome might be. I guess all that sex with him had to benefit you in some other way, huh? And as he saw Nojiko give him an emotionless look as she put up her pistols and pulled her shotgun from her back, he felt that he would wind up paying for that sometime before they called an end to the spar, because it wouldn't be his choice when they stopped. Meanwhile, Naruto stood at the helm as he could hear Nojiko's shotgun ring out with a shot that made Soren shriek like a girl. I hope he dodged that. He said to himself. If Nojiko was really that much stronger with her new skills, then maybe he didn't have to get Soren back himself, maybe Nojiko would do it for him. He turned around and looked up in the air to see Vivi fighting in the branches of the tree-like masts against Polly, using his ropes against her sharp jewel weapons. Vivi was definitely coming along, and he knew that Polly wasn't necessarily weak in his own right after the short fight they had at Water 7. As fast as it looked that Vivi would cut through his ropes, he would seemingly come up with even more to keep himself in the air and counterattack with. Naruto had to wonder where he kept all of the rope. Things were moving along smoothly. They were right on track to not only get back on their route on the Grand Line towards Constellation Island, but to jump further ahead than their original route would have set them on. So with getting knocked off course combined with cutting their original route in half, they were right back on schedule. They were able to totally bypass the Florian Triangle on the way as well to boot. Who cared that they were cutting through the calm belt to get there? That was why the bottom of the ship was lined with seastone and why it was so valuable, so that they could do things like that. Naruto didn't know that the ship he commandeered from Kami Island would be so valuable when he took it. He was glad he seemed to have such an eye for useful things. Soren. What? You're fucking firing away with the shotgun, scaring the hell out of me. How am I supposed to keep control over the acid level like that when I think I'm going to die? Naruto turned around to find Nojiko floating on her waver skates glaring at Soren because apparently he had gotten a hit in on Nojiko with one of his attacks and had managed to disintegrate her top, leaving her in a black bra. The acid-spitting man crossed his arms and turned away indignantly with a scoff. I'm a grown man. You act like I've never seen boobs before. You've still got the bra, so shut up and fight. He then started dancing as small fireballs were fired at his feet. Nojiko was steadily firing at Soren, having switched weapons to her faster default guns, her pistols, using regular ammunition to save her chakra for the moment. Stop moving, damn it. How's that not being crazy thing working for you, Noji-chan? Naruto asked her loudly in amusement. Being mad isn't the same thing as being crazy, Naruto-kun. Nojiko snapped back at him as she reloaded her guns before returning her attention to fighting Soren. Yes, he certainly did have an eye for useful things, and crazy things, and pretty things too. Sometimes all of them rolled up into one. At that moment he felt a familiar pull in the back of his mind over a long distance. Someone had thrown his Hirashin kunai, and no one bothered trying to call first either, so it was an emergency. Setting the wheel in place, Naruto jumped between Soren and Nojiko's duel and stopped their fighting with his presence. I've got to go. You guys know the drill for how to run things while I'm gone, right? Both of them nodded, seeing how serious he was. Good. I'll be back soon, okay? He gave Nojiko a kiss and disappeared in a yellow flash. I wonder what's wrong. Nojiko wondered, touching her lips where Naruto had just kissed her. I've never seen him look that serious before leaving before. Soren just grunted, we'll find out when he gets back. Just don't worry about it. He said, putting a hand on the despondent young woman's shoulder. You want to shoot at me again? It might make you feel better. He offered, getting a slow nod from Nojiko. Okay, let's get back to shooting me. Hit me if you can. XXX. Moments prior, with Straw Hat Crew. One large trap for their ship and crew led to the Straw Hat Crew being stuck in the middle of the largest ship in the entire world. A rather eerie ship that had set up shop in the Florian Triangle, a place notorious for losing entire ships and crews. Well, they soon found out that much of this was because of the efforts of Gecko Mariah, a man using the reputation of the area to trap victims for his own purposes, to build an army of zombies. It also didn't help that the man was supposed to be a Shichibukai. The entire ship Thriller Bark was an island converted into a ship and thus had things like dead forests, a graveyard, a morbid mansion and all sorts of things, as well as around 1,000 inhabitants, mostly zombies under Gecko Mariah's control. And the strongest one had currently taken the full measure of most of the Straw Hats and had left them defeated. He was 4 times the size of a regular giant and had long blonde hair that flowed from his head to his back with 2 large horns on the top of his head. He had a massive underbite with large fangs and even tusks as well as only one eye. His body had stitches all over, especially around his stomach where a blue cloth was placed. He wore a large black loincloth with 3 giant skulls strapped to a rope to hold it up. On the ground, beaten upright at his feet lay Frankie, Usopp, Chopper, Sanji, Zoro, Robin, and a strange skeleton with an afro wearing a formal suit. Ugh. The massive creature groaned as it looked at wanted posters of the Straw Hats taped to his arm. Let's see who's left. The Straw Hat guy from earlier, some orange-haired girl, and the superhero. Why are those 3 missing? The giant wondered as he scratched his head. He then shrugged carelessly and began tearing apart the mansion right by him with his fists trying to find Nami, Luffy, and Usopp, who he had already defeated without really knowing. Meanwhile Robin weakly lifted her head to see the giant destroying everything to find the remaining 2 members he had yet to defeat. She fished through her clothes and managed to pull out Naruto's Hiraishin kunai, staring at it intensely. As much as I don't want to bother you to ask you for help, I think we could use it right about now. She looked over the downed and wounded crewmates that were there with her. Yeah, we could probably use it. She then took aim at the giant and threw it as hard as she could. The kunai stuck itself in the giant's fist just as it was throwing another punch to destroy another wall of the massive mansion. Robin only let her head lay back down so that she could take some time to rest so that she and the others could get up to fight again soon. I really hope you can help us, Naruto. XXX. With the Hiraishin kunai. In a flash of yellow, Naruto appeared in a pile of rubble, picking his kunai up out of the wreckage. Man, who threw this thing hard enough to take out a wall? He then saw a few figures running down the hall he found himself in. Oi. What's going on around here? Who summoned me? A group of animal hybrid zombies stopped just as a younger girl wearing red lipstick and gothic eyeliner with pink hair in 2 high pigtails did. She had a red crown on the top of her head, wore black and white stockings that went all the way up her legs. She also wore red buckled boots, a red miniskirt with white stars, a white long-sleeved shirt, and a red fabric covering her shoulders. She turned her big round eyes towards Naruto and stomped on the ground in a small fit. What are you doing, you idiot? The giant Ors is going to squish us all if we don't get out of here. Giant what? Naruto asked her with a tilted head. Look, have you seen a guy with a straw hat or anyone with him? They're friends of mine. They should have been the ones that called me. I need to know why I'm here and what I'm supposed to do to help out. Distracted from her impending doom from the rampaging giant momentarily by how she thought the way Naruto looked when he was confused was cute, the girl snapped out of it once she heard that the crew that was causing Thriller Bark so much trouble and had defeated her were friends with this guy. I wasn't going to steal the Straw Hat's ship to get off of this island. What gave you that crazy idea? She said before laughing nervously. You did. Naruto said with a deadpan look. Can you help me find them or not? He didn't have time to sit here with this girl. He couldn't see any of his friends around and he knew that they wouldn't have called him for nothing to a place like this. Get me off of Thriller Bark and we'll see. The girl persisted, really wanting to run away from the ship. You don't get it. Ors is taking this whole place out looking for a girl. I'm a girl. She started bawling uncontrollably as the zombies around her tried to console her. I'm too cute to die. What's an Ors? Naruto asked, not really getting the gist of what they were talking about. I think I'm missing a huge chunk of what your point is supposed to be, he said, trailing off to get her name. My name is Perona. She yelled, stomping over to Naruto, and Ors is the giant looking for a girl. Now get me out of here, Mr. Straw Hat friend. All of those Straw Hats were really strong. They had to have strong friends too, didn't they? Especially if this guy was insisting that they called him here to help them out. Naruto looked around the empty, but ruined hallway and shrugged. What giant? At that point a giant face appeared looking upside down through the hole in the wall, staring at Naruto and Perona with one good eye, having been attracted by the racket Perona had been making. Oh, that giant. He then looked back at the shaking Perona who was crying anime tears at this point. Do you care where I take you as long as it's out of Thriller Bark? Just get me out of here, this is way too much. Perona whimpered, staring directly into the one eye of Ors. I really don't care. I was planning on getting out of here anyway. This place is done for. Naruto nodded. Good to know. He then dropped his Hiraishin kunai on the ground and grabbed Perona, disappearing in a flash of yellow just as a massive hand reached inside to grab a hold of them both. XXX. On board the natural disaster. Naruto and Perona landed on his bed with Naruto jumping up immediately and setting himself to work. Where are we? She asked, looking around frantically. How did we get here so fast? She tried to get Naruto to explain to her as she saw him throw his headband onto the ground. Don't worry about that. Naruto said as he started pacing around the room, pulling out a scroll and unraveling it before making a Kage Bunshin to sit on it and begin meditating. The original then started stretching his arms out to get ready for a fight. I'll take you back there after it's all over. No! Perona yelled, jumping off of the bed and latching herself around his legs. Don't take me back there. Oars is going to kill everybody. Naruto rolled his eyes and pried the younger girl off of his legs. Calm down, go outside, say I got you out of wherever we just were. You can stay here until I handle that Oars thing. Just be good and don't bother my clone, alright? Now let go unless you want to go back with me. That got Perona off of him in a flash. She didn't want anything to do with going back there. Naruto then let out a desperate sigh. I can already tell that I'm going to hate fighting this fight, he said before waving goodbye to Perona and vanishing with the Hiraishin no Jutsu. Perona just stared at where Naruto had once been and blinked. Wow, that was pretty cool. She then frowned at the clone that was steadily meditating. Too bad he's going to die though. Nobody can beat Oars. Perona decided to go outside and see just where in the world she was. Oh well, let's see where this is. XXX. Thriller bark. Naruto reappeared right back in the same spot he had vanished from moments before, only there was no Oars staring dead at him. Naruto picked up his Hiraishin kunai and ran towards the hole in the wall, looking out to see most of the Straw Hat Pirates down below, minus Nami and Luffy, bringing a satisfied grin to his face. Oi. What's up you guys? I'm here. He only saw them staring up at him as if they had seen a ghost. Naruto jumped out of the upper story of the mansion to the courtyard below and walked over the rubble to greet them since the giant didn't seem to be anywhere in sight. The first thing he noticed was that they all looked pretty beaten up. You all look beat the hell up. What ran you guys over? It was at that moment that he noticed that no one had any snappy comeback or remark to his appearance, but they were still looking up behind him from the spot he had jumped down from. What the hell are you guys looking at? At that moment, Oars crashed down on the ground behind Naruto on his stomach, facing his back and the front of all the present Straw Hat Pirates. Robin merely pointed at the ugly visage of the giant that was breathing directly down Naruto's back. That's what we're looking at. Naruto didn't even bother turning around as he could already feel the giant's hot breath on the back of his person. So is anyone going to tell me what's going on here? He asked as he flexed his fingers into and out of tensed fists. Yeah. Sanji said, smoking a cigarette just as calmly as Naruto seemed to be at the moment, something that Zoro and Robin shared. We're fighting that thing. All of the others nodded in agreement. Thanks. Naruto said sarcastically, I couldn't have figured that one out on my own. XXX. On board the natural disaster. Perona walked outside and marveled at the appearance of the ship that the blonde guy brought her to. Wow, this is a really nice ship. I think I'll take it. There aren't even that many people here, she said as she then came upon the rest of the crew that had been outside. Alright, if you would all just hand over this ship everything will be fine. Soren and Nojiko stopped fighting, and even Vivi and Polly dropped down from their midair battle to stare at the strange girl. Soren and Nojiko looked at each other before Soren spoke up. Exactly who the hell are you? What's with people just showing up on our ship? He mused quietly. Nojiko had a frown marring her pretty face as she could only assume there was one reason that this girl was here. Yeah, I think Naruto-kun is going to have a serious story to tell when he gets back. Perona was beginning to get impatient with the crew talking amongst themselves. Are you going to give me the ship or not? Nojiko, Soren, Polly, and Vivi all gave her a deadpan look as they got into their respective fighting stances against Perona, Nojiko pointing her pistols at her while levitating off of the ground with her waver skates, Soren with his acid nails set and a steaming haze rising off of his body, Vivi holding her sharp-ranged weapons, and Polly ready to produce his ropes from his clothing. How about not? They all said simultaneously. Perona balked at seeing all of them ready for a fight. Now that she was able to get a closer look, she had to say that none of them looked weak. Maybe she should have behaved like that other guy told her to in the first place? Who the hell is this? She heard voices as from behind her as Johnny and Yasaku came walking out as well to surround her on both sides. She was probably better off at Thriller Bark. Chapter 34, Splitting Your Chances. Naruto turned around to face Oars' massive face, lowered down to get a ground view of him and all of the Straw Hat Pirates present. Sick of having Oars' fetid breath heaving on him repeatedly, he looked at the grotesque giant zombie and cracked his knuckles before cocking a fist back, set on trying to knock his block off. At least he was before a set of hands grew on his body and held him in place. What the hell? Robin-chan, why? I didn't call you to fight the giant for us, Naruto. Robin said, using her powers to keep him from stepping in for them. Then why am I even here? Naruto asked, still frozen in the pose of loading up a punch meant for Oars. Gomu Gomu no Shiramochi, gum gum but stomp. Oars jumped his massive body into the air and aimed his backside to slam down on Naruto and all of the present Straw Hats. Robin let go of Naruto, thus allowing him to escape the affected area of Oars' attempt. What kind of bullshit attack was that? Naruto yelled, pointing at Ors who was getting up from his seated position on the ground, and why did it call it out the way Luffy does? That was useless, he didn't even stretch anything. And Naruto had to say it was probably for the best that a giant bigger than any giant he had already seen couldn't also stretch, or else they might not have been able to dodge that so easily. Man, that was a scary thought. Frankie growled at Ors and ran towards Zoro and Sanji. Alright, let's see how this guy likes our new team move. Guys, we're using Tactics 15. Chopper looked shocked at that news. Wait, we're going to do that here? He sounded almost excited about it as he started running towards Zoro and Sanji with Frankie. Frankie started barking orders to Zoro and Sanji. Zoro. Swirly brows. Stand by. Now grab onto my feet. He yelled as he jumped into the air with a small chopper on top of his head. Both Zoro and Sanji looked perturbed as he did this, catching him and placing him on one shoulder each. Even Usopp had a place, staying attached and keeping his arms above his head in a pincer-like manner and wrapping his legs around Frankie's forearm as Frankie grabbed around his body with his large right hand. So now it was Frankie as the center, elevated off of the ground by his legs by Zoro and Sanji acting as extensions of them, with Usopp as an extension of a right arm and Chopper sitting on top of his head, pirate docking 6. Giant robot warrior. Big Emperor. Chopper then noticed something wrong. Wait up, Frankie. The left arm still hasn't docked yet. And it was true because the left arm of this combination was not there, it was still just Frankie's arm. Frankie looked over at Robin and Naruto, both of whom were looking at what was transpiring with differing expressions. Oi. What are you doing, Nico? Robin? Hurry up and dock onto my left arm. Quick. Just like Usopp is doing. I just can't do it. Robin said calmly, hiding her own annoyance at the scene. It's just too embarrassing. She finished, much to the shock of her comrades stuck in the upper portions of the robot. Ooh. Naruto started waving his hands around. Let me do it. I want to do it. Can I do it? It was now Robin's turn to give Naruto a shocked look as he was legitimately psyched to be there at the moment. I like what I see and I want to be a part of it. Super. Frankie said, holding his left arm out for Naruto to link up with, which he gleefully did in the same manner as Usopp, substitute left arm, docking complete. Robin palmed her face before looking over at Ors, who was looking at the robot, with rapt attention being paid. He actually wanted to see it happen? Well, at least it explained why none of them were squashed just now as long as that took. Frankie held his left arm and Naruto out to point at Ors. Alright, you giant bastard, are you ready to face the super might of the Big Emperor? And Ors seemed stoked as he nodded rapidly. Left arm, fire. Naruto looked back at Frankie with a dry look. Fire what? Frankie blinked. You know, just, fire. He said, shaking his arm as if that would make something happen. This time Naruto tilted his head in confusion. I don't even know what I'm supposed to be firing. Be more specific, your command list sucks. Fire. Fire what? I thought you had a plan or something. The plan was for you to fire. Fire what? Frankie was seething by this point due to his belligerent left arm. Naruto, I swear if you don't dashed. Oh, wait. Never mind, I know what to do. Naruto said, cutting Frankie off as he formed a reverse ram seal, Mujiwarabushi Kanbi Henge, Kokai no Kaiu Kage, Straw Hat Combination Transformation, Ocean Shadow of the High Seas. A large puff of smoke shrouded the massive construct humans, a cyborg, and a reindeer. The smoke cleared to reveal a large, humanoid robot over 15 feet tall with a red core decorated with yellow flowers, a head that looked as if it was covered with a ninja face mask and had a pink samurai helmet on its head with a pair of reindeer horns on the top, a right arm that looked like a brown pincered cannon, a red left arm with a bright yellow hand that had a swirl pattern in the palm, a sleek jet black left leg, and a green right leg that looked to be covered in sharp armor. Robin just stared blankly in abject surprise as the robot seemed to wiggle all of its body parts and look itself over. It eventually snapped into a pose, giving the thumbs up with its left arm as Naruto's voice came out in a slightly warped, metallic way. There. I got your Big Emperor for you right here. Zoro's voice filtered through, sounding similarly metallic. I have to admit, this isn't as stupid as I thought it was going to be when we started this. He said in a mildly impressed manner. Stupid? Usopp's metallic voice chimed in. How about totally awesome? This is great. Frankie let out a triumphant laugh, his voice warped like all of the others as Big Emperor turned towards Robin and began flexing. Ha, I bet you wish you docked up now, huh Nico? Robin? Meanwhile Robin refrained from stating the obvious, that if she had linked up with the others they still would have looked stupid. Big Emperor then turned towards Ors and aimed the left arm. Now left arm, fire. Fire what? Sanji's voice yelled in a perturbed manner. Damn it Frankie, if you want something to fire then use Usopp not Naruto. Oh. I knew that. Frankie said, sounding quite embarrassed before switching his aiming arm from the left to the right arm, fire. And this time a large multicolored flaming bird flew from the cannon right arm, Niji Huubashi, Rainbow Phoenix Star. The huge flaming bird crashed into the gawking Or's face and sent him stumbling back with the flames dissipating after the explosion. Gah! I wasn't ready, you cheaters. Ors yelled as he patted out the flames on his face. Wow! Usopp said in surprise, that was new. It was just supposed to be a Hi-no Toribashi, Firebird Star. Naruto's voice explained as best he could, it's a combination henge. I'm drawing on everyone's chakra in addition to mine to keep this transformation going. That means that chakra is circulating freely just to keep this body, so everything is enhanced. Super! Frankie shouted before breaking Big Emperor into another pose, now let's take this big freak down and get Straw Hat's shadow back. With Sanji and Zoro for legs, the entire construct rushed towards Ors, who angrily attempted to flatten everyone with a palm strike that was hastily dodged by Big Emperor jumping up onto the arm and running up the length of it towards Ors' head. They only got to the forearm before Ors picked up a chunk of debris with his other arm and attempted to smash Big Emperor like an ant crawling on someone's arm, but the right leg, Zoro, lashed out and cut right through the debris before Big Emperor jumped and delivered a spin kick with the left leg, Sanji, that snapped the arm away and swung Or's body to spin around facing away from the still midair combination transformation, leaving him off balance. Kayaku no Erasure, Gunpowder Storm. As the left arm of Big Emperor started firing rapid-fire exploding pellets at the back of Or's head, the right hand of Big Emperor swung outward and opened wide as it formed a massive blue ball the entire size of Big Emperor himself, Tikoku Odama Rasengan, Imperial Great Ball Spiraling Sphere. Super! As Frankie yelled, Big Emperor seemed to be propelled forward at a faster rate than before by some kind of gaseous exhaust as the gargantuan Rasengan was driven right into Or's back, driving him into the ground. As Ors was brutally plowed into the ground and dust rose up from the impact of the attack, Robin blinked, the only indication that she had been completely stunned by what she had just seen. That stupid combination thing actually worked. She then ran over to where Big Emperor jumped out of the cloud. Big Emperor landed on its left leg and started hopping to the left, ending in a stomp that left him posed kabuki style with the left arm palm out pointing at Robin and the right arm pointing directly back. That's right. Naruto's distorted voice shouted, because when you deal with weird undead giants and similar otherworldly freaks you need to be able to get just as freaky. And there's nobody freakier on the face of the planet than Uzumaki Naruto. At that moment, Big Emperor was engulfed in a puff of smoke, and once it cleared it revealed that everyone was separated and back to normal. Frankie exclaimed in a displeased manner once he realized this, "Hey! Why'd you break the formation? We were kicking that guy's ass." Naruto shrugged, "I can feel everyone's chakra when using Kanbi Henge because I'm using your chakra too and you guys were running out fast. If I used too much of your chakra I could have killed you." He made the right decision too because Usopp was on his hands and knees panting heavily, Chopper was panting with his tongue lolling out, and the others didn't exude exhaustion nearly as much, but Naruto wasn't a fool, he knew what he was feeling. Sanji and Zoro were running low quickly, and from the sight of Frankie taking in more cola there was no way he couldn't say that his energy wasn't getting drained while they were in the henge. Sanji looked up and felt a wave of anxiety roll through him as something occurred that hadn't happened since they had entered Thriller Bark. He could see the sky. That was bad because it was almost dawn. Dawn was bad, very bad. They all had their shadows stolen, and long story short, if the sun of the new morning touched them then everyone missing a shadow was screwed because they would be vaporized. Shit, this is so not good. Naruto did not know this. Why? I can actually see now. This is way better. Chopper and Zoro opened their mouths to yell at Naruto about why it was bad, one in a scared fashion and the other in an angry manner, but Robin created arms on their bodies to cover their mouths. He didn't know the situation, and if he did there would have been a good chance of him panicking. We just have to hope that Luffy can defeat Gecko Moria soon and get our shadows back, she said calmly. In the meantime, Zoro said, taking up a stance as he glared at the smoke still rising from where Ors was felled, if we can beat this guy then Luffy gets his shadow back. At least we can do that before dawn, even if we don't get our own shadows back. Kishishishishi. An arrogant voice cackled as the sounds of Ors moving to stand back up started ringing out, his feet smashing the rubble beneath him into the ground. All that Naruto knew was that the voice was not Ors. The sun's coming out in a short while and you all are so determined to beat Ors just so Straw Hat Luffy has a chance to beat me? Too bad he's not here. On Or's back was a massive groove where the last powerful Rasengan hit him. As Ors stood up and turned back towards them, Usopp's eyes widened. It's Moria. He's there in Or's tummy. He pointed frantically. Tummy? Every male that fancied themselves manly said to themselves humorously until they looked up and indeed saw a man inside of Or's stomach. Naruto had to remark that the man was gargantuan, standing at least 2 entire bodies over him and rather chubby to boot. He had a very long head and neck with 2 small horns on his forehead, and red hair that stuck straight up. His ears and teeth were pointed and he had pale blue skin with a darker shade of blue for his lips. He wore a ruffled shirt and a black coat with the collar upturned in addition to a pair of black gloves. Naruto tilted his head to the side in pondering, so this is Gecko Mariah? Yeah, I don't know who that is. Sanji palmed his forehead, crap. Luffy got ditched somewhere. Holy shit. Oars exclaimed excitedly as he looked down to try and see into his own stomach. There's a fucking command unit in my stomach? That's so cool. I'm like a fucking robot. Straw Hat won't be coming. Mariah said confidently, come on, I'll give you guys a chance to beat me and take your shadows back. But to get to me first, you've got to beat Oars. He shouted as he began to cackle. Naruto stared up at Oars and Mariah, grinding his teeth. So does this thing have a weakness or something? What? Zoro asked, noticing the change in Naruto's demeanor. Weakness. Naruto shouted, what is it going to take to beat this thing quicker? Salt. Chopper said abruptly, Oars is a zombie and the zombies are weak against salt. It helps to purify them. He then looked over at Oars and the little reindeer faltered somewhat. There's no way we have enough salt for that though. Ugh. Naruto grunted in exasperation before he realized that he could still smell the ocean through everything, and could feel the ground beneath him move. Apparently this was a ship no matter how much of an inland it appeared to be. I need time. I need a lot of time. Naruto said as he sat down on the ground where he stood and began to take on a meditative pose. Sanji looked at Naruto just sitting down in the middle of the battlefield. What the hell is he doing? He then saw Naruto begin to make slow, drawn-out hand seals and remembered the first time he had seen Naruto fight back in Nami's hometown. The very first thing he had done to take out most of Arlong's men. But there was no water anywhere near them, that's why he needs time. He's going to do whatever he does to call the water. Can he do it? It didn't matter if he could or not. He was trying it, and regardless they still had to fight Oars, so they would be holding off the giant zombie anyway. With that in mind he turned back towards Oars and Mariah in his stomach. Mariah was looking past the contingent of Straw Hat pirates at Naruto. Actually he was looking behind Naruto. Ah, Kuma. Have you come to watch me destroy the Straw Hats the way I told you I would firsthand? The Straw Hats all turned around and saw the massive form of Bartholomew Kuma standing behind the meditating Naruto with a stony expression on his face. No. I've come to make sure your fight is with the Straw Hats only. He is not one of the Straw Hats, and with him they would destroy you. Kuma left no time for any arguments from Mariah as he lifted one of his hands to reveal pink paw pads on his palm. Where would you like to go, Uzumaki Naruto? He asked. Naruto opened his eyes and stopped making hand seals in time to roll forward out of the way of Kuma's attempt to slap down on him with his palm. Naruto flipped and sprung back to his feet to face off with Kuma. You look like one of those things that me and my crew fought a while back. Those cyborgs, but you talk. So you did manage to destroy the other Pacifista prototypes. Kuma said, as calm as ever. Vegapunk said that they weren't ready yet, but Fleet Admiral Sengoku would have no arguments. The upgraded versions are now far stronger. They were based on you? Naruto asked him, getting one stiff nod. And you're here for me? Kuma shook his head no. Then why are you here? To inform my Shichibukai comrade of something. Kuma informed Naruto, but defeating you and capturing you would assist him, because like I said, you aren't a Straw Hat pirate. I don't know how you got here, but you shouldn't have come. He then disappeared from Naruto's sight, getting Naruto's eyes to widen before he himself did the same in a similar burst of speed in an attempt to keep up. Mariah began to laugh once Naruto and Kuma vanished from sight. Kishishishishi. That guy is a dead man walking. Kuma was one of the most brutal pirates ever even before he became a Shichibukai. Since then he's only grown stronger. Whatever he came for, it won't matter now after Kuma finishes him off. He then willed Oars' body to move, but you shouldn't worry about that, you've got me to deal with. Get them Oars. He shouted as he sent the giant at them to attack. XXX. Naruto missed a swinging mid-air kick meant for Kuma and growled as he attempted to give chase again. With a guy that big, Naruto didn't want to risk reacting and setting himself on the defensive to see how strong his attacks were. He wanted to finish this as quickly as he could, but there was one thing that was for certain. Kuma was far faster than the cyborgs he, Soren, and Miss Valentine had fought a few months back. 1 second he was there, the next he wasn't. It was annoying, but he wasn't as fast as that light guy Kizaru. His movements were more sudden, and it didn't even seem like he was running. Thus far the two had engaged in a quick-paced dance through a dark forest of many dead trees. Right from the start as they started whipping across the landscape, possibly the large man's attempt to lead Naruto away from the others, Kuma would swing at Naruto with his massive arms as he attempted to slap him with an open palm, and Naruto would try to unleash a kick or an occasional Rasengan, but neither of them could make contact with the other. No time to mess around. Naruto thought as he had been in Sage mode since right after dodging Kuma's first attack against him. He wasn't allowed the needed time to summon enough water towards the center of Thriller Bark, but he was given more than enough time to gather enough natural energy to enter Sage mode. For some reason he felt that he needed to be in a hurry, because Dawn was bad. He didn't know why Dawn was supposed to be bad, since no one told him and he didn't really have time to ask, but for some reason Sanji thought it was bad, and Sanji was an astute enough fighter to not be concerned with something like that if it was something trivial. Which meant to Naruto that he had to get his ass back there as soon as he could in case there was something he could do. Easier said than done. The Hiraishin kunai that Robin used to summon him in the first place was now with him, seeing as how he had never given it back to the crew. He couldn't just bolt over to them. He would have to run. As he tried once again to break off from Kuma and head back to where Gecko Mariah and Oars were to attempt to assist his friends, he was reminded once more why just trying to beat a hasty retreat was a horrible idea when he was forced to Kawarimi with a log to avoid a looping palm swipe from Kuma. That was why, because Kuma was absurdly fast. It was incredible. The pacifista he fought before were far slower than him. It was almost like fighting someone that could run as fast as a Kiji all over again, but his hands weren't as fast apparently because he could see Kuma's hands when he attempted to swat him with his wide open palms. He didn't know what would happen if he got hit with one of Kuma's open hands, but he wasn't keen on finding out, because when Kuma hit the log he used for Kawarimi the thing vanished. It wasn't smashed or obliterated, it just vanished. He would rather not find out what happened to it by meeting the same fate. At least there was one good thing about not being near the others. He didn't have to worry about them getting possibly swept up in his attacks, and Kuma was a Shichibukai. Naruto was sure he could take it. Naruto began to rapidly spin in a circle and exude mass amounts of wind-natured chakra, Hakirashi Shugeki, destructive storm bombardment. A whirlwind of dust and debris formed around Naruto's body, taking up the size and width of two Kumas as it began to quickly spin towards him and engulf him. As the whirlwind created by Naruto moved to cover Kuma to disguise Naruto for his high-speed taijutsu assault on Kuma, the aforementioned man simply stomped and set himself firmly entrenched into the ground as he lifted his hands, and the moment he touched the outside of the whirlwind it disappeared without any trace to its previous presence, leaving Naruto's body visible as it flew towards Kuma with a kick that socked him right in the center of his chest. What just happened? Naruto wondered as the massive whirlwind meant to keep him hidden while he attacked Kuma directly simply disappeared, but at least he got one solid kick off onto the man beforehand. He then registered the fact that Kuma was not sent hurtling through the forest after his kick. He only slid back with his feet buried in the ground up to 20 feet, I kicked him so hard my foot should have shattered his ribs. But then he registered the fact that no one he fought could be expected to follow the norms of what he expected out of normal people. It was getting harder and harder to bludgeon his enemies into submission. So there was another route he could take to end a battle quicker, especially since they were in a forest. Naruto jumped back off of Kuma's chest and flipped backwards, placing his palm against a tree and making a half-tiger seal to help him build his chakra. Mokuton, Hoshir Basudo, would release, spore burst. A series of sickly discolored mushrooms formed on the trunk of the tree before it exploded, engulfing the entire area in purple powder. Naruto jumped out of the cloud of spores and looked back at the area covered in the poison material. If he left it he would be a sucker for a counterattack, and he would have to leave because he would be inhaling pure poison. Thus Naruto charged up a Rasengan and waited to spring into action once Kuma left the poison cloud. Contrary to what he thought though, Kuma's gait from the poison cloud was slow and steady. He walked right out of the cloud in front of Naruto's eyes, no effects of being inside of the poison for that long evident on his person. Kuma just put one hand back into the cloud and it instantly dispersed effortlessly, leaving nothing in the air it once inhabited. What kind of technique is that? Naruto felt the need to ask. Kuma could do the same to a log, to the poison on the battlefield, and probably to Naruto himself. Yeah, there was definitely no way he was going to let Kuma touch him after seeing that. That wasn't really good. Naruto wasn't much for ranged fighting, and even his attacks that did have range as he was took a moment to load up, a moment that Kuma wouldn't let him have. I ate the Nikyu no Mi, paw fruit. I don't feel that it would be important to tell you what that means though, as you seem to get the general idea. Kuma said with confidence in this fact. I guess his power is to push stuff. Naruto figured in his head, he got rid of my poison cloud so easily, and my log didn't just vanish since he didn't destroy it either. Kuma could see the shimmer of realization in Naruto's eyes. Yes, you seem as though you know enough about it without me saying a word. He then stomped and set his feet firmly back into the ground akin to a sumo wrestler as he seemed to be waiting to react to Naruto's more speedy attack. An attack that Naruto wasn't that eager to provide him with. Even in Sage mode, when Naruto hit something it moved. He could smack anyone around, even an admiral like Akiji if he could make contact and hit them. Not with this one however. He actually hit Kuma, and he barely budged, and even if he hadn't budged his sternum should have been cracked or shattered from the single hit, but he was still moving around freely as if he hadn't taken the kick at all. I can break through stone without even trying in this mode. He could even injure Blueno of CP9's Tekai without even using Sage mode, though admittedly Blueno was far from the strongest member of that group. He doesn't feel like a human though, oh crap. Naruto pointed at Kuma with a dry look on his face. You're just like those cyborg pacifista things, aren't you? It wasn't a question so much as a tentative statement. If he was a normal human then he would have succumbed to the poison by now. Very astute of you. Kuma said as he set his hands back as if he were preparing for palm thrusts. Now what will you do? Since you're way tougher than a person. Naruto said, still holding up his Rasengan, I'll just have to fight you without worrying about hurting you. You can take it, right? Are you finally coming to attack? Kuma questioned, his voice never differentiating from its usual stoic tone. I'm afraid it's too late for that. Pad ho, pressure cannon. The air around Kuma shimmered, catching Naruto's eye as his optical orbs changed to that of the Rinnegan, and he let the Rasengan dissipate so that he could shoot his hands directly forward. Shinra Tensei, heavenly subjugation of the omnipresent god. Two invisible forces from both combatants clashed between them and caused a loud banging clap between them that sounded like the loudest gunshot possible by the law of physics. A deep trench was ripped into the ground where the two forces clashed as the entirety of Thriller Bark shook from the force. Naruto and Kuma just stared at each other. The blonde with the abnormal eyes glared the calm and collected Kuma down as the ringing in his ears ran rampant due to the loud sound that had just blasted through his skull. In the distance there was a resounding crash as the body of ores flew from the inside of the castle courtyard, having broken through the wall, and landed hard in the outskirts of the forest lining the island/ship. That's right you guys. Kick the crap out of that giant zombie. Naruto's lips quirked upwards slightly before the expression faded as he formed a cross seal and 5 Kage Bunshin sprang into existence. XXX. On board the natural disaster. Surrounded on both sides by the remainder of the Foxhound pirates, sans Naruto, Perona let out a scoff at the way they were all prepared to fight. What was the big deal? All she wanted was to take their ship. That strong guy that took her there wasn't coming back, he was going to die on Thriller Bark, and someone like that had to be the captain. As long as that guy wasn't there she could beat the rest of those guys. So you all want to fight, huh? Perona said confidently as everyone around her tensed in anticipation. Horororo? That's just fine with me, let's just see how you like my negative hollows. She said as she formed a quartet of small ghosts in her hands and sent them all out after the entire crew. As she saw the more physical fighters on the crew prepare to defend themselves by blocking whatever the ghosts could do, Nojiko saw a vision in her head of the entire crew, seemingly drained of their energy to fight. Don't touch the ghosts, they'll take away your energy or something. She was vague on what exactly would happen if a ghost was touched, but either way it wouldn't have been good. You can't touch a ghost, Nojiko Anu. Johnny shouted, his hand on his sheathed sword, ready for action. Then why do you think you can cut one with your sword, stupid? Nojiko responded loudly before kicking off with her waver skates to avoid the ghost sent after her. Johnny blinked behind his sunglasses before turning tail to run from the ghost sent after him, Nojiko's point made. Yasaku meanwhile, was running towards Perona with Kubikiribuchu ready to swing. Johnny. Let's get her now. Johnny quickly dodged the ghosts after him, making an about-face and charging directly at the girl directly with Yasaku. Johnny ducked and aimed low from one side while Johnny aimed high from another and cut at Perona mercilessly with one slash meant to take her down with no way to defend. Kayakuten na Jokyo, extreme elimination. Both swords merely passed through Perona's body harmlessly as if they never touched anything at all. Ibi no deba, rot knife. Soren's use of Saru allowed him to give the ghosts pursuing him the slip long enough to launch himself at Perona. Maybe a special attack will put you down? A devil fruit to match a devil fruit. He yelled before running directly through Perona as if he never touched her at all. Damn. That won't work either. Why can't we hit this bitch? Perona merely laughed as she flew into the air tauntingly, letting her ghosts flew all about the ship as they stuck out their tongues to mock the Foxhound pirates. My devil fruit is the Horo no Mi, hollow fruit. I control ghosts, so you can all give up on trying to hit me, losers. She pulled down an eyelid and stuck out her tongue. Too bad I can still hit the lot of you. Johnny, Yasaku, and Soren all had one of Perona's ghosts pass through them, immediately forcing them to their knees with dull looks on their faces. Polly ceased in his attempts to evade Perona's ghosts to look at the trio that suddenly stopped moving. "What are you idiots doing? Get up and keep fighting, we've got to subdue this chick." Stopping was his downfall as he took one of the ghosts flying through him from a blind spot. "Oh please," Perona said as she floated around the deck nonchalantly, "those three can't even find the inspiration to go on living anymore, let alone get up to keep on fighting a losing battle. I'll have this ship as mine by the time the sun rises." She then noticed Vivi dodging all four of her ghosts without even moving that far from where she initially started from. "What's this? Hey! Hold still and just give up already. You can't beat me, and you'll just get hit eventually." The four ghosts after Vivi were more or less making a dome of activity as Vivi seemed to dodge them with flips, handsprings, rolls, spins, and flexible movements of her body, as if. Vivi said calmly, speaking as casually as if she were discussing the weather, "If this is the best you've got then I can just do this until you get bored and go away, ghost girl." "What?" Perona shrieked indignantly at Vivi, making her ghosts look useless, "But you aren't even that fast. How are you dodging my negative hollow so easily?" Soren and Johnny were so fast she couldn't even see them, and even they were caught off guard and hit with her ghosts. High up on one of the branches of the mast, seemingly forgotten by their attacker, Nojiko and Miss Valentine looked down at Vivi dodging attacks. "Huh." Miss Valentine said thoughtfully, "You know, now that I see her using it like this, and now that I remember how she was using it on that island in the calm belt, I can really see her training paying off." Nojiko nodded in agreement with Miss Valentine's point. "Who would have thought? Kaya ha ha ha." She finished with her usual good-natured laugh. All of a sudden Perona's form grew to an intimidating size as she yelled angrily, "Stop mocking me." She shouted as her ghost suddenly vanished from sight, "You think you're so smooth, let's see how you like the mini hollows." She opened her hands to reveal multiple ghosts, smaller than the originals, before sending them out at Vivi once more. Once again, Vivi got caught up in a game of dodging these troublesome ghosts, getting caught in the pattern of them being unable to touch her despite the greater numbers this time around. Perona's face looked rather angry until it gave way to a victorious smirk. She lifted her hand and snapped her fingers, causing the ghosts that Vivi had been dodging to detonate, catching the princess in a series of explosions that threw her to the ground, singed and wounded. "No fair," Vivi said, gritting her teeth through the pain as she tried to stand back up, albeit slowly. Despite all of the training she had undertaken, she was still less than used to taking exorbitant amounts of punishment. She was proud of herself though, all the things she had done, as far as she had come, and there was no way some weird girl with ghost powers was going to keep her down after just one good shot. "But this isn't like Alabasta. I'm not as weak as I was back then." She then looked up to the looming form of Perona, "And I don't really care that you don't fight fair, because I've been fighting someone that never does things cleanly. Compared to him, you're just annoying, so just go haunt someone else." "Annoying?" Perona cried out with a tick mark forming on her head, "We'll see how annoying I am when you and your friends are bowing at my feet." Vivi took a deep breath before getting in a ready stance, prepared to begin moving again. "You won't even touch me again, so how are you going to make anyone bow?" Perona's body shrank back to normal size before she formed another ghost, only this time it was larger than her entire body. "So you're good at dodging. Well, let's see how well you dodge this." However, before anything could even happen, Perona's body just disappeared out of the air. Vivi fell down on her backside and blinked. She had been prepared for some kind of intense conflict, and then her opponent just up and disappeared without a trace. What? She then pouted, "Wait, I was all set for a big clash or something. Where'd that ghost girl go?" She looked up at the branches sticking out of the mast at Nojiko and Miss Valentine, who simply shrugged in confusion until the door to the common room of the ship was kicked open and Karu pointed a wing inside. XXX. Moments earlier, inside the natural disaster. Murat was crouched and looking outside of the window of the common room at the conflict transpiring outside. Part of her wanted to go out there since it was an overwhelming numbers advantage, but then when she saw the weird powers Perona had, she figured that she would be more of a hindrance than a help. Even with Funk freed, they can't even hit that girl. What good would I be if I went out there? Even if I tried a sneak attack, I wouldn't do anything to her. Quack. Murat turned around to see Karu standing behind her with the exact same girl outside raising hell right there on his back. The large duck walked over and set Perona down on one of the couches and stared at her, tapping her lightly a few times with his beak before turning to look at Murat. Murat just looked between the Perona inside unconscious on the couch and the Perona outside currently fighting with Vivi about several times with a deadpan look on her face before standing and motioning for Karu to pick Perona back up. The duck did so dutifully and followed Murat as she went to the bathtub provided in common women's bathroom on the ship and began to fill it with water. After it filled, Karoo had to let out a few snickers in his own way as he did not hesitate to toss Perona into the water. Perona immediately surfaced, sputtering although she could not even move, and found Funkfried in sword form at her throat. She looked up and saw the irritated face of Murit as the one holding the sword to her neck as Karoo left to inform the others on what was happening. As she spoke, Murit's tone was one of contempt. So could you go ahead and explain to me how you got here and why you thought it would be a good idea to attack my friends? XXX. Thriller Bark, Naruto vs. Kuma. Naruto and his 5 clones stared Kuma down. So why does a Shichibukai come to a place where another one is? I've never seen 2 of you together. Kuma ignored Naruto's question and asked one of his own. There are many pirates that would jump at the chance to join the ranks of Shichibukai. You were offered a position by Don Quixote da Flamingo and yet you turned the offer down. You had no reason not to. You're marking yourself as a target, a bounty like yours that refuses to join. One of the Narutos shook his head. I was never the best at taking orders from anyone, and the more I hear about the world government the less I like about it. I wouldn't ever enjoy any of the missions they sent me on, and I don't like just exterminating people for no reason. He let out a laugh. I'd be more trouble to you guys if I joined actually. It's too late for that. The position has been filled. Kuma stated firmly, with no room for any argument. You're now just like any other pirate, you're actually worse off since you are very famous, and my mission is to kill all of the witnesses on Thriller Bark should the Straw Hat Pirates defeat Gecko Mariah. The defeat of another Shichibukai cannot be made public knowledge the way Crocodile's defeat was. I am fighting you now instead of waiting, since if you were to assist the Straw Hats the result of the battle would be a foregone conclusion. So you're going to kill them? Or should I say us? Another of the Narutos asked with a tilt of his head, getting a nod from Kuma. Well, in that case dashed. And the 6 Narutos scattered and began to dart all over the increasingly wrecked forest as the battle proceeded to escalate. Kuma hunkered himself down firmly and began shooting rapid-fire palm thrusts, Tsupri Pad Ho, slapping thrust pressure cannon. An absurd number of pressurized shots flew from his hands at the clones. 3 of the clones were destroyed as they were directly in front of Kuma, however 2 clones and the original Naruto still remained. 2 of Naruto's clones got Kuma's backside, both holding Otama Razengans, however Kuma whipped around and held his hands out just as the attacks got close. The moment they made contact they merely seemed to veer to the side and fly directly away from Kuma, smashing into trees in the forest and dispelling. However his back was open, and Naruto certainly wasn't one of his clones to be defeated so easily. Senpu, Razenkara, Sage Art, Spiraling Shell. Naruto's arms were out in front of him as his body was completely covered in a Rasengan. He more or less body tackled Kuma with his body enshrouding Rasengan that resulted in a massive explosion that rocked the forest once more, tearing trees apart. At the edges of the carnage, Naruto, covered in a few scuffs, stood back up only to see Kuma doing the same, though when he looked across the crater and the damage done to the landscape by his attack he saw the metal underneath Kuma's tattered clothing. Well, that proves that theory. He's definitely like those pacifista things. Naruto crossed his arms and frowned. That was one of my better Rasengan moves. Sage mode helps me keep the form stable around my body instead of just in my hands. It's a good defense and offense, but it takes a ton of power to make the shell, and when I ram it into stuff it's unstable and explodes. Doesn't hurt me that bad though. And apparently since Kuma was still up and moving it didn't harm him that badly either. Kuma turned to face Naruto, but once he turned around his hands were spread wide open, and a massive paw-shaped bubble of air many times greater than his own huge body was being compressed into a smaller and smaller form. Well, the sun is up, and Monkey D. Luffy's crew is still intact. Kuma remarked, it's time to destroy any trace of Mariah's humiliating defeat. He said as he kept pressing the bubble in his hands to condense its size. Naruto let out a gasp. Just a regular blast from Kuma's hands could match a normal Shinra Tensei when it was Naruto's intention to attack with it. If he was condensing that much air pressure, then Naruto didn't want to know how much chakra he would have to pump into another to keep this from even touching him. The backlash from a clash between a supercharged Shinra Tensei and whatever Kuma was about to do would this time tear Thriller Bark directly into 2 pieces and sink it. But his hands were both preoccupied. How fast does he think I am? Naruto wondered as he took a quarter of a second to judge the distance between himself and Kuma. Naruto pulled out a Hiraishin kunai and licked his lips before throwing it across the crater at Kuma. Instead of trying to punch through the bubble and blow up the massive bomb-like attack prematurely, it bounced off of Kuma's leg just as he ignored the small weapon and was able to compress the paw-shaped bubble to the size of his own hands. As soon as the ping of the metal weapon bouncing off of Kuma's metal leg rang out, Naruto appeared before the weapon could fly too far away from the Shichibukai and wrapped both arms tightly around his leg, gritting his teeth as he willed another sudden teleportation that took them both away, leaving the battlefield silent. XXX. One Finger Island. At the very top of the mountain for which the island was named, Naruto and Kuma appeared in a yellow flash, with the latter being swung around violently by the former. Naruto let out a massive yell of exertion and threw Kuma high into the air and formed a Rasengan in his hand that he gripped in his fist, turning his fist blue as he cocked his fist back and took aim at the absurdly airborne Kuma, who righted himself in the air, his own attack down to its prepared size. Only one shot or this island is toast. Naruto growled to himself with sweat beading down his face, I won't miss. This is my fastest attack jutsu. Senpu, Rasentehu, Sage Art, Spiraling Cannon. With the sound echoing out like the crack of a rifle, a fist-sized flash of blue chakra flew from Naruto's punch up to Kuma faster than any naked eye could ever see, and Naruto's Rinnegan eyes could see how unstable the attack in Kuma's hands happened to be, hence why it was his target. If Rasenkara was a blunt, eyesore of a jutsu meant for rudimentary defense/offense capabilities when it was absolutely needed, then Rasentehu was his only precise technique of his Sage Mode techniques. Nature chakra helped it keep its shape as it flew. It took fantastic aim since it only went in a straight line and was the size of his closed hand, smaller than a Rasengan. He designed it to fly far faster than even a Rasen Shuriken by design, beginning after his fight with Kizaru in Alabasta, since that bastard was extremely fast and troublesome to say the least. As the attack hit home and nailed Kuma's bubble, it released a massive explosion in the air in the shape of a paw print the size of the entirety of the island. It managed to clear out all of the clouds in the sky at the time once the energy was released. Naruto's Rinnegan in Sage Mode faded as he looked up at what would have been Kuma's crippling attack, breathing heavily at using Sage Mode in a battle like that, and my crew complained that I don't train, Faye. Didn't have a reason to until we got on the Grand Line. His self-mumblings were cut short when the backlash from the explosion in the air reached the lower altitudes in the form of a violent wind that blew him off the top of the mountain and sent Naruto flying into the lake that sat at the foot of the mountain. The giant splash that was created by how hard Naruto's body hit the water attracted the attention of the island's mellow wildlife that came to see what had caused such a thing. They all saw Naruto's body floating towards the shore of the lake, seemingly using his flak jacket as a flotation device so that he didn't have to swim. He spit water into the air as he stared up at the sky. Ow! He said before disappearing in a flash. If he had waited for a few more seconds, he would have heard a resounding crash in the forest nearby that destroyed a lot of the area. After a minute or two, the sounds of calm thudding footsteps echoed through the wilderness. XXX. Thriller bark. Stupid Kuma. Naruto grumbled to himself as he walked back to the castle he had been forced to leave due to his battle with the man, well, cyborg he was cursing. He lifted his hand and mumbled out a head count of how many of the 7 Shichibukai he had run into thus far. I've met 5 of them. His friends had fought 3 and he had fought 2. He had to admit that the sunrise felt good as he came upon the completely ruined courtyard that used to be the main castle and main mast of the ship, and wondered what the hell had happened there until he thought about what it might have taken to put oars down, not even taking into account whatever tricks a Shichibukai like Gecko Mariah would have up his sleeve once that battle was complete. As he came close enough to see better, he saw that Luffy and the other Straw Hat pirates were surrounded by all sorts of other pirates thanking them for returning their shadows to them. Deciding to head on down to see if his friends were okay and to return the Hirashin kunai to them, Naruto had only one thought after everything that had happened since he had first been called: what does anyone's shadow have to do with any of this? Chapter 35, Dead End Friends. Luffy had managed to bring down not only the giant oars, but Gecko Mariah himself. The guy was seriously a tough bastard. Luffy was 17 and was beating on pirates that had been deemed by others to be unbeatable forces in the ocean. It reminded him of himself and Akatsuki back in the day in a twisted sort of way, although instead of being hunted by the Shichibukai the way Naruto had been, Luffy just kept running into them and fighting them out of necessary circumstance. After the battle everyone was quite beaten up, especially Luffy, who remained sleeping even when everyone else had managed to get a few winks in after they were treated medically. Naruto himself had some wear and tear from fighting Kuma, but it wasn't anything that he couldn't walk off in a short while. Ever the forager, Naruto let the crew rest and decided to pick through what was left of Mariah's mansion to find something useful to loot before going to see them. There isn't a damn thing anywhere in this place worth taking. Naruto muttered to himself as he walked outside of the remnants of the building to the ruined courtyard where much of the fight with oars took place. That's because Nami had it cleared out the second she was able to, back when she was with you. Naruto looked off to the side to see Robin sitting serenely at the top of a rubble heap, on a fallen pillar in particular. She was just sitting, seemingly waiting with a small smile on her face. Upon getting Naruto's attention, Robin kept speaking. All of the people that wound up with their shadows returned after Luffy defeated Mariah loaded our ship up with treasure. I don't think there's a scrap left behind. A deadpan look came from Naruto in response. Of course she did. So Nami pulling him aside for a quickie actually had alternative reasoning behind it, to distract him while she had others clean the place out. And there was no way he was going to even be able to lay a hand on any of the treasure if Nami had it. Now he'd never get anything out of showing up there and fighting a Shichibukai. Oh well, he didn't need money. At least his friends were okay. And Nami was more than enough of a prize. Are you alright? You guys looked exhausted when I showed back up. We're all fine. Zoro was pretty badly hurt, but Luffy's the worst off of us and he'll be fine with some rest. That's what Chopper says anyway. Robin informed him of the current situation since Naruto had been gone for a while wandering around Thriller Bark on his own. But you, how are you doing? Naruto raised an eyebrow in confusion. The fight you had against Kuma, we could feel the force from whatever you were doing from where we were fighting and then you just amble out of the woods looking like you were rolled down a hill. What happened to him anyway? I stranded him on an island in the calm belt. Naruto said with a grin, proud of the method he used to rid himself of Kuma. I don't think he's dead, because what I did wouldn't have killed me, but he definitely isn't getting out of there anytime soon. Thinking about something in hindsight he rubbed his chin. I hope he isn't the kind of guy that gets mad and destroys stuff. I like that island. Sorry I wasn't any real help though. He finished apologetically. It all worked out in the end anyway, did it not? Robin said, her small and calming smile pulling one back onto his face as well. It was good to see you. Did you see Nami yet? She asked, hinting at something to him. Naruto blinked at her owlishly wondering why she would ask that. Still though, she seemed to be actually waiting on a legitimate answer. Damn it. Yes, he said, red staining his cheeks. Talking about hooking up with one of his girls with Robin was weird. He still wasn't used to the fact that he was going to try and make that work. You already knew that though, didn't you, Robin-chan? She didn't answer. Robin never really talked any more than she needed to in order to get her point across and she was always so calm. It was better than being a motormouth like him in any case. Did you need something? Your kunai. Robin said, holding her hand out in an expectant manner. I'd like it back if you wouldn't mind. With a shrug, Naruto fished one of his Hiraition kunai from a pocket on his vest connected to his storage space and tossed it over to her so that she could catch it handle first. Thank you. Maybe the next time you call me it won't be for something that's so much trouble? Naruto said with a grin on his face before suddenly yelping and holding his backside. He turned around and glared at the ground where an arm had sprouted and quickly disappeared. Turning back to Robin, he gave her a glare because there was no one else that could make random body parts appear to pinch his butt. Damn it, I hate when you do that. Robin let out a small chuckle. You know, you've actually held up quite well for being an antique. She laughed again when she felt the ire in Naruto's stare at more or less being called old again. If only you were several hundred years older I'd probably never let you out of my sight. Naruto simply blinked at her before responding. I don't know whether it's awesome or creepy that you're turned on by old stuff, being that I technically am the old stuff you're talking about. Wait. I just called myself old, didn't I? Robin nodded. Damn it, I'm too old for this crap. Traveling around getting into fights is a young man's thing. He said as he stretched and cracked his back. You seem to do just fine to me. Robin said, as she hopped down from her spot on the rubble heap and walked up to him before using a finger to trace his whisker marks, but it has to be tough to get up for such battles in your advanced age. I suppose you deserve a reward. She teased. It's not a problem, Robin-chan. Naruto said brightly, and not for the first time since she had met him Robin had to fight the urge to facepalm. Seeing Robin's smile drop was akin to seeing her do just that though, and Naruto laughed at the fact that he had been able to do such to the stoic woman. Eventually Robin just let out a sigh and wrapped her arms around him in a hug. Well, you've been gone for almost 18 hours from your crew and they have no idea where you went. I'm sure you'll enjoy telling them that you ran off to fight a massive giant and a Shichibukai without them. He was not looking forward to going back to face that music. Forget meditating to block out the ranting from Nojiko and possibly Vivi, he'd never get the chance to focus with Johnny and Yasaku bothering him for leaving them behind. And Soren wouldn't help, he'd just laugh. So would Miss Valentine. I forgot that I would have to do that. Naruto said dryly before sighing, the longer I wait the worse it's going to be. A nod of understanding came from Robin before she held up the kunai that she had taken back from Naruto to summon him if need be. You still owe me some of your spare time. The next time you come running because of your kunai it won't be to play the hero, I promise. Naruto put his hand over hers on the weapon and gave her a stern look. I'd really rather you called on the Den Mushi if you use it again. Random jolts in the back of my head telling me to use Hiraition aren't really fun. I'll keep that in mind. Robin said, giving him a small kiss before patting his cheek. Now go back to your crew like a good captain and we'll deal with ours. Naruto nodded before thinking of something. So you didn't come out here just so we could dash? There is a time and a place for everything. As she plucked the Hiraishin kunai right out of Naruto's grasp, Robin backed away a few steps. We're about to leave ourselves. Now go, she said, leaving no chance for any dispute. In response, Naruto gave her a salute and vanished in a flash right in front of her eyes. XXX. Natural disaster. Naruto suddenly appeared in front of his bed and looked around suspiciously before he began to noiselessly skulk towards his own door. Wait a minute? This is my damn ship. Why am I sneaking around my own property? Because he had randomly vanished for almost an entire day and hadn't said anything to any of his crew about it, that was why. Hopefully that Perona girl he yanked from Thriller Bark conveyed the message in his stead. Maybe that could have smoothed things over. Managing to sneak out into the common area and outside onto the deck to see what was going on, Naruto sighed in relief as he could see that the grass surface deck was clear with the exception of Vivi navigating at the helm seemingly without a care. For some reason the whole scene felt like a trap, but the only way to be sure would be to spring said trap. Something told him that he should have just stayed in his room and gotten some sleep before trying to come outside and see how everyone else had fared while he had been gone. But he shoved this to the back of his mind as he walked past Karoo and gave the duck a pat on the head as he remained quiet when he walked past. You're in so much trouble, Naruto heard Vivi say in a sing-song voice without her even turning around to face him. So she was used enough to his presence to feel him now, was she? Naruto bit back a groan. He had figured as much about being in trouble before he had even shown up back on the ship. On a scale of 1 to 10, how bad would you say it is, Viviheim? Well, Vivi said in a manner that expressed that she was thinking, judging by the fact that you brought a person onto our ship that tried to take it over, and because of the fact that I'm actually pretty heated at you right now since I had to fight her, I'd say you shouldn't try roaming the halls for a while. Looking at Vivi, Naruto raised an eyebrow, especially since she hadn't even bothered turning around to face him since she knew of his presence. You're mad? Wait a minute, you fought? Did you win? He then focused on the most important thing that Vivi had said. Perona tried to take over the ship? What happened to her? Vivi finally turned around with a rather displeased look on her face and her hands on her hips. The girl, Perona, well, we wound up giving her the Soren treatment. She finished with a small smile. Naruto's eyes widened and he ran to the front of the ship, looking far over the edge to see Perona submerged halfway in the water and tied to the ship, just like he had done to Soren months ago. Maybe I should snag some seastone cuffs or something in case this happens again. Hearing his voice, Perona turned her head up and saw Naruto walking down the side of the ship with Chakra. Hey, let me out of here. No way, Naruto said, crossing his arms over his chest sternly as he looked down at her. You tried to hurt my crew and take over my ship. Give me one good reason why I should let you go. Perona had been down there for around 12 hours at this point and had been thinking of how to get herself out of this predicament. Sadly, her brainstorming had turned up no possible solutions. She thought she could trick someone into somehow letting her go when they fed her. They would have had to feed her right, but no one really got close enough to sweet talk into doing so. Polly wound up feeding her by way of his ropes, something that made her glad that she was actually tied up in the water so she could get all of the food that wound up smashing into her washed off quickly enough. But now there was someone there that was close enough to charm into letting her go. And luckily it was the same guy that had taken her away from Thriller Bark in the first place, so maybe he would have some sort of emotional incentive to free her. I was just scared and confused. I'm calm now. If you let her go, Naruto, I'm going to beat her up. Vivi yelled down from the deck in warning as she had still yet to prove that she could defeat Perona. Now that she knew the secret to one of her powers as well, that she had to leave her body to project her spirit elsewhere, she knew she could beat her. You'd better keep her down there. I wasn't going to anyway. Naruto yelled back up to the Alabastan princess. When I did this to Soren, back before you started staying on this ship, I left him down here for 5 days before I let him back up, and the only reason I even did it then was because we were going to Whiskey Peak and didn't want to float into a town with some guy tied up in the water. Has she even been down here for a day yet? Vivi shook her head. We tied her down there at dawn. Hearing that, Naruto turned back to Perona. Yeah, we're not letting you up yet. Take me back to Thriller Bark and Mariah-sama, you idiot. Perona more or less ordered, despite the fact that she couldn't do anything to enforce it. If you take me back, then how could I mess with your crew again? I don't even know where this ship is. That put a grin on Naruto's face. Luffy kicked Mariah's ass after he got through beating the crap out of that giant oars, and we couldn't find Mariah after the battle was over. The Straw Hats think that he left. I couldn't take you back anyway. You can teleport. How can't you take me back? Perona asked, anger creeping more into her voice. You brought me here in the first place, didn't you? Naruto scratched his scalp and frowned. I wasn't even supposed to be there. And I took you away because you were scared of ores. I can only teleport to certain beacons, and that beacon that I'm talking about probably isn't at Thriller Bark anymore. Besides, his stern look returned, I didn't help you just so you could try to attack my crew. So you're staying down here. You can't do that to me. Perona shouted before a wave crashed high enough to fill her mouth with seawater, forcing her to sputter and spit. I'm a girl. Naruto pointed up at Vivi, who was waving down. So? She's a girl too, and I beat her up all of the time to teach her how to fight better. He then made an about face and started walking back up the side of the ship. I'm going to leave you here until you chill out and you realize just how bad you messed up by trying to take out my crew. Perona tried to wriggle out of the tight ropes holding her there. Polly could tie a mean knot with those damn ropes of his. Who are you people anyway? She asked. He apparently teleported back to Thriller Bark to fight ores, and he came back in one piece. So how strong was this person? You don't even know who we are and you attacked us? Naruto questioned as Vivi giggled up on the deck at the girl's information or lack thereof. Fine. I'm Uzumaki Naruto and you just lost to the Foxhound Pirates. Someone will feed you later. That's the guy that almost joined the Shichibukai? That means he's around Mariasama's level of strength. Perona thought before Naruto disappeared over the railing back to the deck. Wait. You can't leave me here. I'll drown. Vivi chimed in instead of Naruto in this instance. No, you won't. You're high enough so that you'll be fine. The only way you'll drown is if the ship randomly starts to sink. For some reason hearing the girl say that didn't make Perona feel any better as another wave hit her in the face. XXX. A few hours later, that evening. A very good way to avoid any negative repercussions from just disappearing on the girls that like you is to tell them that you left to help out the crew that was comprised partially of one of said girl's sister. Another way was to play the sympathy card and try to get some credit for going out and going up against a Shichibukai in the process. Oh my big heroic captain. Miss Valentine said proudly with a huge smile on her face, sitting in Naruto's lap in the common area along with the rest of the crew, taking on all of the big, bad pirates in the world without flinching. She playfully ran her fingers through his hair, and he was just fine with that. Murit shrugged from a seat near Funkfried. At least I didn't have to patch anyone up this time. She said brightly. The workload on the natural disaster ranged from totally slow and boring to completely frantic and intense. At least no one brought anything stupid to her to fix like anyone on Bellamy's crew would. Yeah, everyone on this ship was tough enough to ride out their own hangovers without bugging her to fix them up. Get off of Naruto already. We're supposed to be mad at him, Valentine. Nojiko said before suddenly changing gears. Oh, but thank you for helping Nami, I really appreciate it, Naruto-kun. Her sweet tone then turned to another one of an admonishing nature. But you can't just leave the ship to go off into a fight like that. What if you died? And you brought that girl back here without even knowing what she was like. Once again Nojiko abruptly changed moods to one of an understanding and sweet nature. But you didn't know she'd try to take over the ship, and you were just trying to help someone that needed it. She then turned somewhat angry again and let out an exasperated groan. Damn you and your stupid hero complex. Crazy. Soren muttered to himself lowly only for a gunshot to ring out and fly past his head, embedding itself into the wall. You were trying to miss on purpose, weren't you? He asked with some ire in his voice. The gunshot made him activate Tekai out of instinct and the bullet wouldn't have killed him, maybe. But that wasn't the point. I am not crazy, I just care too much. Nojiko defended, her pistol still smoking from the shot she had just taken. Someone has to. Polly had been leaning on the wall near the door and the open window out to the deck so that he could smoke a cigar inside while listening to what had called Naruto away so suddenly. You ever think that you're going to get a little too famous, Uzumaki? He said as he exhaled smoke out of the window. I know pirates get into fights all of the time and everything, but you're like a magnet for messed up stuff. Naruto shook his head. How? The only thing I'm really famous for that anyone even knows about is kidnapping Viviheim, killing that Nezumi guy back in the East Blue, and ripping up a lot of the Buster call back at Eni's lobby. A lot of people don't even know about the really tough people I've fought like Akiji or any of the Shichibukai. No one talks about that. He didn't really care too much about that though. Making waves was good and everything so that when he started talking people would listen, but to just be known as the guy that causes anarchy everywhere he goes wasn't what he wanted, and it wouldn't help him if he was really serious about trying to change the world. By the way, I'm still not a pirate. From the kitchen, Johnny and Yasaku were raiding the fridge while Miss Valentine was busy fawning over Naruto, taking advantage of their opening to do so. You said that last thing like it wasn't a big deal, Naruto Aniki. Yasaku said in a grumble as he and Johnny both made a massive sandwich with the works that they were prepared to cut in half once it was done. Johnny cut the sandwich and Yasaku reached for one of the halves only to jump back when Johnny slashed at him with his sword. What the hell? Like hell you're getting the bigger half, Johnny said, resheathing his sword and holding his hand on the hilt as if he would attack again. The cutter gets the choice on which sandwich they get. Yasaku took Kibikirabuchu off of his back and held it, also ready to fight over the sandwich. What kind of crappy reasoning is that? You're just going to take the bigger half. I cut it evenly. Johnny fired back in response, his fingertips drumming on the handle of the sword. Then what are we fighting about, damn it? Yasaku said as he moved for the sandwich only to use his sword to block Johnny's incoming attack. Johnny pushed against his friend and current opponent's oversized sword in vain as he tried to reach for his choice of sandwich. It's the principle of the matter. Oi! Naruto snapped, shifting the very happy Miss Valentine around in his lap. Take that outside. You're not messing the interior up over something this stupid. Both Johnny and Yasaku kept their swords in clashing position and slowly walked their way out of the kitchen, through the common area, and out through the front door, even though they had to sort of duck so that Yasaku could fit Kubikirabuchu out without destroying anything. Vivi was on her way back inside when they were doing this though, and looked at them curiously before shrugging it off and walking in. Once there, Vivi looked around and saw the very large sandwich in the kitchen as her stomach let out a growl. Does that belong to anyone? She asked with a famished look on her face, not seeing anyone seemingly care about the rather delicious-looking foodstuff. Everyone in the room looked at each other before unanimously shrugging and shaking their heads. Can I have it? I haven't eaten all day. Manning the wheel in the captain's stead took precedence over being fed apparently. Once again, everyone just shrugged before nodding altogether, putting a bright smile on the princess as she more or less skipped into the kitchen to grab the sandwich. As the sounds of rather intense swordfighting commenced outside, everyone else inside just basked in the mostly tranquil silence. No one really seemed to mind as Vivi happily ate the sandwich that was more or less the source of the conflict. Murit wasn't too pleased though as she could see some of the flashes of sparks from the swords in the dark. I'll probably have to stitch them both back up after that's over. XXX. 3 days later. Even though it was supposed to be daytime, the sun was not visible. Everyone thought it was very weird because they knew that enough time had passed for the sun to rise, and there wasn't a cloud in the sky, so it wasn't that there was a storm in the vicinity. It was just merely dark outside as if it was nighttime. It had been like this for a few days at this point and everyone was having a bit of trouble coping with the unwelcome and sudden change. From the helm, Naruto rubbed his eyes while nearby Polly let out a lazy yawn. Man, this no sunlight thing is really messing with my internal clock. I can see why most of the people that stopped in at Water 7 would complain about the Grand Line because this is seriously messed up. I know what you mean. Naruto said, empathizing with Polly's less than energetic outlook on the day. I think it's this place. This whole area is just making me feel tired. Me. And I'm never tired. Is having no sun really that bad for you? I don't know. Polly said, why don't we ask someone that would know? He turned his head up to the crow's nest and yelled, hey Soren. Does not having sunlight on you for a long time make you tired? How the hell would I know? Ask Murit, I'm not a damn doctor. Polly then realized that asking Murit probably would have been more productive. Oh, well we just assumed that since you've been locked up you would know or not. He yelled back up so that Soren could hear him. I've never been locked up in prison, you idiot. What made you think I've ever been to prison? Your tattoos that you've got over most of the left side of your face and body look legit. Polly said, I thought that was prison ink. Those are to cover up the scars that Doflamingo gave me. I didn't know that. Stop yelling at me. You yelled first, dumbass. I'm not going to climb down so we can talk in even-tone voices, so deal with it. The door to the inside of the ship then slammed open as Murit stepped out with signs of sleep in her eyes. Will you all please shut the hell up? Everyone inside is trying to sleep. And I don't like getting woken up listening to something so stupid. She yelled, actually getting the more powerful men to stare at her before nodding dumbly. Question. Polly said weakly, getting a glare from Murit who wished she could just go inside and get back to bed. Is it bad for you to not get any sun? Like does it take your energy away? Because we are all tired for some reason, and we don't know why. Murit sighed and rubbed her temple before answering. It was a fair enough question and it was supposed to be her area of expertise, so why not do what he job instructed her to do? Handle any and all medical matters, including information for preventative purposes. Actually yeah, it's kind of really bad to not get any sunlight. Sunlight actually converts a form of cholesterol in your body to vitamin D. It also helps you fight off skin diseases and can help your immune system. Sunlight also helps you sleep better at night and it helps produce serotonin and endorphins that make you feel better and keep you in a better mood. Naruto nodded sagely as he took all of this in. Ah, so that's why everyone's been so pissy for half of the week. Vivi and Nojiko almost got to fighting yesterday. That was weird. Nojiko was usually very level-headed and responsible most of the time, and Vivi was such a complete and total sweetheart that she didn't fight unless someone forced her to. Not yesterday, it was a catfight of the highest order. Polly grinned to himself, remembering the incident fondly in his own mind as he, along with Soren and Johnny, did nothing to break the two women up, opting to sit back and watch raptly instead. I've never seen Vivi mouth back like that when someone told her to take the helm before. Then again, Nojiko did demand her to in a pretty bitchy way, those two inappropriate women. He said, trying to act as if he didn't enjoy watching it. What I don't get is why they didn't break out the weapons until after me and Johnny had separated them. Naruto said, remembering how when he had physically lifted up Vivi to carry her outside and away from Nojiko, who was being carried further into the ship towards her room by Johnny, both girls had pulled out their respective tools of combat. Over 24 clones met their end by Vivi's hand, and Johnny wound up getting lumps on his head from being hit with Nojiko's pistol when both men tried to calm the women down. Good thing he wore that headgear, or it could have been worse. And on that note, I'm going back to bed. Murit said, letting out a yawn as she walked back inside the ship. Keep it down, and don't call me unless you're gutshot. Will do. Polly said evenly as he lit a cigar for leisurely purposes. Hey Soren, have you ever been this far ahead on the Grand Line? The only other person in the party that might have been that far before would possibly have been Miss Valentine back when she had been amassing funds and things of that like for Baroque works, but she wasn't there at the moment. Soren looked out on the horizon from his vantage point through binoculars as he heard the shipwright ask him his question. Not this far, that's for sure. I never really went any further than Jaya back when I was wandering between the islands looking for bounties. Naruto leaned against the steering wheel and set his chin against it as he stared out ahead of him on the darkened waters, so none of us know what to expect when we head out further from here. Pretty much. Soren said before scouting something through his binoculars. Yo, Uzumaki, we've got land coming up. You going to untie Perona from the front of the ship? She's been quieter than I was when you tied me to the front of the ship. That's because I bantered with you on purpose. Naruto said in response. Soren and he had a much better verbal back and forth than he and Perona did. All Perona did whenever he went down there was yell at him to let her go, but I guess I should this time too. We can't just roll into port with a girl tied up to our ship. That would send the wrong message to anyone that saw them. Finally, hearing Perona's voice, Naruto locked the wheel and jumped over the railing, planting his feet firmly in his usual gravity-defying show as he looked down at Perona. If I let you up, you'd better behave. No attacking any of my crew or anyone else, and if you run away I'll find you. Since you can't break Polly's ropes, he's going to be the main one watching you. Hey! Polly yelled over the side of the ship at Naruto, why do I have to watch her? Naruto turned towards him and gave him a deadpan look, because you're new, and all we make you do otherwise is make sure everything on the ship is up and running. Now you double as the ship warden in case we capture people. Polly's jaw dropped as Soren cackled in amusement from the crow's nest. Ship warden? Since when? Since I just thought of it. Naruto said, tapping his head as if he were brilliant. Everyone else has a job title on this ship, so why not you too? I was already the shipwright, you idiot. That was my job. Polly shouted, prepared to instigate a fight at this point. How can someone so stupid live for so long in the first place, let alone on the Grand Line? And he was planning on traveling even further still. Naruto rolled his eyes as he started cutting Perona loose. He had to channel wind chakra to the blade of his kunai to get through the rope though. Why did Polly have ropes that thick? It was ridiculous. Both of those jobs are barely jobs. The only time the shipwright thing will come in handy is when something gets messed up. And how often do you think we're going to actually capture anyone? Soren grumbled upon hearing that. You captured me. You maniacs always mess things up on this ship? Polly argued again. Do you think the place always looks so good because you're careful owners? No. You guys cause more damage to this thing than a little bit. I've had to repair the outside of one of the masts like 5 times since you recruited me. I'm not even going to go into detail on all of the stuff you destroy inside of the ship. He still remembered when he had to fix the hole in the ceiling of Naruto's room after his short battle with Boa Hancock since she had kicked him through it. Naruto jumped back over the edge of the railing, holding on to Perona before letting the rather thoroughly drenched girl try to stand on her own. Polly, stop yelling. Naruto hissed quietly, there are 4 very tired girls inside that'll try to kick our asses if you wake them up. Now go to your job and take Perona inside to go get dry. He took some satisfaction in seeing Polly gnash his teeth at the insistence of his new job. Perona looked back at Naruto. I want to go back to Thriller Bark, she said, feeling some kind of form of homesickness surrounded by the strange people. If what she had learned about Uzumaki Naruto from what was reported on him was true, then she was lucky he hadn't had her killed yet. He was reportedly very brutal. Yet he seemed like more of a reasonable person than what the bounty reports on him said. If he really was as bad as he had been reported to be, then he would have killed her or worse once he learned that she had attempted to take over his ship. His crew didn't seem to acquiesce to his every command either, since Polly was willing to engage in a total argument with him and the doctor girl Murat was willing to yell at him and the others quite brazenly. The Vivi girl was apparently willing to attack him because she was cranky if what she heard on the deck last night was any indication of the ship dynamic. It was something of a madhouse here. I can't take you back. Naruto said apologetically, I don't know where it is, and even if I did there isn't anyone there anymore. I told you, Gecko Mariah somehow left under everyone's nose. I couldn't tell you how to find him now, but his signature isn't anywhere near Thriller Bark. Perona's face told the whole story of her complete and utter dislike of the current situation. So I'm stuck as your prisoner forever? She asked weakly, rather out of character to the way that she had been the other day. Oh damn it, now I'm their slave. This couldn't possibly get any worse. She didn't know if it was the gravity of the situation setting in, or the fact that she hadn't stood up properly in over 3 days, but Perona's legs gave out on her at that moment as she fell to her knees on the deck. Naruto squinted, his eyes seeming to be wrestling with himself in heavy thought over something at the moment before he chose to speak again. I wouldn't say that you're stuck with me forever. I mean, you and Mariah technically weren't my enemies and I didn't really fight either of you head on. We did. Soren and Polly said simultaneously with tick marks on their heads at seemingly being overlooked in the deliberation process. Either way. Naruto continued as that also fell into his train of thought over how to handle this. In the end, that was my fault too, that you wound up here in the first place, so I'm responsible for that. I guess if you don't try to do anything stupid to us, you can stay here until you find some way to find Gecko Mariah again. Perona just stared up at Naruto, who looked as if he had settled on taking the correct course of action. You would do that? What kind of pirate are you? He's not a pirate. Soren and Polly said simultaneously, this time in deadpan voices, as Naruto grinned and nodded due to his crew's compliance with not calling him a pirate. Though Naruto soon let his grin fade so that he could speak to the extremely mistrusting Perona. He couldn't exactly blame her for not trusting him though. If you don't want to, then I can just drop you at Constellation Island once we get there. Soren says he can see land on the horizon, and that's where we were headed anyway. Now no one was sure if it was the fact that she was in a bad mood due to the being stuck in the water for half of the week, or if her ire was raised at the thought of being just dropped aside once they reached another settlement, but Perona bristled at that option. So you think you can just drop me because this whole thing isn't your problem, huh? She pointed at Naruto accusingly as she got her legs back under her and stood up. Dream on. You're stuck with me until I find Mariah-sama again, and you owe me new clothes too. With that, she marched inside with Polly on her heels to make sure nothing funny went down while she was inside. Naruto just blinked in confusion, wondering what the hell had just happened, and Soren stood in abject shock before he voiced his thoughts. Wait a minute, she can leave? He said incredulously, you didn't give me the chance to leave. You pretty much forced me to join. Hearing his first mate's complaints, Naruto turned up to the crow's nest to argue back. Where else did you have to go other than prison or an early grave? And don't act like you hate being on this ship, you know you love it. That's not the point. XXX. Hours later, Constellation Island. Upon getting in clear sight of the island, the crew members that were already up and about took it upon themselves to wake all of the others up prior to making port to wait for the log pose to reset. Thus the rather groggy Foxhound pirate crew took in the sight of their destination. Just like the entire area that they had apparently sailed into, the island seemed to be always nighttime. The large island seemed to be based upon a rather large and shimmering meteor sticking up out of a crater like a massive hill formed in the actual landmass of the island that was miles in size, as if it was supposed to be there, the only difference being the black mineral of the meteor not matching the regular-looking earth of the real part of the island. The outskirts of the island close to the ocean had trees and homes where there weren't areas for ships to dock, but there weren't very many homes that far out from the center of the island on the large meteor, the place where the actual hustle and bustle of the island took place. On the meteor itself, there were many more homes built into the side of it, and there were very large holes set into it where people could apparently enter the space rock itself. In addition to that, there were also a row of very large telescopes that could be seen from seaside. As they looked into the air above the island, they could all see where the island took its namesake from. Directly above the island, the heavenly bodies that most people would have to focus to see on only the clearest of nights elsewhere in the world were clearly visible and easily distinguishable. It seemed like there were more stars than black sky to look at. Planets were even visible. Hell, they swore they could see every little ripple of gases that floated through the universe from their position. As they managed to dock their ship and walk around, Naruto left a multitude of clones to keep watch over it in their absence, along with Karoo, who just wanted to keep sleeping. This left everyone free to see the island firsthand instead of having someone left behind to keep guard. "It's so pretty here," Nojiko said with a smile on her face as the crew wandered through a beaten and paved path through the forests that surrounded the outsides of the island. Chirping crickets, hooting owls, and all sorts of nocturnal creatures were abound. "I don't think I mind staying here until the log pose resets at all." Johnny cracked his neck and rolled his shoulders out as a manner of stretching. "I don't know about you guys, but I'm still kind of sluggish. I could head on back to the ship to catch some more Z's right now." Multicolored fireflies were all over the place, seemingly lighting their way more easily than any human-built lamps could. As they kept walking, they eventually came along a rather large lake with tall reeds around it, and one man hanging out by the side of it just sleeping. Naruto jogged up to the man and stopped nearby him. "Hey, excuse me, can you tell us anything about this island? We're not really from around here." His question was not met with an answer, just a snore that put frowns on everyone's faces. "Hello." Still no answer. "Let me try," Miss Valentine said as she walked over to the sleeping man and kneeled down by his prone form. "It would be really helpful if you could help us out, sweetie," she said pleasantly with her usual lovely smile on her face, only to get a snore in response that caused the smile to fade. "Really?" Soren let out an impatient growl and walked over as Miss Valentine stood back up. "Wake the fuck up," Soren yelled as he kicked the man on the ground hard enough to jar him from his sleep. As the man sat up and glared at him, Soren turned back to the others. "There you go. That's what you call taking command of the situation." Perona looked at Soren and leaned over to the person closest in age to her, Vivi, ironically also the person that she had something of a bone to pick with. But she couldn't really fight Vivi due to the entire crew being there and knowing how to defeat her now. "He's really kind of violent, isn't he?" "Well, only to the people that he doesn't know," Vivi said matter-of-factly before turning her eyes to Perona. "I still don't like you, just so you know." "The feeling is mutual, princess," Perona jabbed back. That almost caused Vivi to blurt out the question of how Perona knew she was a princess, but Nojiko's gaze when she was about to told her to keep it quiet. It was just a general and rather spiteful nickname, not an address of her official title. The sleeping man rubbed his eyes and looked up at the Foxhound pirates with half-lidded eyes. "What do you all want? Can't you see that I'm trying to get my daily 18 hours of sleep in?" He seemed more upset that he was awake instead of the fact that he had been kicked. Troublesome foreigners, no one else on Constellation Island is getting kicked awake right now. At that moment, Naruto had the ultimate flashback to his old friend with a pineapple-styled ponytail that acted a lot like this man did. "What's the pastime around here on the island? It's a really big place. What do you guys do for fun?" "This," the man said in a flat tone of voice, "we sleep, and we just spend time looking at the stars and planets that pass overhead." Hearing that, Naruto muttered something akin to "an island full of Shikamaras" in an incredulous manner, though no one got the reference other than him. "If you guys woke me up just to ask a stupid question like that, then I'm going to be pissed." "We just wanted to know something about the island," Murat asked from her spot riding atop Funkfried in his elephant form. "We've never been here before and we don't know anyone that's ever been this far on the Grand Line." A smirk crossed her face. "My last captain was kind of a coward that played it up like he was a big shot. He never really went very far at all." The man looked at the crew and sighed as he guessed the fastest way to get rid of them would be to tell them what they wanted. Constellation Island gets a sunrise only once a year, and this isn't anywhere near that time. We get the name of the island from the clear view of space we can get from here. The meteor in the island landed here hundreds of years ago. Apparently it punched a hole right through the sky that never really went back to normal for some reason. That's why we can even see the stars so clearly in the first place. He lay himself back down and tried to go back to sleep after he was done talking. "What does this island have?" Yusaku asked, getting a tick mark out of the lazy man for keeping him from going back to sleep. "It's huge." The man cracked an eye with a slight glare. "My friends, you are looking at the ass end of paradise. You could see the red line out on the horizon from here if there was any sunlight. It's actually a beautiful sight when the sun comes up. There's a big festival for it and everything." He shifted in place to get comfortable before continuing. "But, because we're so close to the red line, that means we're close to the Sabaody archipelago. Luckily we have a pretty bad rep with the slavers since we have low energy and are pretty useless with any real work." "Slavers?" Naruto said with surprise in his eyes upon hearing of them. He then remembered how Boa Hancock had shouted at him with great conviction about how she would not allow herself to be taken as a slave by him, despite the fact that he had been confused at the time. So they really do still have slaves. He could feel his blood boiling at the thought of it. If it was that well known that such a thing happened in this region of the Grand Line, then why didn't anyone stop it directly? Not knowing of Naruto's growing anger over the last thing he spoke of, the informative man continued speaking on. "They don't come around here trying to pull us away for that crap. World nobles don't come here very often either, thank God, but we do get some very well-to-do tourists here. They hang out inside of the meteor mostly though. That's the place with all of the casinos, nightclubs, shops, hotels, all of that stuff. Hey, the place had to make that tourist money somehow, right? Then that's where we're going, I guess. Nojiko said with a shrug as she smiled gratefully at the island local. Thanks for the help. Yeah, whatever. The man said as he fully shut his eyes once more and turned over to face away from the group of travelers. Now leave me alone so I can catch back up with my sleep. My shift is in 12 hours. Lazy, everyone thought altogether as they headed off towards the direction of the meteor that apparently housed all of the interesting things that Constellation Island had to offer. XXX. Constellation Island, Meteor Interior. Surrounding the meteor itself in the space between the edge of the crater and the meteor there was running water, making an active moat surrounding the space rock. The water ran in and out of holes carved into the meteor that people used boats to travel with. A large drawbridge allowed the crew entrance to the interior where they took in the sights there as well. It was the size of a regular city. A mostly wide-open cave setting with stores built into the walls of the meteor and also built traditionally with standard building materials. There was natural light in the cave by way of crystals built into the meteor that allowed people to easily see. There were multiple paths and spirals where buildings and recreational areas were elevated for a better view. In the center of the meteor was a large lake and directly above it there was an opening to the outside where people could see through to the sky as if they were outside. Waterways ran through the interior with citizens using boats to traverse the waters instead of using the paths and bridges built to walk. It seemed to go along with the running theme of the people on the island of not having energy, as most would just let the waterways carry them since they would inevitably get to their destination, just not on time. It was weird that such a lazy group of people would have their shops open 24/7. Nojiko and Miss Valentine pretty much dragged Perona off to get her the clothes that she said Naruto owed her, both women understanding why she felt that way, what with being stuck in the water for 3 days, despite the fact that they had been the ones to put her there in the first place. With his responsibility in Perona being temporarily taken off of his hands, Polly decided to go and hit the casinos to see if he could double his income he had obtained since joining the crew. Johnny and Soren decided to follow behind in the hopes that the casino had an open bar so that they could laugh at Polly losing all of his money and be inebriated at the same time. Murat went off to see if she could get any more medical supplies, simple stuff like bandages since the crew burned through them. Yusaku then chose to follow his beloved wherever she chose to go. This made Murat want to go find something heavy to make him lug around for continuing to fawn over her. Naruto and Vivi simply chose to walk around the place because the princess wanted to take in the sights of such an exotic place, and because Naruto wanted some thinking time as he was still pretty heated over hearing about Sabaody Archipelago and the slave trade circulating from there. Eventually this led to Naruto leaning against a wall of the meteor, thinking to himself as Vivi used one of the telescopes provided for public use to get an even better look at the stars and other things. This island is so beautiful. You hear about places like this existing on the Grand Line, but hearing about them and actually visiting these places is something else altogether. Taking a second to stop thinking so seriously, Naruto looked over at Vivi and how excited she was to just be in a new place like Constellation Island. She was usually like that most places she went since she had started traveling with them. While everyone seemed to find something to like about the locations they traveled to, it wasn't very hard for Vivi to do so at all. She was always so enthusiastic. She's going to be a really great leader when she winds up taking over in Alabasta. Naruto thought to himself with a smile, Vivi's a good girl and she's smart. She also cares a little too much, but that's not really a bad thing if she's going to rule a nation. She definitely had the empathy part of being a benevolent ruler down. The first princess he met had to have that more or less beaten into her head. Vivi took her eyes away from the telescope to look curiously at the blonde shinobi that ran her ship of current residence. She returned the smile he was giving her with a very warm one of her own. Are you feeling better now, Naruto? She asked him. What made you think I was feeling bad? Naruto replied, trying to keep up his smile as a front. The leader could never be seen stressing out or it would trickle down to his subordinates. I saw your face when that man talked about the slavers. Vivi frowned as she explained, I've been to Mariehua before with my father. I've seen what the world nobles do with those people. They aren't even humans as far as the nobles are concerned. Father couldn't rationalize it for me and he didn't even try. You're a good person, so I can only imagine how you feel about it. Naruto let out a grunt of aggravation as he leaned out the opening and stared out at the great view presented from their location. Why the hell would anyone ever let something like that happen? What's the point? Is it too much to ask that people know how to act on what's right and wrong? It's the way things are, I'm afraid. Vivi said distastefully, leaning the same way Naruto was as she looked out next to him. the world government values the status quo over what you and I see as common decency. World nobles can do anything they want, anything at all. Just because their ancestors formed the world government 800 years ago. They don't even do anything to run the government at all. Naruto could hear the venom in her voice as she spoke of them. He had never heard Vivi speak of anyone like that before. Do you hate them, Viviheim? No. Vivi said, shaking her head, I hate the fact that they have all of that power and influence for nothing. They can do anything, and yet they use their status to bully others and assert how great they think they are. She let out a sigh. Leaders aren't supposed to be like that. They should be something to look up to. But the world nobles are just terrible people. Hating them won't do any good though. It wouldn't change anything. A nod came from Naruto before he asked her another question. Do you ever just want to turn back around and go home to Alabasta? He asked, getting Vivi to turn her head towards him in shock. I love having you on the crew, everyone does actually. It's really going to suck when you can finally go home safely, we're really going to miss you. Vivi's look of shock morphed back into a smile. You're saying that like it's going to happen anytime soon. I don't think I'm going home for a while. She let out a wistful sigh as she continued, sometimes I do wish I could go home, but I love this crew, it's actually really fun to be here. You've made me so much stronger too, so I can really defend my people the next time they need me. I really appreciate it all. You soak up everything I've taught you like a sponge. Naruto said with a laugh, you're really easy to teach. Besides, we love having you with us. Even when you do wind up going home you're still one of us, and if you ever need us we'll be there in a heartbeat, princess. Vivi took that moment to let out a laugh as well. So you'll be my honorary knight? If that's what you want to call it, yeah. A grin crossed Naruto's face as he replied, I'm your knight Viviheim, and if there's anything you can't handle I'll always have your back. He bowed to her with a flourish, getting a playful knock on his head from Vivi who was stuck in full-on laughter at this point. That's a promise though. I already made the promise that I won't ever disappear from your lives. I meant it. We'd all just find you anyway. Vivi said slyly, though she was turned away slightly so he couldn't see the blush on her face at his insistence of being her knight. Ha! Igaram, Pell, and Shaka would have heart attacks if I somehow convinced Naruto to be a knight or something. I'm starting to think that's true because I keep hearing people say it. Naruto said with a sheepish look on his face as he rubbed the back of his neck. XXX. Constellation Island, exterior of the meteor. Sir. Ma'am. A marine said as he ran up to Hina and Smoker. Witnesses have recounted seeing people fitting the description of Uzumaki Naruto's crew members within the meteor structure of the island. Hina chuckled and leaned against Smoker's nearby motorbike. Hina told you that coming around the backside of the island was a better idea. You see? When you attack head-on you get your ships destroyed. A little misdirection works wonders. I thought I told you to shut up about that. Smoker replied rather tersely. He didn't need to be reminded of how the natural disaster literally smashed through his blockade with very little effort needed to do so. How rude, Smoker-kun. Hina said with a smirk as she pulled her dark brown gloves tightly on her hands. Hina comes all the way to help reinforce you. Hina helps you track down Uzumaki Naruto's trail, and this is how you treat a friend? Promotions really must go to one's head, correct, Commodore? Smoker let out a scoff before a small smile broke out on the normally gruff man's face. Hina came here to help herself too. Hina puffed out her cheeks indignantly at Smoker poking fun at her way of speaking. Taking down all of these bounty heads would be major for both your and my careers. The only way to be allowed to go to New World is to get promoted, and the only way that's going to happen for someone like me is if I can prove that there's no reason to hold me back by beating strong pirates. Uzumaki beat you up twice, Smoker-kun. Hina chimed in as if that were a helpful fact that he had somehow forgotten. He didn't beat me up, he just blew me away both times and ran before I could drift back. Smoker argued back as he sat on the seat of his bike. I know how to fight someone like him now. It won't happen like that again this time, dashed. Because this time Hina will fight him with you. The Marine captain with long pink hair said confidently as she pretty much shoved Smoker forward and took a seat behind him on the bike. No matter who he is, he can't even touch Hina or else he'll regret it because of Hina's powers. Let's just go already. Smoker said with a grumble, our subordinates are already inside, that means we pretty much have them cornered. With that, he kick-started his bike, powered by his own smoke powers, and drove inside the meteor to attempt to locate the Foxhound pirates. Omake, the gauntlet is thrown. A few days after leaving Water 7, on board the natural disaster. The ringing of the Denden Mushi in the common area quickly beckoned the person that was usually the closest to it when it went off as Naruto jumped basically from the doorway of his own room all the way to the communications animal in one leap. Hello. He greeted pleasantly upon picking up the receiver. You've got the Foxhound pirates, what do you need? I'm gonna kick your ass, you shitty bastard. Naruto immediately took offense to the quite vulgar greeting. Who spoke to someone like that on the phone? How rude. Oh, I'd love to see you try, prick. You're real tough over the phone, so why don't you come find me and say that to my face, Databeo. He then blinked when he realized that he had gotten overexcited and that he had fallen back into an old habit, and you didn't hear me say that last part, so shut the hell up about it. As soon as Robin-chan gives me your stupid teleport weapon I will. And then I'll take it and shove it up your ass, so you can teleport there when I'm done with you. Naruto was about to shout back, fully ready to get into an insult/shouting war with this person until he started piecing things together. Wait a minute, is this Sanji? You're damn right it is. What the hell is your problem? Naruto asked him, confused at why the Straw Hat cruise chef would have a problem with him. Just because I said that you were a crappy cook because you couldn't make ramen isn't a good reason to be all pissed off. I said that days ago, I thought we were past it. First of all, I can make ramen, I just choose not to do anything with that shitty food, I'm a gourmet chef. And second of all, I'm not pissed because of that, I'm pissed because I've heard of your deflowering our lovely navigator. Wait, you actually can make ramen? Naruto said questioningly before blinking, completely missing what the gist of the conversation was supposed to be about. You son of a bitch. Give Miss Valentine your recipe or I will cut you. Get back on topic. Oh, right. Naruto said, dropping his anger at the whole ramen thing, but he would be revisiting that part of the discussion at a later time. Oh. He finally said in realization, that's why you're mad at me. Because me and Nami dashed. Don't you dare say it. I'll never forgive you for taking something so precious away from Nami-san, you bastard. At that moment sounds of a minor scuffle took place as it sounded like the receiver was wrestled away from Sanji. Naruto, you jerk. Whatever you took from Nami you'd better give it back right now or I'll kick your ass. Apparently it was the captain's turn to interject. Luffy? Naruto said, having at this point settled down enough to take a seat on a couch as he continued to talk. What are you talking about? Give what back? Sanji said you took something precious from Nami, like a flower or something? I don't know, I wasn't really listening. All I know is that friends don't take things from friends, so whatever you took give it back. I can't really give back what I took, Luffy. Naruto thought to himself with a deadpan look on his face. Listen to me, Luffy dashed. Whatever he was going to say was cut off as more sounds of fighting over the Denden Mushi took place before Sanji's voice came back over the line. Luffy, shut up. I've got this handled. This is a matter of honor both for myself and my dear Nami-san. So get ready, as soon as I can get Robin-chan to hand over your kunai with my charm I'm going to call you again, and then I'm going to kick your ass to the moon. I thought I just told you not to call him about something so stupid. Nami's angry voice came through the background before sounds of pain reverberated through the Denden Mushi. Sanji was probably paying for his rather brazen statement on quite personal matters at the moment. Everyone on the ship heard you and knows what you're talking about. One more person picked up the line and spoke to the blonde captain as the sounds of a rather brisk beating echoed in the background. Naruto, we're going to have to call you back later. Sanji's kind of busy getting, well, you can hear it, can't you? Usopp said, sounding like a voice of reason before seemingly holding up his receiver in the intended direction so that Naruto could clearly hear what was taking place. Nami-san, I was just defending your honor from that villain Naruto. Crash. Who the hell said I needed my honor defended? And next time, defend me, quieter than that. This is embarrassing. Naruto let out a sigh. Normally I'd tell Sanji to bring it on, but for now I think I'll just say good luck to him. Noji-chan's going to call so she can talk to Nami later. Make sure you tell her after she calms down. Got it. Later. Click. Jumping back up to hang up the Denden Mushi, Naruto then walked back towards his room as if nothing happened. I love my weird friends. Chapter 36, At Your Heels. Almost a full day after the arrival of the Foxhound pirates, the doors to a casino set in the Titanic meteor of Constellation Island flew open with Polly getting hurled out by bouncers. An IOU? What the hell kind of place do you think this is? Come back when you actually have money to gamble with. The burly men said before walking back into the establishment. Polly picked himself up off of the ground and dusted his clothes off as he grabbed the cigar that had fallen from his mouth off of the ground. Okay. Fine. I didn't want to stay in your shitty casino anyway. The dice are loaded. There's no way I could lose that much for real. Soren and Johnny walked out of the doors behind him with grins on their faces and multiple six-packs of bottles in their possession. I told you, don't gamble unless Naruto Aniki is around. You'd never lose that way. Johnny said as he handed a bottle to Polly only to grab it right back once he saw the shipwright prepared to chuck it at the casino he had just been thrown from. No. Soren shook his head in complete amusement at what he had just borne witness to for the last several hours. You fucking suck, dude, that was just a joy to watch. Before possibly further raising a stink about his monetary situation, Polly decided to be proactive over the whole situation. Hey, can I borrow some money from you guys? Instead of answering verbally, Johnny and Soren looked at each other and simply began walking away. Oh come on. We're crewmates aren't we? Doesn't that mean something? My pay goes here. Soren said, holding up a bottle before downing it swiftly and wiping his mouth. It'll come back out later if you still want it though. He finished before getting caught in Polly's ropes wrapping tightly around his body. Ha. Oh come on, that was a good joke. No need to be so sore about it. The less inebriated of the pair that included himself and the acid-spitting first mate, Johnny made sure to take the other 6 packs from the tied-up Soren to make sure that he didn't drop them or melt them by accident when he decided to break out of Polly's strong ropes. If you really want money you should go find Nojiko Inu. She's the one that hands it out no matter what Naruto Aniki says about him being the boss. Soren rolled his eyes, still allowing himself to be tied up by Polly's ropes instead of just generating acid and getting through them. If you ask for money from Nojiko you'd better do it behind some cover. Actually never mind, because she can fire behind cover. She wouldn't shoot anybody just for asking for money. Now you're getting ridiculous. Johnny said before looking around the part of town they were in. Hey, where did everyone go? The streets were kind of buzzing when we went in there and now this place is dead. As far as they had seen this town never really stopped operating because of the lack of daylight, making it so that light was not really a factor in the activity of the island. Polly took a puff of his cigar and joined Johnny in looking around the deserted streets. Maybe this place's lazy clock just had everybody sync up at the same time and they're all taking one big power nap? Fire. Or, Soren said, trailing off once he heard the firm call for something to fire. This could be happening. Boom. The sound of a cannon blast got all 3 of the Foxhound pirates to scatter before a cannonball smashed into the ground right where they had been standing. They looked in the trajectory of the blast to see a cannon set up on a hill in the meteor that had a good vantage point on them. Johnny boy if you would. Soren requested plainly from a perch on an awning of a building as he saw a mass of Marines charging down the streets at them with sabers drawn. Johnny nodded and flicked his guard from his sheath with his thumb before taking off directly at them faster than they could see, cutting down the lesser sword users with nothing visible other than flashes of silver and the blood flying off of the wounded Marines. Subaru J, Sliding J. With the dozens of Marines dealt with he proceeded to charge through the streets towards the hill where the cannon was set. The cannon operating team on the hill could see Johnny moving towards them at a blisteringly inhuman pace, with any Marine group trying to halt his rush getting cut down without his sword looking like it was never even drawn to strike them down with. A second cannon blast missed him miserably and before the desperate team could load another shot he was upon them, easily defeating them. After taking out the cannon, Johnny took a seat on top of it and waved down at Polly and Soren before hopping off and racing back to them. In a few seconds he stood in front of them with his hand on his sheathed sword. Time. 26 seconds and I think you got over 100 guys at the 15 mark. 117 in all. Polly said as he placed a stopwatch back into his pocket. Fuck. I'm slow. Johnny yelled loudly, kicking a nearby wall. Zoro Aniki would have finished that in 15. What did you do to my men? At the end of the street all 3 of the pirates could see Tashigi standing there among her gravely injured underlings with an angry look on her face while she clutched her sword tightly. Johnny and Polly took one gigantic step away from Soren as he continued to stare at her. Both of them pointed at Soren to shift blame while Soren was unable to point the finger at anyone due to the fact that he was still tied up. Hi. He eventually said, trying to smooth things over with a sheepish grin. I bet you're wondering why so many Marines are laying here and bleeding out all over, and that's actually a funny story. Well, not so much haha funny as painful funny, because I can tell you that they're definitely in pain. You again. Tashigi said fitfully, drawing her sword and pointing it at Soren. As she did this hundreds more reinforcements came up to back her up, but she held up a hand stopping them from advancing. Don't get any closer to him, he's too dangerous for you all to fight. Baby, I'm too dangerous for you to fight. Soren said with a wolfish grin, though any charming effect it would have possibly had for him was stunted by the tattoo going down the side of his face and the sharp canines. So did the lesson from the last time I kicked your ass sink in yet? I can do it without my hands if that'll help. He wiggled his fingers tied to his sides earlier by Polly for emphasis. Tashigi immediately set herself in a ready stance, prepared to take him on. You're all trapped. There's no way for you to even get out of the meteor, let alone all the way back to your ship. Just surrender now. Soren just gave her a deadpan stare before opening his mouth to speak. Whatever smart remark he was about to make never came to fruition as he bent his body back almost inhumanly to avoid a slash of Tashigi's sword meant for probably his neck. What the hell? Soren yelled as he jumped and landed on another awning out of her striking distance. You don't ask someone to surrender and then attack them before getting their answer. It was clear that you weren't going to surrender. You didn't even present your hands. Tashigi said, defending her actions. Hearing that response, Soren got a tick mark on his head and growled at her, "That's because I'm tied up already. What do you want from me, woman? Ibi no damaku, rot barrage." He spat rapid acid bullets at Tashigi that she immediately began dodging as the Marines with her saw why they didn't have a chance once the bullets began to sizzle into the pavement. Eventually Tashigi got through them to reach Soren's awning and slashed it apart in her attempt to get him, missing once he jumped off again and seemingly skipped on the air to get to the roof. As Tashigi attempted to find her own way to take off after Soren, Johnny and Polly stood watching off to the side. "Should we, I don't know, get involved and help him out?" Polly asked as the female swordsman eventually made her way up to the roof to try and give chase to Soren. Johnny watched as Tashigi made it to the rooftop and again tried to fight Soren only for him to jump from building to building to avoid her. "Nah, he's fine. I think he'd be pretty upset if we just crashed his first date like that. Let's leave those crazy kids alone." Polly could see Soren continuing to dodge close-range sword strikes, still tied up by the way, as Tashigi continued trying to dice him up. "You're kidding, right?" It sounded bizarre, but with the people that he currently associated with it wasn't that much so in the grand scheme of things. "Only a little bit though. That's the weird thing about it," Johnny said, adjusting his sunglasses on his face before paying attention to the Marines ahead of them barring their path. "So now what?" That was enough to get the Marines to pay attention to them again, the numbers now having increased in the meantime. "Get back to the ship?" "Back to the ship?" Polly said, disappointed that he wouldn't get more time to gamble and get his money back. "Hey, you can't just leave. Get them!" a Marine shouted, getting the lot of them to charge at Johnny and Polly to attack the two men. Polly sighed, breathing out smoke due to his cigar before he sent out several ropes from his clothes in order to grab multiple Marines. Rupu Akushan, Rondo Ton, rope action, round turn. After grabbing the chosen Marines, Polly spun around and used the men at the end of his lines as makeshift weapons to wipe out the attacking force by the droves. Johnny ran forward once Polly finished his attack and held out an arm. A rope from Polly latched onto him and the shipwright spun around in another circle, using Johnny in the same manner that he did the Marines from just a moment ago as a weapon. A human weapon with a blade. One rotation from him and Johnny managed to cut down dozens of enemies. A second turn led to Johnny cutting himself loose, flying down the street at the other Marines as he bounced off of walls like a pinball, landing in the streets as well to cause havoc. Hanakeru IQ, rebound impact. "Well, that's one way to clear a path," Polly said as he started to follow behind through the trail of bodies that Johnny happened to be leaving. "XXX. With Soren." "Okay," Soren said, jumping away from another slash by Tashigi, landing on another rooftop. "I'm really tired of this. If you haven't noticed so far, I'm really drunk. I'm surprised I haven't fallen yet," he said, swaying slightly on his feet before standing back straight up. "What is Smoker's problem? How many times do we have to kick his and your asses for him to get the point? You sure do whine a lot for being a part of one of the crews that destroyed Ini's lobby," Tashigi commented before jumping across to Soren's roof, only for him to move again. "Why won't you fight me?" "Like I said," Soren said, still allowing himself to remain tied up, more or less ignoring his bindings. "I'm very drunk. And we had a really good reason to go to Ini's lobby. We didn't even destroy it. You guys did that to yourselves." He dodged a swing before letting his body go stiff to block Tashigi's sword with his tekai. Tashigi was stunned by her sword just bouncing off of Soren's body as if he were a rock. However, she didn't give up. "You pirates can't just do as you like. The law exists for a reason. The world is bad enough without outlaws like you disturbing what little order there is on the seas." "I agree," Soren said, throwing a lazy kick that Tashigi dodged before pulling his leg back, lest he lose it messing around with the woman. "And if it wasn't for the fact that tons of Marines don't abide by their own laws, I probably wouldn't be living like this. If Marines don't follow their own rules, then why should I?" A series of backflips got him back out of Tashigi's range again before he threw a kick that fired a blade of compressed air. Rankyaku, storm leg. The swordswoman didn't feel like testing her luck with seeing if she could block the attack and let it pass her by. "Whatever happened to you doesn't make the most of the Marines wicked," Tashigi said, not bothering to charge Soren again since she could tell he would have beaten her by now if he had been serious. He wasn't even using his abilities like the last time they fought, thus he didn't see her as a significant threat. "A minority of the population shouldn't influence your opinion of the vast majority. You can't even say the same about pirates. Even if you were good, that would make you the minority in that instance." "I wouldn't ever talk about myself like that," Soren said, scratching his leg vacantly with his other leg. "I'm a horrible bastard that has a spot reserved for me in hell when I die, like most pirates. But the rest of the crew are good people. Things aren't black and white. Marines aren't as wholesome as you want them to be, sometimes the only thing separating them from the pirates they fight are the colors they fly. Tashigi just narrowed her eyes at Soren from the distance they were standing apart. That may be, but until I'm given the opportunity to clean things up, my job is to defeat people like you. You all chose your side. I will beat you one day, and I will bring you in for the things that you've done. I swear it. Soren nodded and turned his back, finally burning his way through the ropes around his body. If you want to beat me, you'd better get faster, and stronger to boot. But feel free to try, because I'm never going to kill a Marine like you. The more of you in the world, the better the place is. Maybe you can clean it up. If you can beat me and bring me in, they'll shoot you right to the top. He turned his head to spare Tashigi a glance before giving a wave. Until the next time then. Later. And with that he suddenly left her sight in a burst of speed. Tashigi let out a low growl and sheathed her sword before turning to walk away and find a team to link back up with. There was still an operation going on. XXX. Miss Valentine and Nojiko walked out of a clothing store with Perona in tow, and the ghost-generating girl looked far happier now that she apparently had clothes purchased off of the Foxhound pirate belly. You see, we're not so bad. Miss Valentine said with a small laugh, once you get past the "we tied you to the front of the ship" thing, of course. Nojiko lightly elbowed the bubbly blonde woman. Stop bringing that up. I think she knows that we tied her to the front of the ship by now. She was there. I'm just saying, that probably left a bad impression. Miss Valentine defended for the fact that she had been constantly bringing it up since they had started shopping. She was about to continue talking when she noticed Nojiko freeze mid-step, looking up in the air at seemingly nothing. What's the matter? She asked, knowing that the young woman didn't just zone out for no reason. Nojiko's 1,000-yard stare gave way to a pursing of her lips and a suspicious look at her surroundings before she mumbled lowly, at least they didn't just storm the shop while we were in there. She quickly grabbed her waiver skates from her supply belt and slung them onto her feet in one motion. Seeing Nojiko grab her practiced method of speedy transportation, Miss Valentine quit holding her umbrella by the middle, holding it by the end to prepare to use it properly as a weapon. She set the parasol/weapon over her shoulder and looked around, trying to spot anything suspicious. Perona noticed the two of them go on alert and got defensive herself. They were two of the ones that she had been unable to hit before her scuffle with Vivi on the ship, so that had to mean that if they thought something was wrong, it was worth paying attention to. What's wrong? You'll help us fight back to the ship, won't you? Nojiko asked, subtly moving her hands towards the pair of pistols on both sides of her hips. It's okay if you don't, it just might go faster if you do. Perona blinked, but I'm part of a Shichibukai's crew. That kind of makes me off limits, doesn't it? I was too, honey. Miss Valentine said matter-of-factly. It doesn't matter. Shichibukai or not, the Marines don't really like pirates at all. They'll toss you into Impel Down just because, especially since you're with us and Mariah isn't around either. I think I'll hang back anyway. Perona said, willing to hedge her bets as an observer for now. If her captives wound up losing to the Marines, she could at least take a chance with the Marines having refrained from fighting them. Suit yourself, but keep up. Nojiko said, it's time to go. Now. With that, the Marines appeared standing on the rooftops with rifles in their grasp. Miss Valentine opened her umbrella and took off into the air, drawing the attention and fire of the Marines, while Nojiko took off on her waiver skates, blasting off onto the rooftops to blaze around the Marines, trying to ambush them from there. Hearing Nojiko tell her to keep up made Perona want to fight just to show her exactly what was what. Then she actually watched Nojiko fight and realized that the reason she didn't try attacking her astral projection freely during the ship fight was because she would have destroyed the deck in doing so. Nojiko dropped a bunch of grenades around the hapless Marines on the rooftops as she sped past them. They attempted to bail out off of the rooftops prior to the explosives going off, but they detonated regardless and sent an absurd amount of the poor men flying from the blasts they tried to avoid. Anyone still able to get up and continue saw Miss Valentine land lightly on the ground from her diversionary flight and twirl her umbrella as she calmly walked forward through the group of them, batting her eyelashes at them. All of you against little old me? How unfair. The Marines that got back up drew their sabers and went to attack Miss Valentine all at once. She just calmly lifted her leg high in the air and dropped an axe kick with all of her weight added to the leg of the heel that smashed the ground and caused a small tremor. Sheru o Hokaifu, wind collapsing shell. From the air, Nojiko pulled out her shotgun and let off a massive wind blast that took the form of a large jagged arrow 3 times the size of a normal person that ripped through the masses of Marines stopped by Miss Valentine's tremor, easily sending them flying down the street, picking up more Marines in its wake until it faded. Meanwhile, Miss Valentine was humming a content tune to herself as she used her umbrella as something of a riot baton, skillfully cracking skulls and smashing hapless foes aside with barely any wasted motion from the process. You can follow along whenever you'd like. she said to Perona as she turned to face the ghost-using girl before using her Hainaho, feather step, to speed through the Marines, beating them so that they couldn't even see her tearing through them. I know you're having fun and everything, but stop playing Valentine. Nojiko said, hovering by her side after she was done with her arms crossed, we need to get back to the ship in case I run out of ammo or chakra, or both. Okay, fine. The dejected sound of Miss Valentine's voice was defeated by the smile that she was still wearing firmly on her face, showing that she didn't particularly care one way or the other. Did the log pose even reset yet? We've been here for a bit over a day, was that enough time? Nojiko looked at the directional device on her wrist and saw that it was firmly pointing in a direction instead of looking like it was going haywire the way it had been when they had arrived. Yes, it's got a new location somewhere that I guess we'll find later, so we need to run. Miss Valentine dodged an attempted armed sneak attack of another Marine and kicked him with crushing force into the side of a building for his insolence before running with her speed technique to keep up with Nojiko on her waiver skates. We don't have to run. I kind of want to stay and fight. I haven't had a good one in a while, she said before weighing herself down to come to a stop. Not only did they have to wait on Perona, they saw a strange sight directly in front of them. What in the world? In front of them, blocking the street, stood a few hundred Marines with two men at the front of the pack in particular. One of them was a man wearing a blue shirt, orange checkered pants, and a Marine cap. Under an eye he had a scar, and on both of his fists there seemed to be bolts attached. The other man was more bizarre in appearance, as he wore a Marine bucket hat, hard-patterned glasses, a loud yellow and purple button-up shirt and a blue tie with blue pants. At the moment the second man seemed to be swinging a pendulum in front of the mass of Marines with him and his comrade. He held his hat down over his eyes as he did so. Okay guys, when I say 1, 2, Django, you will feel 10 times stronger than you've ever felt before. Ready? 1, 2, Django. The look in the eyes of the Marines seemed to turn berserk, and they looked at the two women with an aggressive gaze. The hypnotist turned to the man with bolts on his knuckles. Okay, now they're ready to attack. These ones won't be so easy to beat full body. The man with the bolts on his knuckles, full body, knocked his fists together and cracked his neck. That hypnotism crap of yours is pretty useful, isn't it, Django? Perona eventually caught up with Miss Valentine and Nojiko as they stared at the Marines barring their way. You too, she said, placing her hands on her knees and panting. I'm not that fast, and I'm carrying stuff. She looked up and saw the multitude of Marines standing in front of them. And I have really bad timing, she said to herself. Before any real fighting could begin, from the back of the pack of the Marines they started to be thrown all about as a trail was blazed straight through the line right to the three women that had been prepared to face them. Eventually the sight of what was doing it came into sight. Murat, riding on Funkfried with his trunk turned into the straight blade of a sword, swinging his head around as he cleared a path through the enemy forces. You guys! Murat stopped right in front of them after Funkfried broke straight through the thick line of Marines that'd been about to confront the others. Man, you don't know how long it took to find you from where I was, she said with a relieved smile on her face after running into people that she knew again. Looking down at the weapon-turned elephant she was riding upon, she gave Funkfried a pat on the head. He got me all the way here, didn't you? In response the sword/elephant trumpeted happily. Nojiko raised an eyebrow. Where'd Yasaku go? He was with you, wasn't he? XXX. Ufuku, round trip. Yasaku spun around in one big circle before throwing Kubikirabuchu directly at the Marines that had been warily approaching him in an attempt to corner him. The weapon flew through the crowd of them, cutting them down with the force behind the throw and the pure weight that the weapon held, tearing them asunder. He's a monster, one of the wounded Marines said. He was one of the lucky ones able to survive a cut from the massive sword. How can he swing that thing? The sword came back around, flying down from the sky and returning to Yasaku's hands, allowing him to catch the heavy weapon and spin around once to steady himself after doing so. Shut up, the angry power swordsman shouted as he raised Kubikirabuchu over his head. You tried to hurt my beloved and you ruined my date. Prepare yourself for an oblivion of which there is no preparation. Karabarosu no Hitsunako, Yowl of Cerberus. He then slammed the sword down hard on the ground, sending off 3 blades of energy in different directions that continued to do damage. XXX. I don't know, Murat said dryly, still sitting on Funkfried. I'm sure he's doing just fine somewhere. Paying attention to the doctor of the crew, Nojiko quickly drew a pistol and fired, seemingly right at Murat, only to hit a flying circular blade out of the air that was thrown right at her. Once she knew what had occurred, Murat let out a sigh of relief. Yua. Thank you, Nojiko. Nojiko nodded before aiming her pistols at Django, who held a pair of chakrams at the ready, the same weapons that had just been thrown at Murat. I'm sorry, Nojiko said, speaking in a sickly sweet voice. I'm just stunned that you attacked a woman from behind that can't really fight. I'd love to see you try that with me though. Before any response could be given or made, Full Body attempted a surprise attack on Nojiko that she managed to avoid with her quick movements on her waver skates. Full Body tried attacking Miss Valentine with his bolt-plated knuckles but only struck her umbrella as she repeatedly blocked him as if she were fencing. Captain Hina and Commodore Smoker have got you all now. You're never getting out of the meteor, let alone off of the island. Just surrender. I'm not going to impel down with bells on just for you, sweetie. Miss Valentine said as the umbrella easily kept Full Body's punches away from her. She eventually smacked him on both knees with the item, dropping him down to them before she used her pointer finger and poked him on the forehead with a bright smile on her face. Kilo henkan, kilogram conversion. And with that, Full Body felt like he was weighed down with crushing force, unable to rise from his place on the ground on his knees. Even staying on his knees looked like it was a strain for him. Murat sat with Funkfried at full attention as he seemed ready to charge back through what was left of the Marines blocking the women. So do we just break on through and find a way out or what? Nojiko still had a glare locked on Django. 1 second, you all can try to get out. I'll catch up. Murat shrugged and pat a spot behind her on Funkfried that Perona didn't need to be told to hop onto as she immediately did so. Miss Valentine let out a laugh as she opened her umbrella and took off into the air over the Marines trying to block them in. That little vengeful streak of yours. Are you sure Naruto hasn't rubbed off on you? Willing to possibly remain behind and trap herself to prove a point didn't seem like a very Nojiko thing to do. A small smirk appeared on Nojiko's face at the comparison. I don't think it's that bad. I think I unlocked a new element anyway. I'm not sure how it'll work though. She pointed one pistol at Django and pulled the hammer back with a click. He tried to move out of the way of the bullet when Nojiko fired. Behind the bullet a thin trail of electricity ripped from the barrel as well, giving a shock to the men that wound up in the after trail of the gunshot. Django even felt a small shock from the metal chakrams he held for fighting. Whoa. You carry some pretty funky weapons, little miss. They work for me. Nojiko said with a smile on her face at unlocking a third element. I guess feeling confrontational about him trying to hurt my friends unlocked the electricity element for me. Let's see what else works. She pulled her shotgun from her back and holstered her pistols as light charged from the barrel of the gun. I don't really know what this one will do, so I'm sorry in advance. She said right before pulling the trigger. Raihakba, lightning blast. XXX. Observation area of the meteor interior. A massive blast of electricity arced up from some point in the town before a series of loud crackling explosions that sounded similar to gunshots rang out. What's going on down there, Naruto? Vivi asked, having just heard cannon fire beforehand and then the strange explosions currently echoing through the meteor. They had just been hanging out while she looked through the telescopes provided as a means of leisure. I don't know, give me a second. He said as he sat down on the ground and shut his eyes, beginning to build nature chakra to easily sense his surroundings. After a few seconds of waiting, his eyes snapped open with the orange pigment around the edges and the toad appearance of his irises and he stood back up, dusting his pants off. Oh hell. Okay, time to go. He said hurriedly reaching out to grab Vivi's hand so that he could keep her with him for a duration back to the ship. Before he could get to the princess to grab a hold of her, a cloud of smoke separated them, trying to wrap around Naruto and cut him off from reaching Vivi. Not a chance, Uzumaki. Hawedo Supaku, white spark. In the massive cloud of smoke surrounding Naruto, the upper body of Smoker could be seen. You're not cutting and running from this one. Naruto. Vivi shouted, seeing him dodging the top half of Smoker's body while simultaneously trying to avoid getting caught in the solid cloud trail of his smoke. Yeah right? Naruto shouted, avoiding the swings of Smoker's jutty, as if I'll let a ransom like Nefertari Vivi get away. Who do you think you're dealing with? He shouted before delivering a punch to Smoker's torso that actually hit him with his Sage mode active. He can hit me without that sword of his. Smoker's sneak attack was mostly rooted in the fact that he didn't want Naruto to draw Samehada. This was mostly due to his last few conflicts with Naruto shaping his opinion of the rather destructive fighting style of the blonde shinobi. Had the actual events of Eni's lobby become mandatory for other Marines to know, he might have learned of the battle with Akiji, but much like his previous encounter with Kizaru, no one outside of eyewitnesses or the top of the top bore any knowledge of the Buster Call, the involvement of an admiral, none of it aside from the story of the two crews attacking and destroying Eni's lobby, even though the ships really did so. The punch sent Smoker spiraling into the air, leaving a trail of smoke underneath him that eventually evened him out in the air. The lower half of his body being smoke, Smoker held his stomach with spittle lining his mouth. He had not expected Naruto to actually punch him. He usually just blew him away miles from the site of the battle. He was not going to be able to do that in the meteor of Constellation Island. The walls would keep Smoker's smoke body from being blown far away by any of Naruto's wind attacks. Holding his body from the force of the punch, Smoker glared down at Naruto, who was glaring back up with his abnormal eyes. "I wonder if this'll hurt Smoke," he said as he formed a Rasengan in his right hand before closing the fist and coating it in the technique, Senpu, Rasentehu, Sage Art, Spiraling Cannon. With a punch he shot off the rapid Rasengan projectile. Smoker grit his teeth over his cigar at the sight of the blue blur flying at him at blinding speed, narrowly moving his upper body out of the way to let the Rasentehu smash into the top of the meteor. His smoky trail lower body was inconsequential. If Naruto managed to actually hit him with that, it would do him damage though. "Wow," Naruto said, as the Rasentehu didn't even chip a piece of the meteor off. "This place is sturdy." The Rasentehu was weaker than a regular Rasengan, but there was still more than enough force behind it to do quite a bit of damage on contact. In Naruto's opinion, it should have at least left a spiral mark on the roof. It would have on a person. A scoff came from Smoker. "This hunk of rock fell from space and didn't burn up on entry into the atmosphere. Do you really think you can produce a more damaging force than that? Is that a challenge?" Naruto quipped with his arms crossed. As the two bantered to one another, a fence-like cage tried to bar him in, but Naruto was able to avoid it prior to being caught and captured within, turning to glare at the new arrival that had attempted to attack him. "You getting help just to fight me now, Smoker? That's usually a sign that you should leave well enough alone." Smoker growled at the attempted assistance. "Hina, I told you that Uzumaki was mine. Coordinate the forces to keep the rest of his crew in the meteor." "Hina is sorry, Smoker-kun," the pink-haired woman said as she walked onto the scene with a smirk on her face showing that she really wasn't too sorry. She had a cigarette in her hands as she casually spoke, "But Uzumaki Naruto is a dangerous man. The entrances to the meteor are covered extensively. A murderous fire of cannon and rifle are there if any of the Foxhound crew tries to leave. They are trapped within. I'm so useless," Vivi thought to herself, fists shaking by her side as she watched what was most definitely about to become a 2-on-1 assault. All she could do was sit aside and be the princess in peril as long as Marines were watching her. All of her training, everything she had done to keep from being a burden, and she was still the albatross around her friend's neck. If word got back to the world government that she had attacked a Marine of any sort, things would not end well for Alabasta. Almost as if Naruto could sense her frustration at her own limitation, he looked towards her and made eye contact, getting her full attention as he gave her a reassuring smile. Why was he smiling? Suddenly his face turned grave serious and he made a half-rem seal as he used a free arm to point at Vivi. "Nefertari Vivi, my entranced slave, you're such a good girl to remain where you are for your Uzumaki-sama. Keep doing that." Hina and Smoker just stared at him with slack-jawed expressions at his declaration while Vivi just stood in puzzlement of what was occurring. "What the hell are you on, kid?" Smoker said to him from above. Ignoring the "kid" jibe, Naruto broke into a grandiose pose of superiority. "Do you think I would freely carry around my hostage without taking precautions? No, the princess is a crafty girl, she's tried to escape me several times before." His grin then turned positively evil at admitting what he was about to say, "So I just brainwashed her to make keeping her around easier. Why else do you think she looks so docile at my side?" He pointed over at the extremely confused-looking Vivi again for emphasis. "I mean, look at her. Does she look like she knows what's going on right now in the slightest?" She most certainly did not, but that wasn't because she was brainwashed, she just didn't know what the hell Naruto was talking about or trying to do. "It could be possible," Hina said, looking as if she were trying to process the faculties of Naruto's statement. "My subordinate Django can hypnotize others, and Uzumaki could possibly do something similar since he isn't a bumbling idiot as far as I've seen." Yeah, as far as she'd seen. She clearly hadn't been around him for a long enough period of time to have a doubt of his mental processes. The princess does look like a dullard right now. The intended or not intended insult put a tick mark on Vivi's head. "Vivi will do anything I ask of her the way she is right now," Naruto said with a villainous confidence befitting of a man deemed to be a monster the way he had been labeled in the papers, motioning towards said princess again. "If I told her to, she'd attack you both like you were trying to kill someone close to her." At that moment Vivi realized what Naruto was trying to do. He was trying to give her an out for running away or, she hoped, to fight. Maybe with any luck if they pulled off a convincing act, then that could be the excuse that could be used whenever a Marine tried to engage them. It was going to add on to the bad guy label, but it was Naruto's idea and he didn't seem to have a problem with it. "Vivi Heim," Naruto said with authority in his voice, enough to actually make the young princess shake a bit until she settled down, knowing that he wouldn't ever hurt her. "Please show them what you do to Marines that try to take you away from your Uzumaki-sama." In the back of his mind he was pleading with her to somehow sell this like her life depended on it. They needed to be able to work together because if Vivi was only able to stand there and watch one of the two fighting him could take advantage and try to rescue her, making things way harder. Now at least she could fight back, and if he was able to reach her side and grab her they were as good as gone. Vivi let out an angry growl and pulled her sharp jewel belts off before linking them together in a very long chain and swinging them at Hina. Anything for you, Uzumaki-sama? Kujaki ga Shinradiata, Peacock Ranged Slasher. She amazingly thrust the weapon out in a straight line like a spear at Hina, who was amazed at being attacked by Vivi. The standout Marine captain dodged the attack with quite a bit of effort due to it actually being very fast. Princess, don't listen to him. You are not to be harmed in your retrieval, but Hina does not need to harm you to restrain you. Away's Bowery, lined kimono feather cage. From Hina's sleeve a fence-like cage of bars came out of them, but before it could shut on Vivi she dodged the motion and rushed towards Hina. Did he hypnotize her to make her faster and stronger? She couldn't believe that the previously meek Vivi could move so well. There's my girl! Naruto shouted as Vivi continued to battle with Hina. Hina was not going to be able to trap Vivi with her intensely developed evasive skills. It was as if Hina was tailor-made to adhere to Vivi's strength of dodging, since her devil fruit was basically meant to trap others. Well, good luck with trying to trap Vivi. While paying attention to Vivi to ensure his plan was working, he was wide open for an attack that Smoker took full advantage of, barreling into Naruto as he was propelled by his smoke and lifting him off of the ground. Got you. Smoker said as he proceeded to keep Naruto wrapped in his smoke, periodically pummeling him harshly before using the smoke. Naruto was caught in to slam him into the ceiling of the hollowed-out meteor. There's more than enough room for you and yours in impel down. Someone got tougher, Naruto said as he freed his arms from Smoker's smoke and pried his entire body free. He then proceeded to run up Smoker's solidified smoke trail, surprising the man at his balance. Before anything could be done, Naruto drilled Smoker in the face with a hard kick that sent him spiraling back towards the ground. Upon hitting the ground, Smoker's body completely turned into smoke before reforming to his normal appearance. He looked up and his face turned to one of horror as he saw Naruto falling towards him from the sky with a massive Rasengan in his hand, 2/3 his own size. Senpu, Otama Rasengan, Sage Art, Great Ball Spiraling Sphere. XXX. With Soren, Johnny, and Polly. A massive shaking of the ground went through the entire meteor that rattled windows and knocked things over. Johnny almost lost his footing mid-run. What was that, an earthquake? They had been fighting their way through town in an effort to reach the main exit from the meteor. The drawbridge path that led to the outside of the Night Island was their destination, since it had been the way in that they had taken. Who cares? Just another reason to get the hell out of here. Polly said as they turned a corner and wound up on the main street. Oh crap. He said as he shoved both Johnny and Soren back behind the corner as a blast of cannon fire went off, aimed directly at them. More accurately, several cannons, and there were still more that hadn't fired still there. Soren peeked out from behind the corner and quickly ducked back behind when a series of rapid bullets struck nearby. Was that a machine gun? What the hell? There's another one. Fire. All of the pinned-down pirates looked towards the other end of the main street and saw Yasaku running down it just in time for the cannons to take aim at him. The cannonballs flew at him and he let out an unmanly scream before stabbing Kubikirabuchu into the ground and hiding behind it, letting the most accurate cannonball smash into the weapon, breaking it nearly through the middle and sending him flying backwards a few dozen yards. Ugh, what the hell? He said to himself with a slur in his voice as he got back up with the busted weapon in his hand. This was the opportunity for the Marines pursuing him to pounce on him. Now what are you going to do now that your stupid gorilla of a sword is broken? Sanhyakuro Kujudo Fun K, 360 degrees decapitation. Getting his bearings back as he was surrounded, Yasaku spun in a full circle and brutally slashed the Marines that attempted to take advantage of him with his segmented blade. My sword can't ever break for real, he said as the blood from the fallen enemies began to reform Kubikirabuchu. Johnny's eye twitched at Yasaku's use of his very powerful sword. He never did try to take care of his weapons in battle. Now at least he has a decent excuse as to why he doesn't. He then saw Yasaku run like a scared chicken once the machine gun opened fire on him again. Oh yeah. We still have to deal with that. Yudu no Handu, induction backlash. The sound of a shotgun blast sent out a hard wave of electricity that flew directly at the entrenched positions of the Marines before suddenly expanding in a burst. This burst encompassed the cannons, the machine gun, even the ordinary firearms that the Marines held, somehow causing them to explode. Soren, Johnny, and Polly stood with wide eyes as they had been planning a half-assed three-pronged attack plan to get past the Marine defenses, and yet somehow someone had just annihilated their weaponry in one move. Well, I certainly feel inadequate. Soren said plainly. I am not doing that again. Nojiko made her appearance, dropping from her former place on the roof in front of the three men looking a little winded. Lightning takes more chakra than wind for sure. Polly just stared at her as Murat, Perona, and Miss Valentine caught up with them as well. What the hell just happened? Nojiko tapped her finger off of her shotgun before slinging it over her back. That attack sends out electricity that can ignite gunpowder through the metal of a firearm. Not mine, since I guess my own guns can handle it if they can fire electricity. The Marines can't seem to take it though. That's totally cheating, by the way, Johnny commented, getting Nojiko to stick her tongue out at him before he pointed at the now clear path. Well, we're wide open now. So let's get out of here before more guys show up to block us off. XXX. Constellation Island, Meteor Interior, Observation Area. Princess. Hina yelled as she faced off against the deceptively talented Alabastan princess. Hina and Smoker-kun are trying to help you. Fight Uzumaki's mind control. I am Uzumaki-sama's princess. Vivi had to hold back a laugh at this point and keep the angry yet strained look on her face. All she had done through the battle was shout in effort and act entranced. So far it had been bought hook, line, and sinker. So she made a show of trying to stop fighting so that Hina would lower her guard, but as the woman's guard seemed to drop, Vivi's hands quickly showed that they were holding the sharp smaller peacock slasher jewel weapons on strings attached to her fingers. Her hands quickly had them all spinning on her fingers before sending all 10 of them flying at Hina as small projectiles, difficult to see with the naked eye due to the speed they were released at. Kujaki Sudingo, Peacock Stinger. All of them were on target, stabbing into Hina's body and knocking her to the ground. A weaker attack than with her now usual powerful cutting weapons that cut her opponents deeper and dealt more damage. The regular string-attached jewels were still incredibly sharp, and Vivi found an even more ranged use for them instead of attacking with them up close, which made little sense. She was a mid-range fighter, able to stay out of an enemy's range with her fleet-footed movements. A few projectiles would only help do more of the same. Before Hina could get back up, Vivi was already over her and delivered a powerful heel drop to the pink-haired Marine captain's chest, driving the air out of her and rendering her unconscious. A series of handsprings allowed Vivi to get her distance back and observe that Hina was not going to be getting back up to keep fighting, putting a smile on her face as she sighed in relief before looking over to Smoker and Naruto fighting a distance away. XXX. Naruto's Otama Rasengan probably would have killed him if it had hit, thus Smoker collapsed his entire body into a plume of smoke that fell apart outwards and allowed the attack and the outpouring energy from it to disperse his smoke outward, where he quickly pulled himself back together, something he had been working on doing since the last 2 times he lost due to being unable to reform from smoke fast enough to continue pursuing or battling Naruto because of his wind keeping his smoke body separated. It took a few seconds for his body to reform, but it was better than the few minutes it had taken in Logtown and Nanohana when they had fought before and his body had been dispersed all around the entire town. You are a real pain in the ass, you know that? More like you're a pain in mine, Naruto said as more smoke began to billow from Smoker's body. Great, more smoke. Naruto had to punch his way through the gobs of smoke to pound away at Smoker, which was absurdly easy in Sage mode. He was even able to better anticipate Smoker's attacks to respond accordingly. You can't beat me, and just chasing me and trying to corner me isn't going to do it. What are you on about now, Uzumaki? Smoker growled out, almost biting through the cigar in his mouth. You've never put me down, you just keep finding ways to get away. This is the 3rd time we've fought. Naruto said, you're using the same moves that I could have beaten back then without even fighting the way I am now. The first 2 times I didn't know that Sage mode would let me literally kick your Logia ass. If I did, I wouldn't have been wasting all of that time just blowing you away. It didn't even hurt you. And pain, of course, is the best way to get any point across. With that realization, Naruto's eyes widened. You've never really been beaten up before, have you? It made all kinds of sense. With Smoker's Logia fruit, it would have been hard for anyone to hurt him even on the Grand Line, and until leaving Logtown he had been stationed in the East Blue for his entire career, widely perceived as the weakest of the 4 seas. Smoker had risen to prominence due to his chasing of Luffy, leading to him getting mixed up in the Alabasta situation where they gave him credit for Crocodile's defeat instead of Luffy. Even then he didn't get hurt, he just got wet and had to be saved from drowning. That was it. Nobody in the East Blue could hurt a Logia user, so sea water was the only thing he really had to look out for at the time. Had anyone even defeated him outside of his marine training? And that was a weakness of Logia users. Well, not Akiji or Kizaru, but definitely Smoker. Their powers were so great immediately after the activation of their powers that growth was difficult, especially in a place like the East Blue. Fighting on the Grand Line was most definitely working for him, as Naruto could notice the difference from the last battle, but it wasn't enough. Smoker had never been pushed before fighting him because no one could hit him, no one that he had actually fought at least. When was the last time Smoker had been given a good thrashing? You don't just keep coming after someone that you can't defeat. Fights don't work like that unless you held out on me the last few times. Naruto said, setting himself in the fighting stance picked up by his long-past training with the toads. What do you think you changed? Did you figure out some big secret to beating me? No, you haven't done anything that you didn't already try on me. I've never fought you the same way twice, have I? You're just using the same old tricks and relying on your Logia to beat pirates that aren't me. I'll show you the same old tricks. Hawaito Ranchao, White Launcher. Smoker launched himself at Naruto in full-on smoking attack form, set to smash into Naruto with his jutty and overpower him with the force of his Logia. Same old trick. Naruto mumbled to himself. He should have long since left, and he probably should have long since risen Shuriken Smoker back when he realized that the interior of the meteor was very sturdy and put an end to it, but he had a point to prove now as he held both of his arms out in front of his body. Senpu, Rasenkara, Sage Art, Spiraling Shell. The Rasengan shell engulfed his entire body just as Smoker crashed into it and caused a massive explosion. The smoke from the clash cleared to find Naruto's body standing over Smoker. Smoke was lightly wafting off of his frame, but Smoker didn't generate the force from his charge needed to disrupt the defense and deal Naruto the backlash damage that had occurred in his battle with Kuma. Out cold from running full force into the defensive variation of the Rasengan technique, Smoker's eyes were rolled in the back of his head as he lay flat on his back. You need to never stop improving. You don't have to run your head into the brick wall to get through it, you can go around it or over it. Logia users aren't untouchable or unbeatable, but you're probably not going to listen to me anyway. Vivi ran up to Naruto, seeing him standing over Smoker. Naruto, you won. Yep. Naruto said, dusting his hands off as he walked towards the young princess. You did too, didn't you? The beaming smile on her face told him all he needed to know. She seemed ecstatic at finally getting the chance to fight, and with her new built-in excuse to do so, chances were she'd be doing a lot more of it. Her smile dropped when she realized that they weren't the only ones that could have been attacked. Ah. What about everyone else? They were in town while we were up here. Do you think they're all right? She asked worriedly. They're fine. Naruto said, still able to sense signatures due to being in sage mode. They're on their way back to the ship now. They got out of the meteor. That means it's our turn to go too. You ready? Vivi nodded and wrapped both of her arms around Naruto's neck. All right, hold on. Both of them then disappeared in a flash, leaving the two unconscious officer marines behind. XXX. So this kind of thing happens to you guys all the time, huh? Perona asked as they were sailing away from Constellation Island. Having attacked from the backside of the island, the Marines were unable to move fast enough to the front side of the island to corner the far faster natural disaster, allowing the Foxhound crew to get away without any real issue. Must be a real pain. Still, the fact that they had fought their way out of the rat's nest of Constellation Island was something she had to admit was impressive. Nojiko shrugged as they sat in the common area. She was taking the time to clean her guns after the extensive use they had just seen. It's more annoying than anything else now though. This is the fourth time Smoker tried to mess with us. I think he chased after us all the way from San Salvation Island. Murit popped in from down the hall where her office/room was. Does that mean he chased us through the comm belt or just waited for us to get back onto the Grand Line? A series of unknowing shrugs happened to be the response. Probably the latter, since they hadn't been attacked during one of their unplanned detours. Naruto Iniki's going to have us making tracks to get some distance this time though. I think he's really sick of running into Smoker. Yasaku chimed in from the kitchen where Miss Valentine was overseeing the grazing that he and Johnny were trying to do while she was making dinner. Soren's going to be pissed though. At that, both swordsmen grinned mischievously and had to believe that Soren was lucky to not be in the room at the moment, otherwise he'd be getting razzied about his run-in with Smoker's swordswoman subordinate. Speaking of Naruto, someone go and get him. Miss Valentine said, leaning against a counter in the kitchen. The food is almost ready and I don't want him not eating on time again. He'll just sneak stuff out of the pantry and the fridge later after everyone else is done and he doesn't know how to snack with moderation. Yeah, okay, I'm on it. Nojiko said, getting herself up to head outside to the helm to inform Naruto to come inside to eat. As she went outdoors and walked up the stairs to the steering area, she stopped at the top of the stairs and shook her head with a smile on her face at what she saw. Naruto sitting against the steering column with Vivi leaning against his shoulder, both of them asleep with Karu nearby doing the same. The lack of sunlight had been messing with Naruto's internal clock for days and she didn't think he had slept 8 hours in around a week since they had gotten in the area, with that and the fact that he had to stay up to make sure the ship didn't crash into anything in the dark. Everybody on the ship knew that Vivi was hard of sleeping and didn't get very much of it ever. It was amazing that she was as energetic as she was when even Murat couldn't tell where she got it all from with as little rest as she got. Needless to say, the two of them were the ones that needed a few hours of shut-eye more so than anyone else on the ship. And it looked so cute with Vivi leaning against Naruto's shoulder comfortably that she couldn't wake them up right then. They could eat later, food could be saved for them if Miss Valentine was asked to do so. "Good night you guys, or morning," Nojiko said quietly as she turned and decided to head back inside. "I don't really know what time of day it is right now." She finished with a yawn. Omake, 21. Constellation Island, Meteor Interior, Starlight Casino. As Polly sat at the blackjack table in the casino of his choice, Soren and Johnny just stood back watching over his shoulders and drinking at the same time. The entire time there had been a how-to of what to do in a casino to lose all of your money in the most ass way possible. It had been really entertaining for them. "You've got 20. The card dealer said to the shipwright who was steadily smoking away on a cigar while playing. "Hit me," Polly said with a nonchalant kind of confidence that can only come from years of experience, or idiocy. Soren put a hand on Polly's shoulder before he could make the hand motion for a hit. "I don't think that's such a good idea, dude." It was funny at first, but seeing Polly lose repeatedly was starting to get old, and the question of his mental state while gambling was beginning to come into question. No one could be that bad at games like this. It was just impossible. It was like he was trying to suck on purpose. Polly shrugged him off and tapped his finger on his cards. "Hit me." Soren and Johnny both palmed their faces at being so casually ignored. 21. The look of shock that then appeared on the two observers' faces would have made for a fantastic photo. "Did he just win?" Johnny asked in disbelief. What were the chances of being dealt an ace? It was absolutely absurd, but it looked like Polly had proven them wrong. "Hit me," Polly said again nearly robotically as if he wasn't aware of the fact that he had just won, and technically he really hadn't since the dealer hadn't had the chance to declare him as winner since there were others that still had turns to take. "Dude," Soren said, trying to inform him that there was no better deal to receive than 21. He was going to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory if that were even possible. "Hit me," Polly said again for emphasis, and of course the willing dealer did just that. It wasn't his money. "That's 30. Polly looked down at his cards blankly before looking around at Soren and Johnny who were just in awe, and not in the good way. Shrugging his shoulders, Polly turned his attention back to the dealer. "Hit me." And he did get hit. By a pair of bottles over the back of his head by his own crewmates that decided to save him from himself. Johnny dragged Polly away from the table by the collar of his jacket while Soren carried all of the booze with him. "Do you think he'd be better at roulette or should we just quarantine him at the penny slots?"